Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games, and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games, and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games, and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games, and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games, and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games, and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino, we run another epic festival week with over 50 scheduled events in all formats of poker and casino games. Fly directly to Bratislava or Vienna. Come enjoy the games and most importantly, this beautiful city. Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. Surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking, the pedestrian-only Old Town is known for its lively bars and cafes and great local food. Perched atop a hill, Bratislava Castle overlooks Old Town and the Danube. Here at Banco Casino,
No problem. I didn't even know that this was like streamed or anything. I was like, yeah, this is kind of competition, so I signed it.
Yeah, we're famous. We're all going to do a shot. We all need to do a shot. We have service, please.
As long as it's not tequila.
Jaeger?
Everything counts.
But not tequila. Rounds and Jaegers, no? Jaeger? No, I don't do Jaeger.
And hello here from the festival in Bratislava. We are starting a cash game, €2, €2. That's 2 small blind, 2 big blind cash game here at the festival. We've had a fabulous week so far, lots of amazing events. We've had different types of kind of casino games, an 8 game, various PLOs. And this is our first cash game. We'll just go through the runners and riders. So I'll just grab a picture of the names. Here we've got in seat 1 Dan Pilgrim. We've got Michel Molinar in seat 2. William Paxton, seat 3. Rizwan Wakar, seat 4. Johan Lendenius in seat 5. Geza Zazbo, it's hard to pronounce, in 6. Jens Ries in 7, and Sandor Lietenroth in 8. I will be using first names only, because the surnames are really quite hard for me. I'm English, and these things are difficult. So, of the players at the table, I do know a couple of them, and we'll be expecting lots of action. I'll take my glasses off for this one. So, this particular nightly event, there's been regular streamed cash games, and we'll also be streaming the final of the High Roller PLO, which was a 1,000 buy-in. I think there's about 40 runners for that, so the final table of that will be later. And here we have the first hand being dealt out. So each player gets 4 cards, for those that are unclear on the rules of Omaha. Oh no, I do need my glasses. Right, here we go. So you can see the hands that people have, so I don't need to do too much explanation. Very nice looking hand there, Ace Jack 10-10. That's our Scottish William. Sounds like he's raising the pot there. I can't actually hear what's going on the table. I don't know if that can be done by our techie team. I'm not sure if I'm meant to hear them or not, but I can't at the moment. So we've got a very nice hand there. Certainly be defended by the Ace Jack 10, I suspect. Jens Ries is an interesting character. He's an Irishman who lives in Denmark. I was on the table with him last night. He's loud, to say the least. He's sitting in seat 7. So we've got quite a nice array of hands here at the moment. So the first hand has been raised, and we've got a few calls. We've got a 7, 5, 8 rainbow flop, very connected. So hands that have got the kind of middle 9 10s, 6 9, 6 9 10. So we look across and look at we see that is only one player, 70% favourite. He's already got the nuts, he's got the 6 9, and he's got the redraw for the 10. So he's got the made straight. There's no flush on board at the moment. Very, very strong position. I don't think he'll get a lot of opposition here. He's a very nice young man, Sandor. I played Omaha with him earlier today, and also the 8 game. Fairly solid kind of player, very nice man. And the table is appreciating that he was hit that flop, and all of their holdings did not.
Have you seen what we've been doing? Yeah, I know, but it's just shots and shit. I can't remember. I think we paid for shots.
Right, so we're going to be on to the second hand now, about to be dealt out. So we have 8 players here at our 2-2 cash game.
I know you saw that you were drinking a lot of those bottles.
Okay, we have the second hand of the night being dealt out. First to act will be William in seat 3. It folds that, fair enough. And we've got Rizwan in seat 4. Got a nice looking ace king 10-4, one suit there. Rizwan, I think he's made a raise there. And being completed by Sandor on the end. Dan is also coming in. Dan in seat 1, who's a young English player, has been featured on both the Hold'em and the PLO cash during the last couple of nights. And we get a final call. So we have 4 players to the flop. Some decent holdings out there, the King, King, Jack 9 being the favourite one. It's really hard, it's very hard to see the... So we've got 2 players. We've got a flop of 6, 7, Jack, 2 clubs. We've got no flush draw there. The King, King, Jack 9 is still winning, and I think Dan knows where he is and bets that through. Well played, Dan. So far we haven't had any big battles, early stages at this cash game. Players getting to know each other. Some will know each other already, and some won't. Now we have our third hand of the night being dealt out. Here at Banco Casino in Bratislava. In fact, last week they had the Winimax Championships, which is a French poker platform, online platform, and broke the record for both the amount of runners in a tournament and the amount of prize pool, just under €1 million. The festival is guaranteeing $500,000 this week for the main event, and I'm sure we'll surpass that. Apparently, certain people that bet on these things, not me obviously, are looking at about 600,000, which will be the second biggest. Certainly one of the biggest guarantees ever made in Slovakia. So Dan is coming in with his usual aggressive play. He's got a good holding though, so it's a fair enough raise. William is going to defend with a double suited hand. and connected. The ace-queen connects, the 8-6 connects, and he has 2 suits. He's a very solid player. You're not going to bully William. So whatever Dan's play, who does have an inferior hand at the moment, the king, queen, 10-9, although it is connected. So these two hands are very well balanced. In fact, you'll see 51%, 49%. You'll see the evidence of that these two hands are very similarly rated. And obviously a lot will be flop dependent. 2-2-7 is a really bad flop for both of these players. Neither have got a top pair, so the winner of this hand will be almost certainly the one who plays it the most aggressively. Dan did the initial raise, he's following through. He doesn't have a pair, but neither does anyone else, so he's probably going to get this through. I can't see Sandor defending with just a 7. So well done, Dan. That's where, in Omaha, where aggression can get you the rewards. So young Dan takes that pot. That's the second pot in a row for him. I played the satellite last night for the main event and I knocked Dan's mother out. I feel very bad about that, very guilty. Sorry, Dan, but maybe I'll make it up by saying something nice about you. I doubt it very much, but I'm going to try. But your mum was very nice and very gracious in defeat. Mind you, she didn't actually have even 2 big blinds, so that was unfortunate to let herself get down that far. But this is a cash game, so things like blinds don't matter too much. People could lose all of their stack and just reload another 500 euros, bang, on the table and start again. So the main difference here between a cash game and a tournament is you can reload in cash, and in tournaments, although you may be able to buy in, you also may be beyond the point of doing that, and at some point someone will win. Here we're just looking to make money from the other players. So we've had an initial raise. We've got a connected 3, 5, 6, 8 and a double suited hand, neither of whom have hit the flop again. And this is where play gets interesting, is when no one hits the flop, who's going to take it. So we now have one pair only from Jens. In fact, he makes Rizwan makes 3 of a kind. I'm sure he'll be betting this. Hasn't made a full house, but the 3 6s will definitely take that through, and Jens folds. So neither player took the initiative, and basically Rizwan hit his 3 of a kind. There was not much else on the board to worry about, so he took it down.
Oh, I can't pay, he took my wallet. 5 off his stack. Get 5 off his stack. What? 5 off his stack. 5. Is that enough? I mean, we're not making it with 5. Give me singles. Yeah. Give me singles. Don't take the singles. Give me the singles. How much keep the singles? Yeah, keep 40. We've got 40. Let's go. We've got it. We've got it. It's got to be hard collecting 50 with your 5 euros when you're 800. Where are they? Oh, they're all over there. They're all over here, so they're safe. Yeah. Thank you. We'll see you in about So, I hope you didn't tip her. No. Jaeger. Don't put him on the table. Jaeger, yeah. Who did that? Who did that? Remember what this is? I've got it.
Shots for everyone. This is a fun cash game, so here we go. Someone's brought in the shots. They're all being passed around. So we've got a flop of Jack 10-3, rainbow again. Dan has hit top 2 pairs. We have a gut shot for Rizwan. I've got a feeling that Dan will be, in fact he's hit all three, Jack 10 and 3, he's hit all three. I can't see Dan going anywhere at all on this board, and I doubt very much Rizwan will get too active on this board. All he has is a gut shot draw, needs a king to make a straight, and Dan still would have the house redraw. Rizwan has called though. Oh, and then we have the cheers to everyone. And now Dan has made his full house. He's got threes over jacks, and it's a kind of a deceptive hand to make. Dan will be betting it, but I don't think he'll get called. I think Rizwan will have to let this pass. And yes, he does. So Dan's taken another pot. That's 3 out of 4 for young Dan Pilgrim. Here we go. There's another pot.
Me and my friend shared 6 bottles of vodka. I woke up at my house about 9 a.m. Oh, you threw up all over my room. So I put you on a train.
You from England?
That's from someone, a friend of mine listening.
South of Scotland.
Yeah, south.
8 minutes ago. So it was after I started. So here we have a flop of ace 7-5, 2 clubs. We have Rizwan again in the action, and we have Sandor. Sandor is bluffing here with the Queen 10-10-9. Rizwan has top pair. I don't think he's going to be folding for one bet. He certainly isn't. So he's called the 15 euros. We now have ace king. That's given Rizwan a gut shot draw, but it's also given Sandor a gut shot. He's got the Queen 10. So neither want to hit that card. Sandor's following through with the aggression. He's bet the pot 48, and the aggression there has worked very well. He's taken that pot by representing a bigger ace than Rizwan had. That sounds okay, I don't know about me. No, look, you can hear the sound of the chips. Yep. Okay. So here we can see the positions of the chip count. Sandor has the most, but they're all between 250 and 500 euros. There's a new hand being dealt out. We've got Jens with an ace queen jack 6, 1 suit. I'm sure we'll see some action there. Yep, he's just called, I think, by the look of it. Dan is folding. We've got a nice connected hand with Sandor, but he did fold it. Now that's a hand I like playing. 4-6, 4-5-6-8, I think it was. Went very quickly. Looks like we have 2 players to the flop. So we have a made straight for Jens. Can he get value out of this? Because we have top pair and an up and down. So he's being deceptive, he's checking it. Although now the board has paired, which makes it more dangerous for the made straight. So Jens is betting and gets it through. Had the best hand on the flop. Had the made Broadway, made straight, ace to 10, takes down a small pot. Starting to hear a bit. I can hear that microphone.
You can wind out for a bit. Keep leading, take a break.
Here we have another hand, and we have a raise by William, who's holding ace 6-5-4 with 1 suit. So we have a nice connected hand there, the 4-5-6. If it hits, can make a lot in Omaha. It's the kind of hand that's quite deceptive because most people will put people who raise on a higher holding, kind of ace, king, jack 10 type holding. So Dan is folding his, so William's strength there, his table presence has taken him through, even though the hand wasn't one of the strongest you get in Omaha. But again, an interesting one, a deceptive one where 3 cards are connected and you've got the ace flush draw as well.
I remember buying a round of shots from me and stuff. €60 for 6 shots.
So I'm sitting with 20
Get a
big
Corona
blinds
for
here.
like €12.
That's not that easy to play.
For 20. Yeah, alright. Did you go to Norway?
I know that hard, that's not.
We have another hand being
I
dealt
mean,
out.
Norway's normal price is like
No, Norway's fucked up. Norway's
Norway's great.
25
7
euros.
connected as well.
I pulled it.
Has indeed. 16. We've got a massive hand by in seat 6 together, ace, ace, queen, queen. I'm sure he's going to be re-raising here, and he does indeed. Big 5 bet to €64. Now most people here have to respect that bet. You're not going to get too much. Seat 2 is asking information.
I don't know how to count the
Still folding, which is a Dutch player.
I play about 300,
Who again is
2 big blinds less or something.
strong Scottish player. I played a few tournaments with him. I played count with him. He probably wisely, even though he made a 4 bet, folds. There was such a strong hand, the ace, queen, queen. Knocked out of the PLO tournament a couple of days ago against him.
They have a common name.
I don't.
First move for the young man.
I looked at it.
As I said, I didn't even know like this was sat down with that one special. I thought this was just like left the game at 8 a.m. I didn't know what.
You can win a package. It's a double vote.
Yeah, like I was there with Joe.
The one wins the most big prize. Seniors. It's a package. Not the list, but the order seatings. Winners will win the festival. Was the next? There's a lot of.
Some of the players getting to know each other on the table.
Come on, man, no,
It doesn't matter. You can use it for the next one after, and if you want to do the target instead.
I started playing craps in Vegas. It was 6 a.m. in London. This is a 40 back there. Like 3K number. I know he does. Mine's growing. My illness is growing.
So we have a first raise from seat 5. Johan with a King 9-5. Certainly will get respect there, although young Dan is definitely going to have a look, or maybe even a re-raise of an ace 2 queen 8. He's just decided to call. Michelle, 4 diamonds, you don't want that in your hand, only 2 count from your hand, so you don't want that. So we've got a very, very good hand for Dan. He's hit top pair and a flush draw. He will not be going anywhere. Looks like Dan has raised all in. He's raised the pot with his draw. He's very happy to get it in with the gut shot queen 8 and the nut flush draw, plus he's hit top pair, and that certainly will get through. There aren't many holdings he's actually going to be losing to, and he's got the 2 draws. So that was a very nice piece of work there by young Dan. If you do want to send any questions in, do send it via the Facebook live site. So we're now looking at the Casino Banco Bratislava.
Anybody else?
Good service. Cuba Libre. Slice of lime.
And a bit of sugar.
No sugar. Diet Coke.
So here we have seat 3, William, with 3 7s and a 2. Again, a very bad holding in Omaha. Daniel is calling with a very interesting 2 3 4 8. You really have to hit the low draw for that one to play. No one's got much of anything on this particular hand, so we've got three chances, I would say, playing this one. We've got ace 3 queen. That actually makes Dan's hand a bit stronger because he has a gut shot draw with the ace 3. William will certainly be the aggressor here because he was the first to act. He's actually got nothing except 3 7s in his hand. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. And looks like Michel has folded. So we now have Daniel has made 3 3s. He is not going anywhere. He's called William's bet, so William is bluffing the whole way on this one. That queen may stop Daniel getting too frisky on this one. William may well have another stab. There's 82 euros in the pot. If he makes, no, he decided to check, and because Daniel didn't have the nuts, the queen slowed him up, but he was happy to take that pot with 3 3s. Well played again, Dan. I think he's Definitely the VPIP of this table, the most aggressive player, and he's also been hitting all the flops. He'll also be entertaining the table with his many tales of living in Doncaster. Are there any tales of living in Doncaster? I don't know. So here we are, cash game at the Banco Casino, part of the Festival series. This is now the third one. We were here in Bratislava this time last year, and we were in Tallinn a few months ago. And there's some very exciting announcements quite recently. The festival will actually be in Britain at Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham in mid-February. So quite not so long away, really. 4 months' time, we will have the first UK festival. I will definitely be there. It's a fantastic week full of a wide range of mixed tournaments, mixed games, Omahas, high-lows, 8-game, horse, all sorts of variants of this wonderful game of poker. And you just don't get that much in the UK. Which is why I will always come to places like Bratislava and Tallinn, where you get a lovely mix of European players and a fantastic mix of events. And it's a very, very friendly festival. People are mix in and remember friends from the last time, and people, a lot of drinking, to be honest. So here we have a pot of 42 euros. We've got 2 hearts and a connected king 10. Rizwan has hit this fairly well with a queen 9, so he's got a gut shot and a flush draw. Johan has also picked up a flush draw. We now have a 9-10, so we don't have any made hands yet, but a lot of possibilities. So we've got 2 pairs. It's actually in the lead at the moment. Johan probably won't be going anywhere. He's got the 2 pairs and he still has the flush draw. Dan has top pair and is letting that go. So Johan, who hasn't played many hands, is getting respect for that, as well as actually having the best hand when he bet. Slightly different from William's 3 7s and a 2 that Dan picked up in the last pot. So this is a 2-2 PLO. It's it's not too expensive. I think it's a $250 euro minimal entry, and some players have gone up to about 450, 500 from winning some pots. So the kind of average stack is around about 300 at the moment. Sometimes that will come up on the screen and you'll see everyone's position in terms of how many chips they have. This is Johan's past 4 connected low cards. I personally like playing those kind of hands because if you hit, the chances are that no one else will have. Jens folded his 3 9s and a 6. Here, Geza has a lovely hand. He was the player that had the ace-ace queen-queen before. So he's called a raise with queen jack 10-10, a very nice holding in Omaha. William is also in, as is Rizwan. So we've got quite a few connected hands. The best looking hand probably is the queen jack 10-10 with the diamonds, followed closely, although the favourite is Rizwan, which is interesting. So we have queen 8-5, 2 clubs. No one's actually hit that much of it, and no one has a club draw. So again, I think the turn will give us a very different picture. If a heart comes, it gives the flush draw. If anything between an 8 and a queen comes, then we have another 8. So now Rizwan moves ahead, but he has 3 8s in his hand. No one else has an 8, and no one has a flush draw. So I'm pretty sure that they're all going to be folding to Rizwan's bet of 32 euros. So here's a pot-sized bet, and takes it down by the look of it. Oh, we're getting a close-up on our Scottish friend William. He's here with 2 friends, and like me, can't find the kind of mix of events in Britain, so makes the effort to fly out to Tallinn, where I met him first last year, and Bratislava this week, because they get to play a full week of mixed events, which we all love and don't get enough of in the UK. So we've had no raises yet. Johan has the kind of hand, Michel rather, that he could play, but he's deciding to fold. William has ace, queen, 3-5. I'm pretty sure he'll be raising with that. He raises with a lot worse. Rizwan has called. He's got a connected 7, 8, 9 with 1 suit. Perfectly reasonable hand. He's actually hit 2 pairs with a 7-3. He probably won't be going anywhere. But William has actually hit ace-3, so William is dominating him, and you can see that with the 84% against 16. Rizwan's problem is he's going to find it hard to put William on an ace-7 or an ace-3. So he may well think his 7-3 is good. Now if the board pairs here with either the 3 or the ace, that could be quite a problem for Rizwan. So we now have 2 hearts on board. That hasn't really changed either hand. William will still feel confident that his ace-3 is winning and is betting accordingly. That jack won't help Rizwan, and he may call or fold. He certainly won't be raising, and he's just made a call. So he still thinks his 7-3 has a good chance of winning. William may well elect to check here because quite a few straights have been made. Yep, he does. Shows the ace-3. Rizwan may or may not show his hand. You don't have to in a cash game, and he decides not to. And just William takes down that pot. So he had the best hand all the way through. And Rizwan did have 2 pairs, didn't improve, and quite rightly folded at the end. So with PLO, what you're looking for in your 4 cards, if possible, is for all 4 to be connected. So a kind of 9-10 Queen Jack, fantastic hand. Yeah, it's 4 in a row, and even 4 cards with 1 gap, a 9-10 Jack King. So there's no queen, there's a gap there. Is also a pretty strong starting hand. And if you have at least 1 suit, so if 2 of the cards are suited, or you have 2 suits, so you have King Jack of Hearts, 9-10 of Spades, that's a very good starting hand because you're increasing the chances of hitting flops and increasing the chances of beating your opponent. Obviously you get a lot of people in PLO who like ace ace XX. I'm not the biggest fan of it because there's so many rundown cards that can beat a big pair like aces or kings. So I've always preferred a kind of Queen Jack 10-8 1 suit to any ace ace, unless they're double suited and connected. So an ace ace King Jack double suited, obviously a very, very powerful hand in Omaha, will beat most other hands, but people put a lot of money behind ace ace 7-3 for instance, and it's not as powerful in PLO as people think. Now here's a very good example. William actually has ace ace 8-8, so he has 2 pairs and 1 of them suited. That is a strong starting hand, and against most of the other holdings we see is certainly a firm favourite. In fact, we can see he's got 37% here, but everyone has something. So Michel has a pair of kings, Jens has a 5-6 Queen Jack. That's quite a loose call. That's not a great hand to be calling with. Rizwan actually has an interesting hand 'cause he's double suited. He's got the ace-8 of clubs and the 9-4 of spades. So he's double suited here and obviously flop dependent. So having said that Jens had a poor hand, he smacked that flop with a jack. Unfortunately, we have the nuts in William with the ace-ace, jack-jack. So we have a full house of aces over jacks for William. Now how will he get value? He's checking, so he's allowing someone else to bet. Very clever move. Jens will certainly be calling, having hit his jack. He's not putting anyone on aces at the moment because William's very sneaky, very clever check. He's now checking on how much people have behind, etc. Probably doesn't want to give the game away quite yet. May just select to call here. I think that would be, there's already a lot in the pot though. So it's 125. No, he's gone all in because the value of the pot is so high. Jens thinks he's miles ahead with his jack. He's going to get quite a surprise when he ends up losing to a full house, unless a magic jack hits the turn or the river. Let's see the surprise on his face. William's got a smile on his, which is not a surprise. So I think he's drawing literally to one jack. He's got 12%. There are 2 cards to come. So he's got 12% to hit a jack. That's not one. That will now reduce to 6%. There's still a jack in the pack. And he does not hit it. So the full house holds, which is as expected, which is why he was so much favourite before. Now, I did say before we saw the hand that I didn't like Jens's call with his hand, and I think I've proven right on that one because he got in trouble by hitting his jack against a much better holding of William's ace-ace. So that's an example where be careful what you wish for. Jens would have felt pretty confident that he was ahead by hitting his jack and found himself in a €300 world of trouble. So it's a very big pot, €737, biggest pot of the night so far, going to our Scottish friend William. Well played, William. Jens is quite a character. When he's had a few drinks, he's 100% the loudest on the table. I haven't quite worked out. He is Danish. He has a Danish name but an Irish accent and lives in Denmark. I haven't quite worked out his heritage yet. He knows all the other Irish players that are here. There's a party of Irish players who I also met in the Irish Open in Dublin a few months ago. And in fact, Jens was there as well. So he's pulled up another 300. You can see the 2 green chips, the 200 chips. Sandor's given him change for 100. So he's starting again with 300. This time Sandor has an interesting hand. I can see him playing this one. Ace, King, 10, 6 with 1 suit. Oh, no, it's tightened up. Dan's in with a raise. With an ace, 10, 9, 9, 1 suit. And quite a similar hand from Michel, an ace, king, 10, 7. Slightly dominated because Dan has the pair. But this may well be who hits what flop and or whose aggression is the highest. Don't forget, you can put in your it's okay. So we have a new hand being dealt out. Bit of refreshment for young Dan. He's got a 2-6-6-7. Probably won't be going too far with that one. Although being Dan, he of course raises with it. Johan, I think, just calls. And again, that's an interesting hand. Johan knows 3-bet, and quite right. He's got double suited and connected hand. Although they're all low, ace 3-3-4 plays very well. However, Dan's hand, if he calls, dominates it in terms of the straight and the flush of the hearts. And then we've also got Sandor, who does look interested with a very good holding. Wow, folds an ace-jack 10-9. That's interesting. And that was the aggression from Jens with a king-king 9-6. Jens putting the pressure on with a good hand, and everyone's wanting to see a flop with their low cards, had to fold. So well played Jens, got a small amount back from the 300 he lost to William in that ace jack board a couple of hands ago. Oh, here we have another hand being dealt out. So the players so far, the tightest player has certainly been seat 6, who's now at Geza Zsajbo, which I think is probably Hungarian, not sure. So Geza has made a 4-bet to 32 euros. I can't see his holding yet, but I'm sure it'll be, it's a double suited, ace king 4-7, nice hand, double suited, 2 connectors, the ace king and the 7-4 connecting, so different ways of winning the hand. Plus he will get respect by the rest of the table because he's played very few hands, and the hands he has played have all been good holdings. I can't see, again, Sandor, ace jack 7-6, double suited and connected, very similar hand. In a cash game, I find it surprising he's folded that, I'll be honest. What's William doing here? So William did the initial raise, was 4-bet by Geza. William, the winner of the biggest pot so far tonight, has folded his cards, so it probably was more like his 7-7, 7-2 than his suited aces. He won a big pot. It's good to mix it up though. I mean, PLO is a game that all sorts of connected and suited hands can win. It's very important in any cash game to be mixing up your style, raise with rubbish, so that when you raise with your good hands, you may well get called. So it's a game of deception, a game of courage in many ways, and also a game of how much money have you got in your pocket. So Jens has obviously got far too much money, calling with that hand he called before, and unfortunately for him, hitting what he thought was a good board. Again, we've got William, who seems to be the more aggressive player on the table at the moment, but again, he's got 829 euros, 400 of which was someone else's 20 minutes ago. He's raised with his hand. Dan has come in with a pretty good holding, Queen 9-5, so you've got a connector there and a flush. And Michel has got an ace 3 7-6, and I think quite rightly is calling. If he hits his clubs or a nice middle straight draw, hits a 4-5, that kind of thing, then he's going to be in good shape. He's dominated by William's flush, 9-high flush, and in fact we've got an ace 3-4, so Michel has hit 2 pairs and he's got a gut shot draw, but there are 2 diamonds. Now although he doesn't know it, no one else has diamonds, so he's the aggressor. They're going to give him respect. He's hardly played a hand, And immediate folds from our British players on the table. Holland 1, Britain 0. Probably about right in football. Or that'd be Holland 5, Scotland 0. Probably. Sorry, William. We have a change of dealer. Very hard to tell who it is because all I get to see, as well as you, is the back of the dealer. Players chatting to the neighbours. You can hear, I think, a conversation going on. In fact, I can't, so I can't even add any value there. They could be talking, I have no idea. The weather, that's it. Or like the mad Omaha hands they've been involved in. So here we have Johans folding, playing a very tight cash game at the moment. Oh, here comes security. Oh, no, someone's in trouble. No, I think he's our cash game tournament director. Just give a check. So we've got a call from Dan. Now Dan's got a lovely hand there. No raise. Thank goodness for that. 7-8-9 queen. So we've got a 7-8-9 and then a double space. No 10 or jack and queen. It's a very nice starting hand. Everyone folded and you got it through. It's kind of PLO hand you want in either a tournament or a cash game because it can hit an awful lot of flops. Thanks. Do you think we can move that camera? Because I have to look here, and the camera's there. To move the camera. No? Okay, don't worry. Okay, guys, back to the action. And we have a lovely holding by Geza, the ace, king, queen, jack. 4 connected high cards. And if you compare that to Jens's hand, who has raised the king, queen, 10, 9, it totally dominates it. And William also has got a lower connected holding, a 5, 7, 7, 8. So at the moment, our screen shows William as a favourite before the flop, but that doesn't make a lot of sense. So what you can now see is a 9-10. So you've got Geza with every high card, the jack, 10, queen, above that, and is in good shape. You've also got Jens, who's hit 2 pairs, the 10, 9. However, if any jack, 10 or king comes on the board, it will give the nuts to Geza. We've got William with the lower end of the straight. He's got a 7-8 on the 9-10 board. It is rainbow, so there are no flush draws yet. Not that many of them have flush draws. We've got Jens with the spades. And Jens is going for this big time, putting massive pressure. Can't see William calling here because he's going to know that the other players have got the higher end of the draw. Yeah, and he wisely folds. Geza will almost certainly call with his holding. He has the complete rundown of the jack, queen, king, ace. I think they're probably discussing how many times to run it, which you can do in a cash game, not in a festival. So we have a big pot, 682 euros, and Jens has committed his whole stack like he did before. This boy has come here to gamble for sure. He is winning at the moment, but any high card. Now a jack would also give him the straight to the king, but any other high card like the queen or the king will be bad news for Jens. So although Jens is winning at the moment, and it shows 72%, and he's now closed it up with a full house. So he has won The second biggest pot of the night. Well done, Jens. He's probably back to even from his start. So it doesn't matter if the straight hits now, because Jens has won with a full house. Here's the second run out though. So Jens is still winning with the 10-9. So any high card will give... No, he holds there as well. So I think they've run it twice. That means half the pot for the first run. So 340 euros for the first two cards, and then the other half for the second. But Jens won both of them. His 10-9 held. Pretty unlucky for Geza not to win one of those. He had a very good drawing hand with every high card giving him the nuts.
No, I bought in one spot. Not against so I'm back to basics. So 500.
Oh, yay. So I'll just do a flip now.
Yeah, that's big stuff. Can we switch it away?
6 cards? He does play it, so...
Yeah, you can play the high end and then...
That's what we said.
So now we have to have another player rebuying, just like Jens had to. So now Geza has lost his starting 300 euros, and he's rebuying for I think another 300. He had a little behind him because he had slightly more than Jens in that last pot. So Jens, certainly one of the aggressive players who doesn't like folding. Is back on par. And cash games can have big swings. You can be down 1 minute and up the next. This is a nice hand from Sandor, the Queen Queen Jack 8, and also a double suited Ace 4 6 9 for Dan. Also an interesting hand, and he has re-raised to 10 euros there. I'm pretty sure Sandor will not be going anywhere. He may not feel the need to re-raise and just call the 10. And Geza also has a very nice holding of 7, 8, 10 Jack. There's just one gap between the 4 cards, which makes it a very playable connected hand. However, if he does hit a flop, the Queen Queen Jack 8 of Sandor will probably hit it better, which is why he's 42% favourite to win this pot. But as soon as the flop comes of Ace 9 and smacks Dan in the face with 2 pairs, everyone else is going to struggle. In fact, Geza has now improved with his straight draw. He's got the 7, 8, 10, so he's got a wrap around the Jack 9. No one's got diamonds, but I can't see. Wow, he's folded. That's very strange. In a cash game, I can't fold a wrap on a single bet. That's a very strange play. Maybe he's still bruised and wounded from losing his first 300 euros to Jens. But I think in a cash game, you can't assume that the better, in this case Dan, is going to be totally dominating you, and he wasn't. He had Ace 9, he had 2 pairs, and Geza had the wrap around the Jack 9, which is a strong holding. So if I was coaching him, I'd be asking him to think a bit longer about whether or not it's worth making a call there and see what happens on the turn. If it pairs, or if the diamond hits and Dan is still playing it aggressively, fair enough, you can fold. Right, Dan again in the ascendancy is raising, so he's in profit of at least 150, 200 euros from what he started with. 6, 7, 8 king suited, and Geza has got a nice low connecting cards but doesn't like playing it. Jens this time has ace, king, king 3. Neither of them are going to put too much into this. Dan has now hit a straight with his 7-8, so it's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Certainly going to be betting this, and I would think Jens will just fold because he doesn't have a lot to do with the flop. He has no straight, no clubs, just an overpair. And Dan takes down the pot. Wasn't a big pot though.
Hey, there we go. You should know. It's your stream.
Is it idiot or you say finish?
I was just running to get a bit, and then I'm getting told off for not taking too many.
No, it's not. It was Mal being wrong again.
We need the guy in the floral shirt. Oh wait, he won the PLO contest. Oh, he got 6. Perfect. Alright, that's okay. Oh yeah.
So I've had a raise from Dan again, who's on the aggressive thing, but Jens has got a much stronger holding of the king, king, 10, 3. He's re-raised to 14. This time Sandor has the aces and he's only called. It's interesting. So he's being deceptive here with his aces, or like I said earlier, recognizes that are bad aces because he doesn't have any flush on it. Is a hand to be quite careful of. Now when this kind of board hits, the 8-9 jack, someone has smacked that in the face with a straight draw. We now have top set for Jens, and he has a blocker for the straight. He has a 10. He's betting it, and Sandor, by slow playing his aces without going too mad, can probably get away from this because it's such a connected board. He hasn't got a flush, he's only got an overpair. Dan, however, has the made straight with the 7-10, so he's certainly not going anywhere. He just calls though, so he's being careful. A flush is now made. Jens may not bet this, and Dan will take it down. I think there'll be 2 checks. Yep, there are. Dan announces he has a straight. Jens will show the 3 kings, I'm sure, and feel very hard done by. The flush there stopped both players betting because either one could have had a flush. So here you've just seen on the screen the cash chips that all the players have in front of them. I think most started with 300, so there's a few in profit and a few in loss, which is kind of how it works. And Michelle is coming in to a raise here with a suited ace-jack 8-4, that's double suited hand. Johan has a very nice 8-10 jack-queen, lovely connected middle hand. So he's decided to 3-bet and use his very solid table presence. Geza, who is losing at the moment, may feel he needs to try and catch up. So although his hand's not great, ace king 6-6, he's decided to come into the pot. And Michelle has called the 3-bet from Johan. So again, 44 euros in the pot. A lot of what happens next will depend. So we have 2 diamonds. We have a good straight draw for Johan. and Michel has kind of missed this flop really. He doesn't have diamonds, he doesn't have a straight draw, and he doesn't have an overpair. So I would think Johann's bet will get through. Can't see. Sorry, Michel's bet will get through. Can't see anyone fighting back on that one. Oh, Johann's got a nice starting hand, 7-7, 8-10 with one suit. Nice connected hand, but he doesn't like it. Where have these guys learned their PLO? I don't know. That's a lovely hand. I can't fold that in a tournament or a cash game. I certainly want to have a look at a flop. But, oh, maybe he had a sixth sense that Sandor would wake up with suited aces. Dan's coming in with a King, Jack, Jack 7. One suit. And Michel's got a very playable hand, 6, 6, 7, 9. Happy with a call there. William sorting his hand out so the computer can pick up his 4 cards, which we can't see at the moment. I think he's called the raise. We can't see his hand, but I'm going to assume it is a reasonable hand. So let's see what kind of flop we get. We've now got a pot of 64 euros, and bang, the ace has hit a set. No one has a flush draw, although William may do. I don't know his hand, but Sandor will certainly be looking to get value out of his top set. So he's bet 50 euros. He's a very strong bet into a pot of not much more, and that goes through. And the reason he's done that is the ace-8 is 2 hearts, so there's a flush draw out there. The ace-queen connects. Someone could have King-Jack-10 and feel like they want to take a risk with it. So it's a good strategy to take a smaller pot when you've hit your top set, because you're not risking losing to someone else's draw. It makes it more difficult and more expensive for someone with a straight or flush draw to come along with you. So well played, Sandor. Raised with the aces, hit an ace, and took down a pot of 80 odd euros. So Dan is now raising on the button, so he's using the button as a raise with a 4, 5, 9, 10. Not particularly good hand, but he's raising with the button. He's getting called by Michel, who has a good hand, ace, 10, 7, 7, and a double suited hand for William, Queen, Jack, 7, 5, and both connected. Now, no one's got a 6, so may not be too much action here. Dan is checking as well, even though he raised 7. So now Michel has hit a full house with his pair of 7s. I did say I like that hand beforehand, but he's letting William bet. So he checked. He's let William bet. Now William has a7 and a queen. He may think his 2 pairs are winning because no one bets on the 6. Very hard for him to put Michel on a pair of 7s. I think we're going to see a raise here. Will he get the respect? I think it probably is quite a full raise. William now has a decision. Is his Queen 7 winning? He may well think Michel has slow played a 6. Either way, he feels he's behind and folds quite rightly, and would have been in a world of trouble because he was literally drawing dead. Well, he was drawing to a queen actually, so he could have hit one of the 2 queens, and 12%, not terribly good. So later tonight we will have the final table of the PLO High Roller, currently on a break. So €1,000 buy-in, that one, and they will be playing through to the conclusion tonight. So it could be a late one. I was going to go to bed. Instead I'm here. Right. And it's wonderful it is to be here. We're in one of the side rooms of the Crown Plaza, which is the hotel that the casino is underneath. So we've got cash games going on downstairs in the main casino. We've got the big main event happening upstairs in one of the large hotel conference rooms, and another tournament going on in another room. It's a very, very active festival. 3 or 4 hotels in the immediate area are all sold out, full of festival poker players from a wonderful array of countries, a lot from Scandinavia, Iceland, Sweden, Norway, represented well. A few Brits, which is nice. A few friends of mine are here. My nephew, Svante, is here from Stockholm, and he's in the main event, and he's got through to day 2. I will be playing the main event on Friday. I won a seat courtesy of Party Poker, who are one of 14 affiliates, 14 online poker organisations are partners of the festival, which is, I think it must be a record. Most poker events and festivals team up with one online company like Poker Stars or Party Poker. What the festival has done, which I think is very clever, and the people that run it should be applauded, is actually been very fair and across the board. They've made sure they've got partners in every country. So in the UK, we were able to use Unibet and Party Poker. In Sweden and Norway, they're able to use PAF, Coolbet, all sorts of Scandinavian online poker sites, and etc. So it depends on what region and country you're in, but there have been the availability to some fabulous value satellites online. So I won my €550 main event and 6 nights at the lovely Crown Plaza, worth €1,250 for the pricey sum of €33 on Party Poker. Thank you, Party Poker. In fact, won quite a lot of satellites on Party Poker. I think seems to do quite well there. Now, obviously, this is a cash game, and people just sit down with their own money and try and win other people's money. So there's no tournament here as such. So we've got a small pot at the moment of 20. No one's got anything fantastic. William has unfortunately got 4 clubs in his hands. Never good, because it makes it much harder to get the house, but has hit a queen. Yep, it's hit a queen. May well bet this and see where he is. He's up against a straight draw, ace 10 and a king. He'll probably get this through. I don't think he's going to get too much opposition, because the draw that Michel has just isn't strong enough. But he has called. I think that's a better 10, isn't it? €10. Yeah. So he's called with his king and has magically hit another king. So Michel has improved dramatically. William has not slowed down. That's interesting. So he didn't really recognise that king could have improved Michel's hand. Although he did bet quite small. He's only bet €11 into a €40 pot. And he's now wondering whether or not Michel has a king. Now the board has now housed up for William, so that's actually a very good card for him. It's one of the only cards he could hit to win, because the king, 3 kings on their own is not good enough. He does not have a full house, and William will show the Queen 5, and Michel will give a rueful smile going, how could you hit that 5 on the river when I had you totally crushed on the turn? And that is PLO, chaps. PLO is never over until the fat lady sings, or the fat commentator in this case. Well played, William. To be fair, he was winning from the start, losing on the turn and winning on the river. So it was a very nice last card that gave him the full house. And just so it's clear, Michel didn't have a full house because he only had 1 king in his hand, and you've got to count 2 cards from your hand and 3 from the board. So he couldn't count the 2 queens into his 3 kings to make a full house. He could only use 1 of them. So, the long-haired lover from Liverpool coming in. Obviously one of Jens's supporters. Danish lad, probably. Young Dan is doing a small raise here with a questionable 4-6 Jack 9. Michel folds a better connected hand, and it's over to Jens. Who also folds, so Dan's aggression there, didn't really have much of a hand, but small raise, no one had anything really, so no resistance. We have another hand being dealt out. You can see this stacks against each person's name. Dan's got 540, Michel's down to 170. William's up to 761 when he hit his big full house of aces over jacks and took 300 off Jens. And Johan is fairly even, I think, on the 339. 305 now because he has 3 bets with a King Jack 9-6. Now he's using his table image. Dan is going nowhere. Dan actually has a very nice hand of 6, 8, 9, 10, 1 suit, but lovely connected hand. Just a 7 in the middle, so what's called a 1 gapper to a straight. And Michel also has 10, 10, 7, 5 double suited. So there's a lot of perfectly good Omaha hands here. All 4 have good hands, all dependent on the flop. We've got 2 diamonds. No one has a diamond draw. The Queen 8 might be hitting a straight. You've got the 9, 10 Jack in the middle. So this will probably go to the aggressor rather than the person with the best hand. And the first person to bet was Johan with the strongest table image, and he gets that through because of his very tight image in terms of what we've seen so far. So if someone like Dan or Jens made that play, that may not have got through, but Johan has a good strong table image. And table image is really important in both cash and tournaments. You know, how do people see you? Do they see you as a loose, aggressive player, as a weak player, as a strong player, tight player? All these terms that come out, and you need to know how people see you, and you need to recognize what image you give at a table and maximize a return from that. Oh, here we go, more drinks coming round. We've got straws in, must be cocktails. Rum and Coke, I'm guessing. I'm just here with a beer. Beer in Bratislava, very nice. We have a new player come to the table. Don't know who it is yet. Dmitry Shubin. Seen him around, not played with him, so haven't got much to add. Geza, another good hand, an ace king king 10, a very nice holding, has raised to made a 3-bet to 32 euros after William's initial raise. So we had a small raise, another one, and Dan's coming in for the ride with an acceptable 7-9-10 king, one suit. So they're fairly connected with one suit. Again, this will be a flop dependent. At the moment, Geza is something like 60% favourite with the ace king king 10. He has the king 10 of Dan dominated. But if, like I'm about to see, there's a very different flop. So Dan has hit one card on this flop. And because he has 3 other cards, he's actually in quite a strong position. Whether he knows that or not is another thing. So he certainly does. His chips were in almost as quick as Geza. So Dan knows that Geza will have an overpair. He will put him on an overpair to this board. He's now hit the magic 3 sevens. So Dan, will he check and let Geza hang himself? Quite possibly. Geza will feel strong in the sense of that the 2 sevens may help his kings. Dan is now betting into the pot of 158. How much is he betting? I'm quite a lot, 70. So half the pot, I think he bet. 75. Yep. It's a good bet. It's a difficult one for Geza to know whether he's winning or not. He may feel that the overpair is good enough, and he may well call. No, he knows what he's doing. So fold there. So the reason. By hitting one card on a flop and having 3 live cards, the chances of you getting 2 pairs, or in Dan's case 3 of a kind, are actually quite high. So although pre-flop Geza was dominating Dan's holding because he had the pair of kings and a 10, whereas Dan just had a king 10, if you hit a flop, especially with a kind of lower card, and you're drawing to the other 3 cards in your hand, it's actually quite strong in Omaha, and it is often underrated by players. They don't realise how powerful hitting a flop can be, especially a kind of low, fairly uncoordinated flop when the opposition has raised and within reason you can put them on a big hand. So well played, Dan. That was excellent strategy there. I was going to say buy you a drink, but he's just won lots of money, so he can buy me a drink later. Here we go, William. It's a nice hand here. Ace, king, queen, 9. So a nice connected and one suit has raised. Dmitry, our new player, has called with an ace, jack, jack 3. You don't really want to be re-raising with that. In fact, he has, I'm sorry. He's made a 3-bet to 15. Now that will drive some players out, which is a good thing. Dan will certainly be calling with his 7-8-9 king, and Michel is coming in with a nice coordinated hand as well. William has the opportunity to re-raise if he feels that's the right play here. He has a strong hand, but I suspect he'll be calling rather than re-raising. Certainly thinking about it. He will feel his ace, king, queen, 9 is above average, but he was raised and he doesn't know the new player. He doesn't know enough about the player on his left yet, so he's making the conservative route of just calling. So we've got 4 players to a pot of 60 euros. King, jack, 5. So I think that's hit quite a few people, isn't it? Mainly Dmitry, the new player, who's got a set of jacks. He's got middle set. No one has got a set of kings, but quite a few people have actually hit a king. Now he's a new player to the table. Not a lot is known about him, and no one's really hit much of that except him. So I suspect we're going to see 3 folds, unless someone wants to get stubborn, i.e. William. He's called the 40. And he has a gut shot, and he's hit his gut shot. So he's now hit the nuts. He's got ace queen. He's got the nut straight. He checked it, and that was also checked. In fact, they've now both got the nut straight. It's even hand. They both have the same hand. The ace jack hits the straight, and the ace king. So we'll see a bet, and we'll see either a raise or a call. He just called, and they're both showing the nuts. And a bit of chit chat between the two of them. I think William came out of that quite lucky, because when he made the call he was really quite far behind and only had the gut shot, and then the 10 popped in for his straight. But he didn't bet it, so he didn't put any pressure on Dimitro, to have to make a decision. He just checked it through. I guess he thought that Dimitro would make another bet, and then he could raise all in. I guess that was his plan, but all's good in love and war, and we have a shared split pot.
Yeah, but it's perfect. I like that.
We've got a couple of questions have come through social media. One of them from a friend of mine who's currently in Italy, Karim Louis, who is the CEO of EcoSec. In fact, I'm an ambassador for EcoSec, and EcoSec run a poker initiative called Plastic Pollution Against Poker, and have signed up a few large operators. So far, not Casino Banco. Interesting. Or any of the other kind of casinos more in Eastern Europe. These are biodegradable bags for the chips. So obviously in a cash game you don't get that, but in the main event here, after all the day ones, the chips are put into bags, names are written on the bags, and then they get taken away securely until day 2 starts. So shout out for Kareem and EcoSec. Great initiative there that I've been involved with for a few months. Right, back to the action. We have a raise by William with a 4, 7, 8, 10. Gezza's not going to go away with his ace king 3, 6. So now we're going to see a flop. It's quite a decent pot already, 54 in the pot, with William's 3 bet. King Jack 9, so Queen 10 is the nuts here. No one has the nuts. Oh, a little dance from Dan. Can't see Michel's hands, but he's bet into the pot, and I don't think anyone's called, so he's taken down a nice little €80 pot. So Dan in late position is making a raise, but this time he actually has a fantastic hand. Double suited aces. And this is the advantage of a player like Dan, who makes raises with much less. Unfortunately, no one has anything. He shows a very, very strong hand to everyone. and people are just inwardly smiling because he got no value from it. So unlucky there, Dan. Great hand in late position, but no one had anything to resist or call him with.
I know some of the guys who own the Banco knocked down one of the old cinemas in Odeon years ago.
Geza has 7-7, Queen 10. Kind of hand that some players would call with. Oh, I'm just going to move around a bit. And legs amongst lots of wires. So again, Dan's raising in late position. He's, I think, is he on the button? No, he's not on the button, but fairly late. We've got 2 or 3 players in this one, maybe 4. No, 3. Pot of 28. King 9-4, 2 spades. So Dan's hit that fairly well, as he's got the flush draw plus the king. Michel will almost certainly fold. Can't see William going any further either. So Dan bet, I think, 15 into that pot. He's happy to show the fact that he had top pair and a flush draw. So here we have 4 to the flop, with a smallish pot so far. Well, that's gone up to 72, and graphics are catching up. Missed that one completely. So looks like the 5-bet took that through. We have the dulcet tones of Franca, who created the festival right behind me, playing the PLO high roller. Marvellous. It's going to help. Okay, so here we go. Another hand. So at the moment we only have the 4 heroes from the blinds. Michel, who's getting quite low in funds, is raising with an ace-king 3-4, 1 suit. Lots of folding going on. Jens looks interested. So he's called with a good holding of ace-10, 7-9, double suited. It's quite a strong hand. He's losing on the diamonds to Michel, but lots of flops will hit him here. It's quite a toss-up between the 2, but now Jens has actually hit the 10 and has a gut shot draw with a 7-9. He's probably going to bet this. He's going to feel quite confident. And Michel, because he's low on both funds, is calling. Okay. It's quite a speculative call. He has hit the flop. He's hit the 3. He's now got a gut shot draw. It's not a good card for him though, because it gives a flush draw to Jens. So he's following through though. He's betting big. Can't see Jens going anywhere with a nut flush draw and a 10. Indeed, he calls. And there's the ace. So in fact, Jens has got top 2, but Michel has closed down, and the ace 10 will win the hand. Michel looking fairly disgusted, but to be fair, not sure it was a great call in the first place. I think I might have just given up on that one and folded once Jens bet, because he really didn't have a lot of that, and he didn't have much of a draw either. Here we see on the screen, coming up at the end of October, 250,000 guaranteed for a buy-in of only 170. What amazing value Casino Banco puts on for the poker community. Of course, the main event here at the festival in Bratislava is a 550 euro buy-in, but is guaranteed at 500,000 euros, €500,000 in the prize pool. Some of the players I've talked to and some of the management here at both the casino and the festival feel it could be nearer 600,000 by the time all the buy-ins have finished. So we're now Wednesday night. We have a buy-in tomorrow, 1C tomorrow, Thursday. Then we have 1D on Friday and a turbo 1E on Friday evening. So there's still 3 day ones to go, and then those that get through, day 2 starts on Saturday. So Dan back to a very, very strong hand of ace, ace, king, queen. Now Michel has called with a 6, 6, 8, 9, and that's a perfectly reasonable call, but he's low on chips. He's looking to kind of gamble here with a hand that he's hoping to hit. In fact, Dan again has smacked that flop with a king. He may elect to check here. No, he doesn't. I think I might have played that a bit trickier, because Michel is so down, he may have been forced to make a big bluff. I think he's actually thinking about this. Cannot believe that. Is he called? My goodness me. He is called with absolutely nothing. He has no draw at all. He's literally drawing to a 6. Dan has gone, okay, you want to play, let's go. So Dan has the king with an ace kicker. Ace, he's showing an ace, probably showing the king. Michel, a rueful smile on his face. I don't know how he called that bet on the flop. It's just, I think he's stunned by the lights, a bit like a rabbit in the headlights. He'll be going back to Holland a lot poorer if he carries on playing like that. Oh, the names are up there in terms of Daniel Algrim. That's interesting. It's Pilgrim. Anyway, you might want to change that, guys. Algrim. Well, why not? So here we have 8 players playing a streamed cash game, a PLO game, 4 cards each. In England, most of the cash games are 4, 5, 6, and most of the tournaments are now 4, 5, 6. There is a 4, 5, 6 tournament tomorrow evening here at the festival, 250 euro buy-in. I think it's in the evening at some point. For those interested, and we've got a few good hands coming up here. It'll be like Johan's hand, ace, king, jack, 10, 1 suit. And he's 4-bet it to 20 euros, quite rightly. Now William will defend with the king, queen, jack 3. It's a perfectly reasonable holding. He just doesn't know it's dominated quite so badly by Johan. And you can see there that Johan It was 80%. It's now gone up to 96 because he's hit everything. No one's got a flush. He's got the Jack 10. He's got the made straight and 2 pairs. In fact, that's now brought William into equal. But William has no real redraw. Well, not much of a redraw here. They're both redrawing to a house. And we have a straight flush on the board. Look at that, isn't that beautiful? Ace, King, Queen, Jack, 10 of diamonds, all on one board. Every poker player will appreciate that. Of course, that isn't the best hand. Unfortunately, you have to use 2 from your hand and 3 from the board. So they both have the same straight, a Broadway straight, ace to 10, no diamonds, and they both have 2 pairs as well. So fairly even there. Perfectly good call by William. He didn't know he was dominated so much, and probably got a bit lucky, but a perfectly fair call pre-flop. Very uncomfortable. Also, the camera is. I have to look here, and the camera is. So that was a nice split pot there.
Let's hope she hasn't shuffled properly. Yeah, right. You know when you play private games.
Here we have another hand being dealt out.
Chunking them around. Yeah, like chunks, like just sections of card all the same.
William making an early raise. Dimitro going nowhere with 8, 10, 10 jacks. Very nice holding. And Queen, Jack, Jack 2. Very similar kind of holding, but double suited by Geza. I think he's just calling the 3-bet, which I think is sensible. Jens has a very interesting hand. I don't know whether he's going to play it, but the 4, 6, 7, 8 can, if it hits a flop, you're going to be ahead, especially when you've had raises and calls where people are more likely to have big hands. So we've got 4 players to the flop. There's 72 euros in it already. We've got jacks, we've got 10s, we've got straight draws, we've got lower straight draws, we've got flush draws, so lots and lots of draws. And there's our low hand, like I said, 3, 5, 6. Now that's an interesting one. We've got Sandor's smacked that, he's hit 2 pairs and he's got the nut flush. But equally, Jens has also hit it very, very big. So he has the made straight with a 4-7 and the upper straight draw, which is why he's 45% favourite. The other 2 Dimitri may elect to play, but he doesn't. So Jens has bet his hand. He's now behind to the nut flush. Sandor has bet. Will Jens recognise that he's now gone from hero to 0? He does. He wants to show how unlucky he's been, and he has been really, because there were 2 4 hearts out there, and a shake of the head says it all. Sandor takes a pot. So we have a new hand dealt out, a few early folds. So we got a raise with the ace king 8-6 by Jens. Dan is certainly calling the €8 with a king jack 10-5, and Sandor called already with it's a very good hand. I think 8-8 9-10 right across the middle. So we've got lots of more players than usual in this pot. We've got 4 players, €34 already in. Everyone's got something. Everybody got something. But we have a flop of 2-4 jack. That hasn't really hit anyone. We've got a gut shot by William. Dan has hit the jack and may decide to bet it. He is on the button as well. He's decided to check actually. Now we've now got 2 diamonds. William has now got the up and down with the jack, so he's probably in fairly good shape at the moment. Don't quite know why Dan is being billed as 56% favourite. In fact, I was right. So Sandor has hit a straight. There won't be a lot more money going in because diamonds have hit. So I think it will just be a showdown. But Dan was not in that good a shape. I actually quite like William's hand. He was up and down. The 5-6, 4, 5, 6, 7. And the gut shot came in for Sandor.
Hang on, what's the line over or under how many votes here? What's the line over or under? Oh, stop.
Change of dealer.
He got here at like 7 p.m.
We've got a new hand being dealt out in this PLO 2-2 cash game at the festival here in Bratislava. And just a reminder earlier, exciting news that the festival will come to the UK where I live, to Nottingham, Dusk Till Dawn, which is the biggest casino in Britain at the moment. It's housed the Poker Millions and quite a few of the party poker events, and will now house the festival. And all you lovely Scandies and Icelandics and Slovaks and Czech players that I meet going around the festival will be very welcome to Britain despite Brexit. I don't want to get political, but I love our European neighbours, but our government and previous government weren't so keen. Anyway, back to the action. Dimitro this time has the aces with the suit and has made a 3-bet. Seems to be getting respect by the rest of the table and takes the pot unopposed. Not a lot to commentate on at the moment. Comes round to Dan. Certainly not scared to put chips in a pot. Young Dan has made it €8 with a double suited hand. Queen Jack 6-4, 2 connectors, double suited, perfectly reasonable cash PLO hand. Defended by William. And our newcomer to the table, Dimitro. It was again a very good hand of 7, 9, 10 jack, 1 suit, nice connected hand. and William also has a good hand. So this is all about the flop, and the flop has 2 clubs in it, so Dimitro will be happy with that. Hasn't hit William very well, so I could see Dimitro and Dan getting involved here. Yeah, Dan's not going to fold. He's hit the 4-6, he's got the straight draw there, plus he's hit the 6. If a club comes, he can get away from it, and there's the club. Although it has given Dan 2 pairs, but I think Dan will... Oh, that's interesting. It's a cheeky check. Little check from Dimitri. I hope he doesn't regret that. Dimitri is winning with the clubs. Probably going to make a bet of around 20 euros, I think, just to try and get value from his flush. Now he's checking it. Okay, that's an interesting one, people, because you could argue that he missed some value there by not betting it. He's already not bet the turn, so he's not represented a flush, and there are hands like a straight or 2 pairs that may well call him. So on the other hand, you could say he didn't get into any trouble because he could have been up against a bigger flush. There were 2 bigger flushes potentially there. So all in all, I think Dimitro played that well, played it certainly very safely. Dan didn't get out of line at all once the club came. I think he knew where he was, perfectly in his rights to make the first call with the pair and the straight draw. So that was a going by the book hand, that one, I think. Very good. And we get a raise by Jens. He's back in the action, hasn't played a hand for a while actually. And this time Michel has 3 bets because he has the ace queen. And Sandor is coming along for the ride. He has suited kings. So again, but Michel is down to 7 euros, so whatever happens, his money's going in, and he's hit the ace anyway. Sandor will probably call. Has he reloaded? I may have reloaded, but he may not have much available to actually bet, so that money may be only available for the next hand. And he's taken it down. That's an example of not being able to maximize your value because you don't have enough chips in front of you, and yet you hit your nut top set. So Michel unfortunately was getting lower and lower. I don't know if you remember, but about 10-15 minutes ago he was down to about 100 euros and didn't have enough to actually get maximum value from his hand.
You deal for 30 minutes? Okay, so he's the last dealer. The organizer guy said it when the dealer happened that we have 35 minutes.
When you said you know the history online and the table wants to click. Everybody knows what you're doing.
Now we're back to the action and a small pot at the moment. No one's got too much. Daniel's folding a hand. He would normally be raising with. It's interesting. William is coming in with an ace king 9-8, 1 suit. Defended by Johan, again with a good holding, double suited, 6-9 queen jack. I don't know if Geza is going to get involved. No, he's folded. Well, what's Jens up to? I can't see Jens's hand at the moment. It's not good enough for 20 euros. Jens, there is his hand, so yeah, fair enough. 3-7 king 10, not a great holding. William will certainly call the small raise and is dominating Johann's hand. Not only that, he's hit his ace. Johann has got nothing to do with this flop, but he may choose to bet it because he was the initial aggressor. So he did. He followed through with a 30 euro bet, 32 euros, and William called. Johann may close down now, although that's given him a flush draw, but I think he's going to... Oh, wow, no, he's following through. It's a very aggressive play here by Johann. So he's bet 55. Is William going to believe that he's behind? He's got ace-king. So what he's got is aces and twos with a king kicker. So he's got a big kicker. He's only really losing to... Oh, he's losing to a 2, which is very unlikely. He's not losing to any other pair. And he has a good flush draw with the king-8 of clubs. So it's a very interesting hand here because if William... Wow, no, William didn't really work that one through. It's very hard for you to be behind with the ace-king there. A very, very specific hand. But aggression, this is a cash game, and I think aggression is often the winner. And Johann, like I mentioned earlier, has a solid table image, and I think he's used that very effectively by betting on the flop and on the turn. The story was consistent that he has either aces or a hand that beats most other hands. But if William had thought that one through, he might have thought it's very difficult for him to be behind. He's only really behind aces with his ace-king, because that king kicker was significant in that hand. But there we go. Each to his own. It's not my money, it's their money. So we've had a 3-bet and a 4-bet. Michel made a 3-bet, and William, who might be a bit unhappy about the last hand, I think he lost about 100 euros in the last hand, has 4-bet with not a very good hand, an ace 10 7 7, so he's kind of making a move himself here. Geza actually has quite a nice hand and may well come in here with a 6-9 jack ace double suited, but he's quite a solid player. No, he's raised with it, so he's gone, okay, you got a good hand? Well, I think I've got a better hand. And there's a lot of interesting hands out there, but Geza's made it so expensive, and again has only really shown very good hands, so I would think everyone's going to fold, including the original 3-bet from William. So that was again a good example of aggression with a reasonable hand to back it up, taking down the pot.
Yeah, he's secretly hustling though. He's got that act on.
I shot the 4-7 and you all assumed it was double suit raise. Like, I don't even remember. I think it was ace king next to the 4-7. But it wasn't the pair. I think it was ace king 4-7 double suit. I won 3 hands all 3 pre.
Yeah, but it's good. So whenever
Just
I
before
want
you start playing.
so when I build my roll to about 100,
Here we go, next hand. Dealers all working hard here at the Banco Casino in Bratislava. Very good set of dealers actually. I played the 8th game today, which is a very complex game to deal, and they did really, really well. Very hard to find 10 or so dealers who know every game and understand the pots, etc. And especially with limit poker, which there's a lot of limit games in 8 game. Obviously here, this is pot limit Omaha, so you can only bet a maximum of the pot. And we have a very nice pot already brewing. 3 players in, 66 in the pot. Ace Queen 4. Hit Dimitro, probably the best of the lot. He's got Jack 10-9, so he's got a gut shot and the top pair. He's certainly going to put a feeler bet out there, see where he is. And looks like I don't think Dan will be coming along with a Jack 10-9-9. I'm pretty sure he'll fold, and William has missed as well. So there's no resistance on this one. I'm sure this will get through. No one's really been out of order in this cash game so far, and what I mean by that is you've got absolutely nothing and you just play on the strength of that your aggression and the amount of money you put into the pot will win you the pot. So you're kind of bluffing consistently through. No one's really done that yet and got out of order. They've all had reasonable hands or good hands when they've made 3 or 4 bets. Of all the players so far, Sandor has probably been the most creative in winning pots, but he hasn't played that many pots. So his JJ creative percentage is very high, 82%, but he hasn't actually played that many pots. So it's very hard to when you look at statistics, you need a wide range of examples to be able to analyse properly. So here we've got a smallish pot at the moment. There's been a 4 raise. Looks like there's a 3-bet come in by Dimitro, who's got the aces again. Johan is defending. He's also got the aces. Now that's interesting. So we've got 2 players with aces here. Johan has much the better of the aces. Dan has come along for the ride with a Jack-Jack 10-5. The way he's running at the moment, I can see a Jack hitting the flop, which will put Johan in trouble with an ace-ace king-jack. I've got 1 suit with Dimitro, so he needs to see spades. Obviously no ace can hit because all 4 aces are out. Excuse me. So we've got a nice little pot of 54 with 2 very strong hands and Dan's. Has anyone hit the 6? No. So aces and 6s is winning at the moment. Not too many draws out there. This may well be an example of who is the more aggressive of the 2 players with aces. At the moment, we've got a 16 bet by Dimitro. I'm sure Johan will just call that. There's no value in him raising, and Dan will fold because he has missed. The favourite here is a split pot. We now have spades come in, so Dimitro has actually increased the chances of winning this pot because he has spades as well as the aces, but decides to check. So does Johan. If spade comes, no, they've both got a full house of 6s over aces. I'm pretty sure neither of them feel the other one has a 6, so whoever bets, I think it'll be called. So a big, I think probably pot-sized bet from Dimitro, who feels confident that his aces and 3 6s on board are winning. We could see a raise here, or just a call. No, just a call. Aces, and we're going to see aces. Split pot. Fair enough, Dimitro says, yep. Both deserve that one. Well done. Thank you very much. Next hand.
And you bust my balls. And you see them, and you always show the aces, and you bust my balls.
I retract my statement with you, I'm sorry.
I was bet on the turn.
Like, where's the 3 bets? We get it all.
Great track playing in the casino here. More Than a Woman, one I used to sing in my youth. Still do, actually. Bee Gees, great band. Originally from Manchester. All brothers, the Gibb brothers. One of them married Barbara Streisand. Morris Gibb? No, the older one. Pretty good showbiz couple, that one. Right, back to the PLO cash. We're going to leave the Bee Gees for a bit. Lots of folding going on. Lots of crosses, but Dan's on the button. He's not going to resist raising on the button, whatever he's got, and everyone knows it. In fact, he's got a very good hand, ace, king, king, 8. may well get called because it's Dan, and although he's not actually a loose player, he gives the image of being loose because he plays the fool quite a lot, and I think that's quite a clever tactic. So what you see sometimes on the outside of a player is not what's going on in the middle. So we've had a 3-bet. So again, what William's doing there is he's going, well, I don't think you've got that good a hand because you're Dan. But in fact, Dan has come straight back and gone, well, I have got a very good hand. So what do you want to do?
Not between two men. Yes! I want a hand!
So we've got a pot of 96 euros, nearly 100 euros, 3 players, a 10, 4, 9. We've got 2 diamonds. So William has actually hit this quite big because he's got the gut shot and the diamonds. But Dan has the overpair kings and the nut diamonds. And he will be going absolutely nowhere. So we've got an aggressive play by William. He's betting just over half the pot. And quite reasonably, he's hit the flop. He's got 2 draws. Michel will certainly get out of the way. He's got nothing here. Now, Dan, the question on Dan is, does he call or does he raise? These are the only question he has. And looks like he's raising. So he's putting maximum pressure on William. I don't think William's going to fold because he feels he's probably ahead at the moment. He's now trying to get information from Dan, trying to find out where he is. He's uncertain now, having felt pretty good with that flop. He's now wondering, and probably quite rightly, whether Dan has the bigger draw than he does. And of course Dan does have the bigger flush draw and the overpair at the moment, so he's winning on all fronts. There's only really one way that William can win this, which is hitting 2 pairs with his king. So he can hit a jack, he can hit a 3, could hit another 10. It's whether or not he feels that he's getting enough value. So Dan's raise is putting him under really a lot of pressure, so a very good raise. And that pressure has worked. Well done, Dan. Raised with the right hand at the right time. I think he's probably going to show everyone his ace-king of diamonds. Telling everyone he's not just some goofy loose ball from Doncaster. He's a proper player. That's spelled P-L-A-Y-A. Player, which is like a player, but more Spanish. Right. That was an interesting hand, that one. So William was making the play there. He put far off 100 euros into that pot and felt that the pressure of Dan, which is very well played, perfect amount to raise as well, really inviting William to call or come over the top with and go all in, which is kind of what Dan wanted, trying to get maximum value from his draw. Now we've got another raise from Dan. He's on a roll, so this time he's raising with a substandard hand. And this is what I talked about earlier, that you'll get players raising with substandard hands and really good holdings, and he's had both. So he's consistently raising. People don't know whether he's got good hands or not. But of course, if you come back at him like Michel did, with a very good double-suited ace-king, then Dan will just fold if he doesn't have a good hand. But it's a good strategy in a cash game to be consistently aggressive and look to make the pots, and then when you hit the kind of flop that you're holding likes, then you can maximize your winnings just like Dan did in the last hand. He's put on a good display. I've had a few drinks with him in the past. I even went shooting with him in Tallinn. We went on a shooting range, and it was a lot of fun. Real guns, although of course I'm against guns. Out here it's quite normal. Farmers use them all the time, and quite fun shooting real guns, to be honest. So here we have pot brewing. We've got a few decent holdings here. Gezza's got a nice hand, king, queen, 7-6, double suited. Johan certainly should be in here with his ace, king, 10-8, one suit. Nice connecting cards there. Jens, slightly less interesting hand, but if he hits the full house like he's just hit, he's hit a full house with his fours. However, William has also hit with a jack, so William is drawing to an ace, 7 or 8. So Jens has to be careful here. He's certainly betting it. William will not go anywhere. He's certainly going to make at least the call, if not the raise. He can't put Jens on a pair of fours, so he may think his ace jack is winning. He's certainly going to call as he pushed. I think he's raised. And Jens, reluctantly, I think, puts in his money. He's winning at the moment. William is asking whether he wants to run it once or twice. So it's a very interesting hand, this one. Jens has the full house, but William is drawing to any 7, any 8, or any ace. In fact, or a jack to win the pot. So it's not as clear-cut as you might think. And often the underhouse here, where the fours are, it's fours over jacks, can be beaten. So it's a good job William doesn't have a pair in his hand, and he has 3 different cards to hit. That's the key one on this factor, and he hasn't hit one yet. And nor has he hit that one. So the first, they might be even doing 3. I don't know if they're doing 2 or 3. So Jens has got at least 50% of the pot. So again, William is looking for a 7, an 8, or an ace. Oh, there's another 6. Lots of those. And there's a 10. They're all bypassing. So that's the second one. We might well have a third one here, which happens quite a lot in Europe. Yep, we've got a third one, so it's best of 3, 9. So again, that's missed. William finally hits one. So he's got jacks over 8. So William has won a third of the pot, and Jens has won 2/3. So it's a profit there. It's a big pot of €1,000, the biggest pot of the night. So 650, 700 is going to go to Jens, and there'll be a return for William. Now, if that had just been run once, and in the UK, there are casino rules that don't really allow them to run it more than once, whereas here is slightly more liberal. Then Jens would have taken the whole pot because he won the first draw. So that was an interesting one where it was run 3 times. Jens won 2 of them. William won 1. So William gets a third of the total pot. So that's why the dealer, you'll see there in the left of the screen, the dealer is trying to split it into 3 separate pots, so he can give 2 to Jens and 1 to William. So I think William would have lost about €150 from that pot, but he could have lost a lot. So in many ways, he will feel, he should feel, he's come out of that quite well. I mean, if they only ran it twice, Jens run the first 2. So again, Jens would have had 100% of that 1.1k pot. So that was an exciting pot, wasn't it, people? Yes, he answers himself. I think we've got a misdeal. I think we've got cards flying all over the place. So they will take all the cards in and deal that again. Meanwhile, the PLO High Roller is in full swing. We're down to 2 tables, so that will become a streamed TV table later, guys, which I'll be commentating on. Obviously a different dynamic to the cash table, but the same game. Pot limit Omaha with 4 cards. So we're playing down to, I guess, 8 players for the final table. Not sure, without looking, I need to check. I'll come back to you on that, whether how many people are paid on that event. I think there were about 40-50 entries, so I'm guessing 5 will be paid. So the final table of 8, there'll probably be 2 or 3 who are not in the money, and I'm sure there will be interesting payments with probably about 12 to 15,000 for first place, but I will come back to you on that. I'll take a picture and share it with you all. So here we are, back to the action. At the moment, I think Dan is certainly the most profitable. Jens is now in profit from that big pot because he lost a big one and won a big one, and has taken 2/3 of that pot, so he's about 400 up, I think, something like that. He's got 840 in front of him, started with 300, reloaded 600, so about 250 up. Got a nice raising hand here, ace, king, 10-9. Sandor folds. Dan will certainly defend with an 8-8, jack-10, again a very playable hand. Now Michel is coming in. What's he got? Again, nice hand, king, jack, jack-10. So some good hands coming out here. Dimitri, cool hand. We've got a 3-bet from William with a double-suited hand, ace, queen, 10-5. So he's trying to thin out the opposition, but everyone has pretty good hands here, so he's not going to get too many to fold. Probably only one. I think there's been one fold. We may have folded anyway. So William building up a big pot, having just lost about 150 on the last big pot. Again, we're down to who's hit the flop best. We've got king, 3-4, 2 hearts. So William has got the flush draw. No one else does, which is interesting, but king jack brings a lot of people into it. So now Michel has a set of jacks and he's down, so I can see him making moves here. We've got ace, queen, 10 of William plus the flush draw, so that's definitely improved his hand. So we're going to see those two certainly getting a lot of chips in. We've got 75 bet from Yap, as expected, and all in. The other two will fold. And Michel will go all in. He's what's called in a hole. He's at least 300 or 400 down. They're finding out, again, probably a discussion of how many times they want to run it. So we've got the wrap and the flush draw for our Scottish friend in seat 3, William, and Michel from Holland has a set of 3s. So we'll see how many times they run it. I can't hear them, so I don't know. There's not a lot in it. You see, well, exactly, you see 50-50. There you go. Really not a lot in it. They both have perfectly good hands with this board, and it's just a matter of luck or bad luck as to how it rolls out. So the first one, the jacks hold. So that's one pot to Michel. I don't know if they're running yet. They are running another one. What's he doing?
I'm just drawing that, yeah.
Oh, and that one goes to the straight, gets hit. So I think it's 50-50 at the moment. If they're only running it twice, then they both get half the pot and have made very little on that, but they also didn't lose much, so it's all perfectly fair, that one, and they both had very good hands on that board. Set against a straight draw. A small profit there for both Michelle and William.
Oh yeah, no, we're drawing that.
Dan's gone walkabout again. Sandals up. Is he leaving the table, getting his coat? May well be getting ready to go on a break. I think they're doing a count now. Yep, we're going to go into a half-hour break. And I will see you in half an hour, everyone.
What's next? Yeah.
Plus this.
Minus 661. Or 561.
Did you do that?
Yeah, you won the last one.
I need to win like 3 candidates.
Yeah, I mean,
Right, guys, we're back with another recap. The second day is in the books of our beautiful festival here in Bratislava. 7 days total coming up. And yesterday we kicked the day off by going to the beautiful flagship restaurant. We brought our hospitality winners to go and enjoy some local food and beer. And we even got a historical lecture by Professor Frankie. The casino events started. In the casino we had the famous roulette tournament kicking off. Players battle it out at the Felts. Poker-wise, the main event started with day 1A, well over 100 players in that one, and we crowned the winner of the Sweden special event. Congratulations, Michael. Also, our charity event was held on our TV table, and finally, our own Mr. Bad Beat Stories, Maurits, got to win something, and donating all the winnings to charity might give him some good karma for future events too, who knows. More action with the hospitality crew and more today, so follow us for all the action here on our socials. guys, we're back with another recap. The second day is in the books of our beautiful festival here in Bratislava. 7 days total coming up. And yesterday we kicked the day off by going to the beautiful flagship restaurant. We brought our hospitality winners to go and enjoy some local food and beer. And we even got a historical lecture by Professor Frankie. The casino events started. In the casino we had the famous roulette tournament kicking off. Players battle it out at the Felts. Poker-wise, the main event started with day 1A, well over 100 players in that one, and we crowned the winner of the Sweet and Special event. Congratulations, Michael. Also, our charity event was held on our TV table, and finally, our own Mr. Bad Beat Stories, Maurits, got to win something, and donating all the winnings to charity might give him some good karma for future events too, who knows. More action with the hospitality crew and more today, so follow us for all the action here on our socials. Right guys, we're back with another recap. The second day is in the books of our beautiful festival here in Bratislava. 7 days total coming up. And yesterday we kicked the day off by going to the beautiful flagship restaurant. We brought our hospitality winners to go and enjoy some local food and beer. And we even got a historical lecture by Professor Frankie. The casino events started. In the casino we had the famous roulette tournament kicking off. Players battle it out at the Felts. Poker-wise, the main event started with day 1A, well over 100 players in that one, and we crowned the winner of the Sweet and Special event. Congratulations, Michael. Also, our charity event was held on our TV table, and finally, our own Mr. Bad Beat Stories, Maurits, got to win something, and donating all the winnings to charity might give him some good karma for future events too, who knows. More action with the hospitality crew and more today, so follow us for all the action here on our socials. guys, we're back with another recap. The second day is in the books of our beautiful festival here in Bratislava. 7 days total coming up. And yesterday we kicked the day off by going to the beautiful flagship restaurant. We brought our hospitality winners to go and enjoy some local food and beer. And we even got a historical lecture by Professor Frankie. The casino events started. In the casino we had the famous roulette tournament kicking off. Players battle it out at the Felts. Poker-wise, the main event started with day 1A, well over 100 players in that one, and we crowned the winner of the Sweet and Special event. Congratulations, Michael. Also, our charity event was held on our TV table, and finally, our own Mr. Bad Beat Stories, Maurits, got to win something, and donating all the winnings to charity might give him some good karma for future events too, who knows. More action with the hospitality crew and more today, so follow us for all the action here on our socials. Right guys, we're back with another recap. The second day is in the books of our beautiful festival here in Bratislava. 7 days total coming up. And yesterday we kicked the day off by going to the beautiful flagship restaurant. We brought our hospitality winners to go and enjoy some local food and beer. And we even got a historical lecture by Professor Frankie. The casino events started. In the casino we had the famous roulette tournament kicking off. Players battle it out at the Felts. Poker-wise, the main event started with day 1A, well over 100 players in that one, and we crowned the winner of the Sweet and Special event. Congratulations, Michael. Also, our charity event was held on our TV table, and finally, our own Mr. Bad Beat Stories, Maurits, got to win something, and donating all the winnings to charity might give him some good karma for future events too, who knows. More action with the hospitality crew and more today, so follow us for all the action here on our socials. Right, guys, we're back with another recap. The second day is in the books of our beautiful festival here in Bratislava. 7 days total coming up. And yesterday we kicked the day off by going to the beautiful flagship restaurant. We brought our hospitality winners to go and enjoy some local food and beer. And we even got a historical lecture by Professor Frankie. The casino events started. In the casino we had the famous roulette tournament kicking off. Players battle it out at the Felts. Poker-wise, the main event started with day 1A, well over 100 players in that one, and we crowned the winner of the Sweet and Special event. Congratulations, Michael. Also, our charity event was held on our TV table, and finally, our own Mr. Bad Beat Stories, Maurits, got to win something, and donating all the winnings to charity might give him some good karma for future events too, who knows. More action with the hospitality crew and more today, so follow us for all the action here on our socials.
Welcome everyone back to Casino Banco here in Bratislava. We are playing the festival, and this particular event is the feature table of the High Roller PLO. €1,000 to buy in. I'll give you some details on it. So we had 62 players enter, so that's 62,000 in the pot. And we have 3 tables left, so we're joining you with this feature table and 2 other tables left, 20 players left. 8 players will receive the money, and we go from 2,400, the bottom payment, right up to a lovely sum of 20,000 for the winner. So the winner of this event will get 20,000, 11, 8, 7, 7, 5, 9 and downwards. So here we have our first hand that we can see. We've got a set of kings against a straight, but there's also a flush on board. So seat 3 didn't really want to get too much action, and nor did seat 4. So we needed to see a house for the kings and the Jack-9 and made a straight on the flop, but obviously was not going to bet too much more into it because there was a made flush. So I think they're both fairly relieved on that one. Could have been worse. And players are now joining the table. Don't know many of the players on this table, haven't played against many of them, except for seat 5. Seat 5 is a very nice young man, Irish player, lives in London, called Josh. Josh and I have been chatting, and we played together in Tallinn. He won a satellite to this event for €200. It was a satellite yesterday, and he won a seat for 200. There's some fantastic satellites here at the festival into most of the events. Satellites nightly for the main event. You get about 70 runners and 16 seats for the 500k guaranteed main event. But here we are in the high roller PLO. I mean, 62 runners is a very impressive amount. If I remember rightly, last year there were about half of that, or less than 30. So around about 30. I have no idea why Josh has got that rather strange pink pig on his stack. So he's raising with a Queen 7-8 one suit, and in late position, nothing wrong with that because there's been lots of folds in front of him. But seat 3 did a re-raise, so that's an interesting one. King 10-4. Hasn't really hit anyone, so aggression will win this pot, or it may be checked down and the queens will hold. So we've now got 3-4, so we've now got a much better holding for seat 3 for Mr. UC. He's got a wrap around the 3-4, he's got a 2-5-6. May well bet this, I would be. So he wants to put the pressure on, but Josh has also picked up a flush draw as well as his pair of queens, so I don't think he's going to be folding too quickly. So the bet was 27 into round about 50. Don't think he'll raise, but I could see a call, perfectly valid to make a call here. So now we've got 100k in the pot. They've got about 360k each, and Josh makes his flush. So probably he's only got the queen flush. I could see a check here. I don't think he'll go too mad on this. He may bet for value if he feels that his opposition is unlikely to have bet a flush draw, but I think I favour the check, and so does Josh. The only way Mr. UC is going to win this is by betting, and he's making a bet. I don't think Josh is going to fold though, so he's representing a big flush, and I'm pretty sure Josh will just call here. He doesn't like it. He's got the third flush. Doesn't like it at all, but I can't think he's going to fold. It's a strong bet by seat 3. I do like the play. It's a very strong bet. It's putting a lot of pressure on Josh. Can he see his way through? Looks like he's going to call. He's getting his chips ready. He's got 75 there. Yep, made the call. He's going to have the good news that he made the right call. That's a lovely pot of 250k. He's increased his stack significantly. Mr. UC has to show the bluff. To be fair, he had a lovely turn and got unlucky on the river really. So he had a straight draw on the turn, but Josh called. And there's nothing wrong with the bet. The only way he was going to win that pot was by betting, because he literally had nothing. We're seeing everyone's surnames here. It's a shame because I quite like their first names. Don't know whether anyone hearing can help me out with that. I'm going to have to call them Mr. Simovic, Mr. UC, Mr. Yuha, Mr. Herald. So we see the rundown there. We've got 67 big blinds down to 18 big blinds. Still enough play for Mr. Fisher and Mr. Herald. They're short stacked, relatively speaking, but still anything around 20 big blinds in PLO is enough to play with. You have to be more selective on your hands. Mr. UC lost about 125k, significant percentage of his stack. This young man with the glasses, I recognise him, Mr. Simovic. I think he's a very good player. He's raised with an ace queen 10-8. and Josh folded because he's got 3 kings rather than 2. If he had king, king, jack 10, he'd be calling or re-raising. But with the 3 kings, he's got his own outs, and you can only count 2 of them, as I'm sure you all know. So we've got a call from Mr. Herald, who's in position and has a medium holding of king, queen, 9-4. Has to hit. Has hit a 9, but the 7-9 has also hit Mr. Simovich's up and down draw, 8-10. I would think he'll bet this as the initial aggressor. Plus, no, he's decided not to. He's now opened the door to Mr. Herald to make a bet. He's actually winning with a 9. I think there was an opportunity there for Mr. Simovich to bet with the up and down draw, but he decided against it and opened the door for the short stack to increase his stack. Now if you win 30 or 40k, you've got 140k, so it's quite a big percentage of your stack. So it's a significant pot for a short stack. So we've got 6 players on this table, and like I said before, when we started this broadcast, there were 20 in total. So we're 6 on this table and 7 on each of the other tables. They always try and keep the tables balanced. So if we lose a player here, there'll be a player coming from one of the other tables. We've got Mr. Yusi is an aggressive young man. Look at this, a raise to 24 with an awful hand of 2-4-4 king, no suit. Mr. Simovich is folding a much superior hand, and this is the value of aggression. It's an early raise as well, so what he's saying to the rest of the table, all of whom have much better hands, is I have a really good hand. So it's an interesting move to raise early in position. He's now showing the bluff to everyone. They're all smiling, knowing full well they had better hands. It's a little bit of a cheeky move there. Look lads, I can bluff you all out of a pot. I still have power. And a lot of wry smiles. Sometimes it's good to show, almost advertise that you have the skills to and the courage to be able to raise with anything. Sometimes it's a bit foolhardy because you may well get called when you don't want to be called. Or you can advertise that you're a player that with that ability, have the nuts, make the same move and get paid. So different ways of looking at that particular showing the hand. We've got a decent hand on the button. Probably going to see a raise. He's gone from 144 to 204, so he's raised his stack by about 30-35%. So he's making a play late position with a reasonable hand, but nothing particularly special. We've got a flop of 10-8-3, 2 hearts. The 10 has hit for Mr. Yusi, our aggressor in the previous hand. But no one, they both checked that one. Jack 10. So again, no real improvement from either of them. We've got a gut shot with the ace queen. So the king will hold if there's no more betting. I don't think either of them are going to bet, so he's going to win this one with a 10, 2 pairs, 10s and 3s, and a king kicker. So Mr. Yushi, having lost that big pot, has clawed back about 70k from his aggressive play. And he has 40 big blinds, 39 big blinds. So we go from 67. Josh is the chip leader on the table, having won 100,000 from Mr. Yusi, and Simovic in seat 4 has got 463k, which is 57 big blinds at the moment, because blinds are 4-8. There is no ante in PLO tournament, so you will get a small blind of 4, big blind of 8, and that's it. And that makes for a lot of play. I remember playing a PLO tournament in England, in Luton, and for 2 hours, and I mean 2 hours, I had between 2 and 6 big blinds, so much less than our short stack on this table. And then I had some hands, and I won some pots, and ended up winning that tournament from 2 hours of 2 to 6 big blinds. And it's incredible how much play. And I was even raising with 2 big blinds and having to fold on a re-raise, and then going back down to 2 to 4 big blinds. So it was a real, what's called, grind, but it was worth it, because then I was able to come out of that and start to grow my stack at the right time. So never worry about having a short stack in Omaha. It really can be built back up at any time. On the other hand, I can have a big stack like I did last week in a different tournament in Bratislava, and then manage to lose it all in about 2 hours. So yeah, works both ways. Here we have a raise by the aggressive Mr. Yusi. Does he actually have a hand here? Not much opposition with hands. Mr. Yuha looks like he's going to defend. He still has cards. We can't see what they are at the moment. Yep, he has. So we've got ace, king, jack on the flop. Can't see either of their hands, but I suspect Mr. UC will... Okay, don't know what happened there. Run to a new hand. Let's move on. Blinds of 4-8, there's 12k in the pot. So the maximum anyone can raise is the pot, so it's their 8k plus the 20 that the pot is. So we have a raise on the button by the aggressive Mr. UC. I think people on the table are beginning to realise he doesn't necessarily have to have a hand to raise. So they'll certainly call with a decent hand. Mr. Simovic has called with a good holding of King, Queen, Queen 2. We have hearts. No one has hearts. Mr. Simovic will be checking this, and here aggression can win. I'm pretty sure he's the type of player that's going to bet. Certainly is. There we go. And I think with an ace king there, and he only having queens, well, he's hit the king, but certainly suspicious of his neighbour, having seen the plays and moves that he's been making. But he may well elect to fold this. He hasn't got a flush draw, he's only got a king, he hasn't got an ace, he hasn't got a straight draw. Depends if he believes him or not. Nice. I guess right now doesn't believe, because he has made a very good raise. Well done. So he worked out that Mr. UC was at it again, and that advertising of the bluff earlier worked very much against him with that hand, because although he wasn't that strong, Mr. Simovic just felt, right, I don't think you've got it, I'm going to find out by raising. Made the raise, and Mr. UC folded like a pack of cards. But at least he's trying to play the poker. He's trying to make moves and create action in this tournament. You can 20k up top, first place, so You have to take everyone's chips one way or other. Lots of different ways of doing it, of course. So Josh, who's the chip leader on the table, has been playing very conservatively, very tight, which is kind of his game at the moment. Whereas the opposite, Mr. UC, is trying very hard to get into pots and to bluff his way through, but has lost 200,000 since we started this feature table. There is a 4-5-6 Omaha tomorrow night here at the festival. That means you play a level or a round of each. 4 cards, then 5, and then 6. I hope to be playing that myself tomorrow. Looking forward to that, with a horse tournament earlier. So lots of very, very good side events here at Casino Banco during the festival.
You don't play anymore. You try to fold to money.
Mr. UC shouting across to Franca, who's on one of the other tables, who might have had the odd beverage or two. I think he had 2 bullets, maybe 3, in this €1,000 buy-in. Not cheap. Some people have got too much money. So again, a very loose raise by Mr. UC. If anyone has anything they should be calling, they must know at this point he's the most aggressive player and really doesn't necessarily have a hand. So that's why Mr. Herald in C8 is calling. Now he really doesn't have much of a hand either, in fact very similar hand, very even hands. But he knows that Mr. UC's range is so wide that it's worth calling and seeing a flop. And in fact he's hit a flush draw and a gut shot, which is in pretty good shape. Shouldn't really be folding against this particular player. So he's going to follow through and be aggressive for sure. And if I was C8, even though I had a short stack, I'd have to back. Your first instinct was, I'm going to call you with this hand because I know you're at it. Now you've actually hit. So it's poor play to now fold once you've actually hit a draw when you didn't believe the raise in the first place. But we'll see what he does. So Mr. UC is putting the pressure on, 21k into 40, half the pot bet. Yeah, looks like he's going to call all raise actually. He saw the raise get through before. Yep, there he goes. He's raising, putting maximum pressure on. Mr. UC has absolutely nothing on this flop and will fold. So great play there. Would he have done that if he hadn't hit? Don't know. Did he plan to do that whatever happened? Don't know. Quite possibly. I think Mr. UC's over-aggression is very much working against him. Maybe the idea of being on a feature table on TV and his mates watching is too much for him. The star quality going to his head. But so far, probably not the best way of playing a 1,000 buy-in Potlit Omaha tournament. You can be too aggressive sometimes and then just get picked off, which is what's happened to him about 4 times now. We have another raise to 18k by Mr. UC. Mr. Simovic folds. Yeah, it's quite a nice hand actually, a connected hand. We now have another fold. All the big blind call. Big blinders, I think, called, yep. So, and he has 3, 5, 6, 10. Now this time Mr. UC does have a better hand than usual. So this is where aggression can work. He's actually hit the flop as well. He smacked the flop with a king. Got king ace on a king, king, queen board. He's slow playing it though. So this is where he may get paid. I'm sure he's going to bet now about 20. Okay, I think he bet 15. And this time, because his opponent didn't really hit anything, he wins. But he didn't win a lot. He only won about 18k from that, or 20k. The other thing I notice here is that Mr. UC makes a big pile of his chips, so he's making a big, kind of a statement in many ways. Psychologically, if I was another player on the table, I'd be reading that as a weakness really. You know, you don't need to build a big tower like that. Most of the other players have got them in order, sensible numbers of something like 20 of each, and don't feel the need to make a large phallic shape of your chips. He's a very interesting character, Mr. UC. I will say hello to him once we've finished here.
Service, please.
I think he's raising again. Oh, there, he's on the cognac, whacking that back. This time, seat 7, who's hardly played a hand, but a 7, 7, 9, 10 double suited, nice hand, has raised. And has hit a flush draw. Mr. UC has hit an ace. So I don't know whether Mr. Yuha will follow through, having made the initial raise. He has hit the flop, albeit only a flush draw. But it looks like the aggression of Mr. Yuha has gone through. Good. So he followed through, did have a draw, the flush draw, but was representing a higher hand, and Mr. UC had only hit an ace with no real draw. So well played, young man. I think it's just about the first hand he's played since we started.
Does it run on different speed?
I thought, you know, it's like on the same server, so it's supposed to be showing the same thing.
Maybe this is the delayed stream version. So we are having a double delay.
Delay on delay.
Got a lot of folding going on. I'm sure seat 3 won't be folding. Seat 1, who is the short stack on the table, reasonable hand there, but because he's a short stack, is worried about getting involved. Just got a call there from Mr. UC with a 4, 5, 9, 10. Mr. Simovic is interested in his stack and has a double suited connected hand. May well raise here. Yep, I think we're seeing a pot raise. An immediate call. Mr. UC doesn't like leaving chips behind. These little soldiers in a battle. 2-5 king. So they both hit a 5. But Mr. Simovic has hit king 5. He's hit top 2. He's going to bet, and it's quite disguised really. And that's why seat 3 has elected to call. So Mr. UC has again not hit anything here. King 5 is still winning, and can't actually, no, can't be beaten. He's going to bet. I don't think he'll get a call this time. If he does, it's a very strange call because he really has nothing. No. Okay, so good initial raise by Mr. Simovic against a very loose player, and hit 2 pairs, knew he was ahead. He's even got a call on the flop. So Mr. UC is playing fast and loose, and loosing, bit of an English joke there, loosing his chips fairly quickly. If I remember rightly, he started on about 450 and is down to about 200 now. And that's not because he's been unlucky, he just likes to be in every pot and raise with very weak holdings. This is a lovely hand. 8, 9, Queen Jack double suited, definitely worth the raise. Mr. Harold raised. Now, this is a kind of hand that Mr. UC may get involved with, but doesn't. I think he will get respect around the table. What does Josh have? He's interested, so he may well have a good hand. Chip leader. He's got Ace, Jack, Jack 5. So certainly be a call. Yeah, there's no value in him raising. He's out of position. Probably needs to hit 2 pairs or his Jack. King, King 10. That's a pretty good flop for C8, the original raiser, Mr. Harold. He's up and down, and has to probably find out whether there's a king about. But right now, technically, Mr. Stewart is winning with the 2 pairs, the Jacks and the Kings, which is why I liked favouring the bet, but he's now betting on the turn, and I think we'll see a fold, yeah. So I like, you could bet the flop there. You certainly need to bet the turn with that draw, the Queen Jack 9. I think by checking back on the flop, he learnt that Josh did not have a king in his hand, otherwise he probably would have bet it. So I think he felt safe enough to bet his draw. And of course he was the initial aggressor, so he's representing a better hand than he actually had. The blinds are now up to 510k, makes the maths a lot easier. So when people raise, you can work out exactly what it is. So here we have a raise, big raise to 26,000 with again a very variable hand of 4, 7, 8, 10. I'm sure Josh has been watching what's been going on. Oh wow, unfolds a good hand. Very tight play there, didn't want to take the risk that Mr. UC may actually have a hand in, and oh no, don't do that. He's showing the bluff again. His ego is dictating his play. It's just not a good move because he's setting up people to call him with less than premium hands and be ahead. I don't like that. One show is fine. It's a bit of fun and it shows you've got, you know, courage and skills, but if you show them all the time, you're just not going to get believed, and he raises a lot. Oh well, I'm not expecting to see him last too long on this table the way he's playing, but he may surprise me, you never know. He's down to 30 big blinds. The line in poker is usually 10 big blinds where you have to, you know, commit to your hand and a pot. In Omaha, like I said earlier, when I lasted 2 hours on 2 to 6 big blinds, because there's no antes, you really can last a lot longer in PLO and be a lot more patient. So that fold by Josh Stewart, even though he's chip leader, was a solid fold really, because he had a decent hand, but it wasn't a premium hand, and he may feel he's just wasting chips by calling or even re-raising there. So how many blinds you have in relation to the blind situation is vital. So seat 1 is now down to 11 big blinds. He's on that line that he really, if he plays a hand, he probably has to commit to it and go all the way. If he calls a raise or raises himself, he'll be putting about a third of his stack into the pot. And here we go. Mr. UC, I think it looks like just a call actually. I don't know how much he's putting in. I can't hear them, so I think that's just a call. Mr. Simovic has... Oh, he's folded quite a nice little low rundown hand. Mr. Yuha has a hand, double suited queens, a perfectly reasonable hand. Mr. UC actually called, so again very strange. He's calling with a good hand, 7, 10, 10 jack, not raising when he's raised with poor hands. Now he is inducing another player to raise, which I'm sure Mr. Yuha will, but Mr. Yuha has a better hand, a slightly better hand anyway, than Mr. UC. So he's raised to 30. We'll see what happens when it comes back around. Now this may well be, yep, here we go. This has to be his stand hand. So he's putting it all in, 100,000. Mr. UC is posturing and looking like he's going to put more chips in, but he will fold. He'd be absolutely mad to call the tightest player on the table with a holding like 7, 10, 10 jack, although it is double suited, so you know, you may consider it. But I think if he's sensible here, because he also has a player behind him that's raised, so he may have a really big hand. So he's in the middle, piggy in the middle. He has to fold, I think, but he may think different. I know I would fold this hand in this position because, oh wow, look at this. Yeah. Is he just playing up to the camera, or is he serious? He's got it. Usually when a player brings their hand up and looks at it like that, and almost like their neighbour can see it as well. Lots of checking how much the opposition guy has, etc, etc. But if he does raise or call, then Mr. Yuha will have to fold, I think. You can't really call here, you can only raise. Okay, we have a call. So both have got suited diamonds. With Mr. Fisher, the short stack, he's the player at risk, having the better hand. He's got an ace king and a better flush draw, whereas Mr. Yuha has a pair of queens. So although Mr. Yuha is winning right now, he's not favourite to win this hand. Ace king jack 10 as a holding is a lot better than queen queen 7-5, which is why he's 65% favourite. But anything can happen. 7-5-3. So the two queens have hit two pairs. Oh, there's an ace. So Mr. Fisher needs to hit a king, jack 10 or an ace, and does not. So two pairs will win, and we lose our first player at the feature table. He got it in with a good hand, but once Mr. Yuha is raised to 30, he's not going to fold for another 70, and he had a good enough hand to call. Got lucky by hitting his two smaller cards, or danglers as we call them, and he's on a break. He's taken quite a big pot really, because there was 100,000 and a little bit from the blinds there, and he only had 200,000 to start with, so he's increased his stack by about 50%. I think probably waiting for player to come in, because we're now down to 5 on the feature table, and to balance the tables, I guess we'll be bringing someone in from another table. The break will be in about half an hour, and we may well get a different feature table, which is what we'd usually do. I don't run that, I just talk to you all about the hands. So here we've got a nice chip count here. Josh is still chip leader with 500k, but I don't know if you remember, but he had 65 big blinds before, and because the blinds have gone up, he's down to 50 big blinds. And it's a lot more even because the bottom is 26 big blinds because he increased his stack there, as opposed to the 11 big blinds and 15 big blinds we had earlier. So lots of changes happening, waiting for new players to come in. We can just relax. Or maybe they're actually starting a break now, I don't know. Oh, I need to stretch myself. Oh, there we go. It's not the most comfortable here. Someone can send me a massage girl on the house, that would be great. Back's hurting me. I'm too old for all this. So the players are just chilling a bit whilst waiting for a new player, because obviously they have to be mic'd up so we can hear them, and all their chips checked. And I think we are on a break. See you back in half an hour.
Right, guys, we're back with another recap. The second day is in the books of our beautiful festival here in Bratislava. 7 days total coming up. And yesterday we kicked the day off by going to the beautiful flagship restaurant. We brought our hospitality winners to go and enjoy some local food and beer. And we even got a historical lecture by Professor Frankie. The casino events started. In the casino we had the famous roulette tournament kicking off. Players battle it out at the Felts. Poker-wise, the main event started with day 1A, well over 100 players in that one, and we crowned the winner of the Sweet and Special event. Congratulations, Michael. Also, our charity event was held on our TV table, and finally, our own Mr. Bad Beat Stories, Maurits, got to win something, and donating all the winnings to charity might give him some good karma for future events too, who knows. More action with the hospitality crew and more today, so follow us for all the action here on our socials. Right, guys, we're back with another recap. The second day is in the books of our beautiful festival here in Bratislava. 7 days total coming up. And yesterday we kicked the day off by going to the beautiful flagship restaurant. We brought our hospitality winners to go and enjoy some local food and beer. And we even got a historical lecture by Professor Frankie.
Let's play. Sir, he's a big blind. Seat number 1 is big blind. Or what?
We both joined the team.
I think he has to be single big.
Where was the blind?
There is a button. There is a button.
He has to be single big.
I have a big blind last time. I now I have a small blind.
Yeah, you are small, big blind, they don't play.
Yeah.
Correct? You cannot play, you need to play.
No, but I think he's still single big.
No, I'm big. I'm big.
The guy who busted.
Yes, I'm big. I'm
Well,
big.
then he can be. He can be.
Yeah, he can be big then. Yeah,
He
that's
passes
good.
on the big blind?
Yes,
Then
yeah,
small
yeah.
blind, big blind.
No, big only big blind.
No, small blind, big blind.
No, it's then it's not correct because
How can he join in small
No,
blind?
no, he can't.
You can't join the
He can.
From
He
the
can.
broken table, he can play all position, guys. Small blind, big blind.
How he can play join in
No,
small blind?
From
it's
the
not.
broken
It-
table, players
sir-
can play all position.
Sir, then it's
Button was
then it's
button,
wrong. Then it's wrong.
sorry.
That's so
Big blind
wrong.
busted.
Going here, small blind, big blind.
But big blind busted.
So,
Yeah, but
Sir,
you
guys,
you are the
broken
big blind.
table, small blind, big blind. We continue.
That's a mistake for sure.
Promise you 100%.
100%. That's a mistake.
You can
yeah.
play any position, sir, from broken table, yes. CDA rules, yes.
Okay, the clock is running, so.
Yes, we are playing small blind, big blind.
I can't change the decision.
That's weird.
I work in a casino myself.
Yeah,
I've never seen
yeah.
this happen.
So do I. I work in a casino.
Yeah, it's never happened.
I've never seen this ever happen.
Two people at the table telling you.
I mean, we can't change his decision, you know? But this can't ever happen.
You can just go and ask him.
Yeah, of course.
Yes. Sir, ask somebody now. Now you are wrong, but
Now it's too late.
it's fine. I don't know.
Floor is the Bible on the table, so you know. I guess we just have
They
to
take
go with it.
5% from the prize pool, but it's not advertised ever. Anywhere.
That's okay for me. I don't mind. I'm gonna maybe raise.
I need to complain a little.
No, I fold.
Yeah,
I
come on.
fold.
That's the second hand
Yeah.
so far.
Second fold. But it was against him because he made a mistake. That was the reason I wouldn't raise. That was weird. That's very weird.
I did cards for like 6 years. I have never seen this happen.
I don't.
I like that explanation.
Yeah. I drink my cognac. I don't care.
Cheers.
Are the whole cards been shown on TV?
Sorry?
The whole cards been shown?
Yes,
Yeah.
half an hour delay.
But you have to make them weirder like this.
And it's not TV, it's a Twitch channel with like 50
You have
viewers.
kings. You have kings. Every time.
That's a fucking sexy man.
Oh. He wins. He gonna get a flush. Diamonds.
Well, tell me this. I'm so happy,
Yeah.
and I want to stay happy.
So that's bad luck. That's bad luck. It's okay. Luck.
Bring his cards in.
Good luck.
You don't mean that.
Well, you know, look.
Don't say that if you don't mean that.
No, I mean, good luck. Like, if I'm gonna lose all in, where I'm ahead, I wanted to be for this.
Start.
Oh, wow. Okay, wait.
You have straight. You have straight. You have straight.
Yeah, I have a strip, but
And a flush ring.
I'm just looking if there's like bet which possible, but not because he has
That's the
flush.
best. And he have 9 too.
Yeah.
Turn
Yeah.
queen of clubs, then you have a royal flush redraw.
No, but he has a jack, so he blocks me. For
The
my-
river is a diamond.
Yeah.
You're gonna win. River is a diamond. For sure.
Hata.
Acha wins. Acha wins.
Don't say another thing.
No, he have full house. He wins. Queen's full of jacks.
Yeah.
Maybe he have that rule too.
Okay, wait, so now you are small blind, I'm big blind, or how because you can start on small blind.
How it's going now?
Definitely big blind this time.
Are we sure?
Sir, sir.
Can I move there to
He
small?
must here. I'm a small blind now. And he's a big one.
Good try, good try.
It's normal CDA rules. It's the last CDA rule. Each player can play any position on table. New player can play any position on table.
Like phones? No, no phones. Telephone.
Sure, it's mobile there on the table.
It's okay, that table.
That's a good seat to have. Yeah, my phone is like 5 meters away from me. That's the fold.
I check go. I check.
There's the first check blind.
€250 entry things day 2 sometimes?
Yeah, sometimes they are. Yeah, I played one last weekend and you end up playing the €250 tournament and the day 2 the first prize is 11k and you play there like for 20 hours.
You're not min cash already? I think I would shoot myself if I come to day 2 and it's not even money yet.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Just the full thing.
What's that case? Because I played a 3K side event of some WPT which had like 50 entries or something, and they made a final table picture with 9 people while only 5 were in the money.
That's cool. You gotta show it to your kids and grandkids.
They uploaded on Instagram. Final table WPT 3K high roller. And half the table isn't even in the money.
I've seen people post on Facebook. Made another final table and not even been the money yet.
Yeah, this is basically this.
Like fucking 20 players. How many bikes do you need?
Nice, huh? I played bad sometimes. I had a bit of habit.
There's no point lying either. You'll see it in 30 minutes. So.
I had aces.
Aces.
I have aces. And I have last draw ace. I have ace king on that.
Hi everyone, we're back from the break and we have 2 new players on the table in seat 1 and seat 6, I think. I don't know, I guess get the names in a minute. Seat 1 seems to have a decent stack, similar to Mr. Simovic. And seat 3, our loosey-goosey player, is on the button and doesn't raise. So he's been raising every hand, but he's on the button and doesn't raise. Mr. Simovic Looks like he's just made a call. Blinds are 5-10. We have 15 players left. 2 tables. Blinds are still 5-10. So one table has been broken. We're down to 15. Table of 7 here and 8 on the other table. So we're getting near the final table. 7 more to go and we will have our final table. King Queen 3. We have Mr. Simovic, who has top 2. And Josh is coming in. Mr. Stewart with a call. Can't see his holding at the moment. Certainly there's 2 spades there, so there could be a flush draw. Could be a straight draw. This is fun. We can like guess the hand. Ace Jack 10. Be a nice hand to have with a King Queen on board. He doesn't tend to play hands that will meet the 3-5. So we've seen a 30k bet and a flat call. Now Mr. Stewart, Josh, knows that Mr. Simovic is not a loose player. So he must be calling with a very good drawing hand or a fairly equivalent hand. May even have a King Queen as well. I can't see his hand on the system and nor can you. But this is fun because we can guess. So he could have Ace King or Ace Queen. I think he's lost with the check thing. What have we got? I can't see his hand there either. So your guess is as good as mine. Okay, here we go. Josh made a couple of calls. Probably had a flush draw. Not flush draw, maybe. It might be an Ace King or an Ace Queen, so he had some equity in hitting 2 pairs or 3 of a kind. Because I don't think he calls twice with anything less. Be back with you in a minute. Right, we are back in the action. Blinds are still 5-10. So we're going to have a Mr. Dowling in seat 1. And he's well stacked like I thought. He's equivalent of the chip leader on the table, 500k. Back to Mr. Simovic, who's one of the chip leaders as well, with Mr. Stewart. Ace Queen 7-4. It's on the small blind though, against an unknown player, so we're going to see at least a call if not a raise. Yep, it's a raise. So he's made a full pot raise to 30k. He's put the pressure on. He's only up against 1 player. He's got a suited Ace Queen. Nothing wrong with that play. He's going to find out whether the big blind had anything at all. Now I have played against the big blind a few times and pretty solid Omaha player, I would say. Not a lot of flair, but knows what he's doing, quite kind of analytical and mathematical about the game. So whereas a player like Josh has slightly more flair, I would say. So there's an interesting matchup if those two get it on in another pot.
No king, ace.
The graphics taking a while to catch up. Mr. Simovic folds. Josh is on the button. And we've got a fold, so we've got a raise now from the small blind this time, so, and a push. And we have an all-in situation. So we have small blind at risk, but Mr. Yuha has woken up with ace jack 7, 1 suit. It was only 50k from the new player that came into seat 6. Mr. Yuha must be smiling at the moment until we see both the hand and the flop, but at the moment he's in pretty good shape. It's a good hand, 7, 8, 10, 10. If it hits that middle range, we've got spades, we've got straights, we've got tens. So a lot of cards to hit. It's not as simple as the aces will definitely win. So it's all flop dependent, this one. And bang, the 10-8 has smacked a straight. So now the aces are a big dog against a made straight. Oh, what's that mean to the camera? And now has increased. It's now got a set of jacks, so any ace, any 7, or any jack. So still fairly short, about 10-12%, very unlikely. So the short stack has doubled up with what is a nice holding. I mean, a 7-8-10-10 is connected. It was suited, one suit. You had a pair, so you hit that middle flop of Queen Jack 9s fairly squarely in the mouth. You will double up. Well done, sir.
I can tell you one thing. Everybody hates Swedish people. Norwegia and Finnish. We hate Swedish people.
Okay. Is there any particular reason, or?
That's the reason. They are from Sweden. Yeah, that's the reason. That's the only reason they are from fucking Sweden.
So now we have a push from the loose Mr. UC, but this time he does have a good hand. 8 Jack Jack Queen, 1 suit, similar to the 7-8-10-10 we saw from the short stack before. Don't know whether he'll get looked up or not. Everyone knows he's very loose. Both these players have enough to call and survive. We don't know what they've got at the moment. Mr. Yuha obviously has to think about this one. He obviously has some kind of hand that's worth thinking about. Looks like he's reaching for chips.
Oh, I have a...
And there's two players in. So our seat 8 is called with Ace Jack 9-8, which in most cases will be ahead of Mr. UC's range with the kind of hands he's been raising with. But we have 3 to the flop. 5-6 king. We don't know what Mr. Yuha has, but he's checking. I think they're just waiting for the 3,000 to come in, and then they're going to either call or use it as a raising opportunity, because they've got to also realise they're up against each other. I would think these two will probably check it down unless they hit a very big hand. The jacks of Mr. UC may well be winning here, because I can't see Mr. Yuha's hand, but he's not playing it like he's got a king. So unless he's got queens, I think the jacks will win. So he has trebled up from, yes, what a great player you are, sir. You play rubbish all day and get lucky with a semi-reasonable hand.
I get the maximum.
Not sure it's quite deserving of a world championship belt, but there you go.
Wait.
Oh, there's money coming out. No, that's just paying the waitress. I thought we were going to have some side bet here that he'll win the tournament from here. I'll take that bet, sir. I'll take that bet that you'll be out in half an hour. How about that? And the reason he trebled up there was the 2 players who also didn't have particularly good hands know that he will raise with absolutely anything, and often their hands, their holdings, although not strong on paper, may well be ahead of his. So it was they were unfortunate they didn't hit their ace or their queen or whatever, and the jacks held.
Nakonec zjistíme, kde je ten streaming. Nevím, kde je ten streaming. Kde je ten stream?
So now I think we are going into a full break. And we'll be back in 20 minutes or so.
Right, guys, we're back with another recap. The second day is in the books of our beautiful festival here in Bratislava. 7 days total coming up. And yesterday we kicked the day off by going to the beautiful flagship restaurant. We brought our hospitality winners to go and enjoy some local food and beer. And we even got a historical lecture by Professor Frankie. The casino events started. In the casino we had the famous roulette tournament kicking off. Players battle it out at the Felts. Poker-wise, the main event started with Day 1A, well over 100 players in that one, and we crowned the winner of the Sweet and Special event. Congratulations, Michael. Also, our charity event was held on our TV table, and finally, our own Mr. Bad Beat Stories, Maurits, got to win something, and donating all the winnings to charity might give him some good karma for future events too, who knows. More action with the hospitality crew and more today, so follow us for all the action here on our socials. Right, guys, we're back with another recap. The second day is in the books of our beautiful festival here in Bratislava. 7 days total coming up. And yesterday we kicked the day off by going to the beautiful flagship restaurant. We brought our hospitality winners to go and enjoy some local food and beer. And we even got a historical lecture by Professor Frankie. The casino events started. In the casino we had the famous roulette tournament kicking off. Players battle it out at the Felts. Poker-wise, the main event started with Day 1A, well over 100 players in that one, and we crowned the winner of the Sweet and Special event. Congratulations, Michael. Also, our charity event was held on our TV table, and finally, our own Mr. Bad Beat Stories, Maurits, got to win something, and donating all the winnings to charity might give him some good karma for future events too, who knows. More action with the hospitality crew and more today, so follow us for all
Don't bear the board yet. Don't bear the board in the center.
Or the other way around.
Oh, that was that. Now it's not coming. Okay, good luck, guys.
Welcome back, everyone. We had a few technical issues there, but it's timed beautifully with Mr. UC, our most aggressive player, going out against a full house on the turn. He was well behind on the flop. 3 jacks against a queen. And as I predicted, I think about an hour ago, that he would be out about half an hour later. So I think my prediction came true there. So we're now down to probably about 14 players. We still have 2 tables. And it'll be 6 and 7. So we're down to 13 players. Until we get to our final table of 8 players. So someone who certainly built up a stack is seat 8, done very well there. And we still have our existing chip leaders, with our new player in seat 1 having the same kind of stack as Josh Stewart in seat 5. And our short stack, of course, doubled up earlier. We saw that about half an hour ago. We've got a good holding here for Mr. Stewart. 9-10 Jack Ace. So nice hand, but he's playing very, very solid poker. And he's out of position, so he's folded that. So he's certainly a very solid player, more solid than I am, for sure. And we have a new player joining the table, so the tables are balanced. So Mr. Dowling is an Irishman by the look of that flag. Welcome, sir. As an existing Irish... now, you see, that's interesting. This player I know a lot about, because I have played with Rob Harkins, who's in seat 2. I played with him in London for about 20 years. A well-known PLO player, tries to get in most PLO tournaments that happen around the UK, especially in London. In the old days, we played some very, very wild dealer's choice games. He's quite a kind of analytical, what's called dour Scot. Doesn't say a lot. In fact, says very little, to be honest. Very analytical in his play. Doesn't do conversation, shall we say, but observes. I did play 5-card PLO with him in Bratislava last week, and knocked him out of that tournament, which was obviously nice for me. Sorry? Is it? Tell them there, would you? No, can you tell these guys? Are you playing? Okay. Alright, apparently it still says cash game challenge on the system, don't know. So we are not in the cash game challenge, we are on the final stages of the high roller PLO, with 20k up top for the winner and 8 places paid, and we are down to 14 players, 7 on each table. New player Rob Harkins has joined, so we have Jack 8-8 against King Jack 10-7. The board is Ace King 7, and our short stack is betting 75,000. Mr. Simovic is going nowhere. He has King 7, he has 2 pairs, and our short stack feels committed to this. Needs to get very lucky, he needs to hit a Jack or an 8. He's only 11% favourite, because that's the only out he has, Jack or an 8, no other combination. And Mr. Simovic has 2 pairs already, and a gut shot draw to a queen. So I think we're going to see, we now have a full house, so he is now only drawing to a Jack. So even less, 5%, and no way. So our short stack, who doubled up earlier, unfortunately has had to leave us. He fought hard, Mr. Kontinen, which sounds Finnish to me. A lot of Finnish here, a lot of Norwegians, Swedes, Icelandics. They're all big boys, the Icelandics. I was next to one in the 8 game earlier, and he was a big lad. Mr. Simovic has added 140,000 to his stack and probably is chip leader on the table now. We'll see. I'll see people's chip stacks at some point. So we have 8 players, and we have a new addition in seat 8, been drawn from the side table. So we have 7 and 6. We have 13 players left. 8 are paid. Final table will be 8. So everyone that reaches the final table will make a profit from this tournament, unless they've had as many bullets as Franca had earlier tonight. So here comes Rob Harkins. He's making a statement really here. He's saying, I'm here to play. I'm raising. They don't know him. They're going to give him respect for sure, unless they have a premium hand. So it's a good play. He's double suited and low connected, but that's the sort of play that someone as analytical as Rob will make, because he knew where he was and the fact that no one on the table knows him yet. So he used that to his advantage. Nice little pick up there of the blinds. And the blinds are 612 now. So you've got 18,000 already in the pot before you add anything to it. I haven't really seen anything from one of the other new players on the table, which is Mr. Dowling, our Irish player. Mr. Juha, who's increased his stack fairly well, is now thinking, how will he play his ace, queen, queen, 8? It's a good holding. He's going to raise by the look of it. So Mr. Simovic raised to 30. Mr. Juha is using his fairly solid table image. He's not got out of line once to re-raise, I think. And seeing Mr. Simovic's king 10, 10, 7, I'm pretty sure he's going to fold. I can't see anything but a fold here. He's checking how much he's got, but I think that's all for show. Mr. Simovic is a good player. He'll know where he is. He'll know he'll be behind the king 10, 10, 7. And of course, exactly the opposite to what I predicted. So the reason he's called there is it's only costing him 55, and he can afford to call 636. So, but he's going to be facing a pot bet here, I think, because I think Mr. Juha has no choice but to put it all in. He's got an overpair, and he has to hope that, yeah, it's going in. He has to hope that Mr. Simovic has not hit a jack or got a flush draw. That's a very loose call, to be honest. King 10, 10, 7. I think in that particular situation, it's just not strong enough holding to call, because you then may feel committed to another 100,000, depending on the flop. What happened if he hit his king? Does he then call? So I think Mr. Simovic has got a nice stack there. He has to be somewhat careful to protect it. He's chip leader on the table, and doesn't want to give them all away, having got them in good fashion. Okay. What's the link? Josh is now raising in late position with an ace king 4-3. Mr. Dowling, our new player to the table, not going anywhere with an ace queen jack 4, so perfectly good. Hang on one sec, I'll be back with you. No idea if anyone can actually see or hear this, or whether it's being broadcast at all, so I'm probably talking to myself. So we are down to 13 players, 6 on the feature table, 7 on the other table. Mr. Simovic is our chip leader on the table. Started to become more aggressive with a bigger chip stack. I'm seeing some folding. Mr. Yuha has a nice hand here, 7, 9, 10 jack, definitely a raising hand in late position. I'm sure we're going to see a raise. Four, 5, 5, 6 is actually quite a nice hand to call with because you know where you are, but he's decided to fold, and Rob Harkins has also folded. Mr. Yuha definitely had the best pre-flop hand there. C8 may have considered calling with a 4, 5, 5, 6. It's nice connected, low holding. If it hits, you definitely ahead, whatever larger holding Mr. Yuha has. So blinds are 6, 12. And we have a raise with a 5, 6, 7, 10. So slightly speculative call, or raise even. But he's going to get respect because he's hardly played a hand and he's on the button. Looks like Rob Harkins is sizing up a raise. With a double suited hand, 2 connected, King 9, 5, 3. Will Josh Stewart defend? He's got a suited ace, ace 4, 4, 5, 5. Got a Jack 10, 10, so 9 of them have hit the flop. This will be about position and aggression. The original raiser was Rob. I would think he'd follow through on his bet. He wouldn't normally not. No, he's checking, okay. Playing it slightly more conservatively. And now Josh has picked up a flush draw, the nut flush draw, but also he's sensing weakness in Rob Harkins. However, Rob has also picked up both a straight draw with the gut shot queen and, in fact, a straight draw, yeah, and a flush draw, second nut flush. Now, you may not know why he's up against the flush, but I don't think he's going to fold. So this is going to go down to the wire, this one. The pot's already about 120,000. If a diamond hits, that's not good for Rob. Josh may feel he's in decent enough shape, but I would think he'll check this and see what Rob Harkins does. He may make a small bet. No, we're checking. Now Rob can only win this by betting, so it's not really his game. But he's a tough opponent, and if he works out that Josh was on a draw, then he may well bet and represent a stronger hand than he has. No, he's decided to close up, and the ace is good enough to take the pot. What Rob will also see there is what he was called with, and the fact that Josh bet with when all he had was a nut flush draw. So Rob may now feel he could have taken that away from Josh with a more aggressive approach, but that's not really his game.
There's a difference.
So Simovic is on the button. Does he have a raising hand on the button, or is Josh talking him out of it? So we've now got small blind, big blind, but Josh actually has got a raising hand, 6, 9, 10 ace, but decides to let it go. I guess there were some verbals happening there that persuaded him not to make a move. Mr. Yuha has picked up the blinds.
Just by the side of the slide, you can see you can see that you can actually see if you focus.
If I look like this, someone on the internet will capture it.
Yeah. Oh, look at this cheater shitless.
Take a mic.
One of those 17 viewers.
Now we have Mr. Dowling here. Again, he's only got into one pot so far, making a strong raise. Looks like a pot raise. 27k. So it's a strong raise. He's got a suited king. Nope, sorry, that's not his hand. He's got queen, 10, 10, 9, double suited. That's a lovely starting hand. But Mr. Simovic is definitely not going anywhere with a pair of kings. He'll want to see a flop. He's got a flush draw as well, and he's got 2 low connected cards. And sometimes those 3 5s, 2 4s, 4 6s can hit 2 pairs or hit a straight and get maximum value. So I've got 2 good hands. You can see that the kings are 60%, but I wouldn't say that. I actually prefer the 9, 10, 10 queen hand. I think it plays in more interesting ways. So although the stats are 40%, I would rather have Mr. Dowling's hand than Mr. Simovic's. 10, 9, 4, and there we go. I'm good at this. So, but more interesting, we've got top set, but Simovic has hit a flush draw. He's got a second nut flush draw, and he's got an overpair. What he won't know necessarily is that he's up against a very big hand. He may well be raising here, and if he does, he's going to get a surprise. His best option is to call, which is what he's done. There is no value in raising here, because if you get re-raised, you've only got a second nut flush. Now, he's now hit a magic hand. He's hit 3 kings. So that call worked out very, very well. Mr. Dowling has a problem because the Queen Jack has also made a straight. So if the board pairs now, they're both going to have a full house unless one hits quads. I'm pretty sure Mr. Simovic will be betting. He's got 152 in the pot. I think I can see something like 80, 90,000 bet. He also may be up against Queen Jack, so he has to factor that in. But I think we'll see. I think he's doing a full pot. Okay, I was wrong. 152,000, full pot bet, putting massive pressure on Mr. Dowling, who hasn't really had enough time on this table to know whether this is an aggressive loose play or whether he is behind. He certainly was ahead on the flop, massively so. But the Queen Jack has now completed a straight, and probably not considering a set of kings, because that's quite a lucky kind of hit on the turn. So I don't think he's necessarily. He may well think he's up against Queen Jack, or that Mr. Simovic is making a move. If he thinks he's making a move and pushes all in, he's in for a nasty surprise, I'm afraid. May just call and hope that the board pairs. From his point of view, we know that if the board pairs, he's very unlikely to be winning. He's made the call. He's a very brave player because, you know, lots of good hands like Queen Jack, King Queen Jack have been made. Now the flush has been made, so Mr. Simovic has actually improved from a set of kings to the second nut flush, and Mr. Dowling has got absolutely nothing. It's got worse and worse for him. A straight, set of kings, flush. In fact, it's even a straight flush technically. So his hand has gone from hero to zero very, very quickly. I don't think Mr. Simovic will actually bet this. He's got the second nut flush. There's no, well, his third nut flush really, because there is a straight flush there. It's not, he doesn't really need to. There's a big enough pot there already, 450k. He's only going to get a call from a better hand, which is the ace flush or a straight flush. Jack 8 of clubs is definitely within people's range. So Mr. Dowling is going to get the surprise that Mr. Simovic is not a loosey-goosey player, but although he got very lucky on the turn, he had a pretty good starting hand. Although I did prefer Mr. Dowling's, just in general. Kings and king flushes are not usually great holdings in Omaha, especially if you're playing more cards than 4. If you're playing 5, 6 cards, you honestly don't want to hit the second nut flush. You're often well behind and losing to a nut flush or a straight flush in the case of having 6 cards. But here at the High Roller Pot Limit Omaha, at the festival in Bratislava, we are just playing the 4 cards. Like I mentioned earlier, there's a 4, 5, 6 Omaha tomorrow night. which I certainly will be playing. And that's a lot of fun. You play a round or a level of each. I don't know what they'll do here. Doesn't matter either way. You get 15 minutes or half an hour of each one. And a lot of people don't know how to play 5 and 6 Omaha because they're not used to it. We play a lot in the UK, but they don't actually play a lot in Europe. So it's a little edge for the British PLO players like Rob Harkins, who we can see on screen, and Harish, who's here with his roommate Rob, and a few Scottish lads that are here, all of whom will have played a lot of 5-6 card Omaha. So it's not as common in Scandinavia either, which is a surprise because they have a reputation for being kind of wild Omaha players. So again, 3-3-4-6, that's the kind of hand that I think I'd be raising with. I like this hand. He's in late position. No, he was on the small blind, I'm sorry. But I'd be least calling or putting pressure on the big blind there. Especially with Mr. Dowling has just lost a big pot and maybe a bit befuddled. His brain maybe a bit scrambled, trying to work out how he lost that hand when he had top set on the flop. Probably wondering about how and why he called the turn when there were a lot of made hands that he could not beat. Well, Queen Jack, one made hand. So, how's young Josh doing? Well, he's not played that many hands, so he's playing very within himself, I think. Here comes a nice raise. With double suited, very nice hand, ace queen 9-5, so although the 5 is a bit of a dangler, doesn't really connect, it does connect to the ace, makes a straight with the ace, 2 flush draws or potential flush draws, and the queen 9 works together and the ace queen works together, so although they're quite far apart, it's certainly a hand worth raising. However, Mr. Harold has a better hand, ace 10-10-7, all connected, 1 flush draw, which happens to be better than Mr. Juha's, although he won't know that. He's wondering how to play it though. He's on the button, so he's got position. He's just calling. Okay. I don't think there's lots of choices there. There's no right or wrong on that one. Raising puts pressure on, but if you get re-raised, what do you do? Calling is fine as well. Now Rob Harkins wants to come in with a very much less salubrious hand. 4-6-7 king with diamonds, don't forget that, there is a flush there. And has anyone hit? Well, Rob's hit a 7, Mr. Juha has hit a 9, and the 10s at the moment are holding. More importantly, both Mr. Juha and Mr. Harold, seats 7 and 8, have flush draws, and that will definitely change things. Now Mr. Harold has a nut flush draw, and also has hit the board with a 7, so he will not be going anywhere. I'd be very surprised if I could see Mr. Juha betting this, see where he is. No, he's checking. Now Mr. Harold has been very conservative, and although he should bet this flop in my book, he's the kind of player that may not. He's very careful, very considered, so he may well check because he's in position, so he can see what develops on the turn. No, good, well done. I certainly favour this play. Rob is folding, and Mr. Juha now has a difficult decision. He's got a top pair with the 3rd nut flush draw, the queen, and that's a tough spot to be in. I think he knows Mr. Harold's not folding, and I'm pretty sure he knows he's not doing it with nothing. So he has to consider, is his flush draw any good? That's one of the things he has to decide. And assuming his 9 is good, what else does he need to do to win? Now his 9 isn't good at the moment because there's a pair of 10s out, but having 1 pair on the board and 3 other cards is a very strong hand. He's getting busy with his chips. The old count. They started this pot very equal. They got exact same stacks. although it shows 192k for Mr. Harold, he's put in 113. So they started with pretty well the same size stack. So it's a very tough spot. And that's why I like the bet. I like the bet because it makes the other player have the difficult decision. And if you can ever get that in poker, especially Omaha, where you really find it difficult to decide what to do, you shouldn't really be calling, because that question, that difficulty should be in your mind. So, and Mr. Harold has not got out of order at all. He's been very solid, very conservative. Mr. Yuha has been next to him since this particular stream started, and as I thought, correctly folds. He did have 25%. He did have 25% of that equity there, but you know, he was a 3 to 1 dog, as we say, and right to fold. So Mr. Harold very much using his solid, tight image, and I'm glad he didn't favour the check there, and it was a strong bet with a good draw and an overpair to the board. Good, good. So here we have a premium hand. He's been very quiet, young Josh. He's got JJ Stewart. That's why he's a good PLO player. He's got my name. That's what it is. But he's also got suited aces. So ace, 10-7 with one suit. I think the whole table knows he's not loose at all. But Mr. Simovic also has a playable hand. Ace, king, 9-7. If an ace hits, or even a king hits, Mr. Simovic is in for a bit of a surprise. We have diamonds against hearts and 2 hearts on board. Now this is an interesting one. So Mr. Simovic has hit his king. May or may not know whether he's up against aces, but Josh is following through. He's got the nut flush and the over pair with the aces. He's not going to be scared at all of betting or even calling a raise. Can't see Mr. Simovic raising here. He knows he's up against a fairly solid player who's definitely not got out of order, but he may feel his king's good, so he'll certainly call. Doesn't really know where he is though, so just calling. He's now in a lot more trouble because he's hit 2 pairs with an ace kicker. So he's got kings and 2s with an ace kicker. That he will feel it's an improvement to his hand. But we know, because we have the advantage of seeing the cards, big advantage that Josh's aces over 2s is a long way ahead. And in fact, you can see the screen is showing us 95% favourite. Now, if Josh bets here, let's say 75k, I think he'll get called. Mr. Simovic will certainly check. I think Josh is he's very unlikely to be betting here, just in case. But I think there's an opportunity to get value here. He knows he's up against some kind of pair. He certainly won't be putting Mr. Simovic on the 2. So, bet of 70, 80,000 would almost certainly get called, because it will look a little bit like a bluff. So I think, no, he's taking the conservative approach, which is fine. And Mr. Simovic will get the surprise or news that he is behind, and was well behind. So I mean, that's an example there of, although there was potential value to be made, and there were very, very few hands that were beating the 2 pairs there, very few. If he bet and got raised for all his stack, he'd have a very, very difficult position. So he avoided that potential trap. Here's our payouts on the screen. 20,000 for first place. That's a nice chunk of change for a night's work. Do I get paid that? No. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Do I get paid anything? No. Okay. Wonderful. And 8th place, 2,400. So obviously a big difference between 8th and 1st. Like any poker tournament, all the money's up the top. Quite often when you get to the final 3 or 4 people, deals are made because they've been playing for a long, long time. This started at 5 PM and we're now 1 in the morning. So we've already had 8 hours of play in this tournament. So it's going to be a long night. We've still got a good few hours to go. Mr. Simovic is in the small blind. Making an interesting play here. Is he just calling? Yeah, I think he's just calling. 16,000. Josh has got a playable hand. There's not a lot of value in him raising unless he feels he'll get a fold. So just let's have a look. 2, 2, 3, 8. Wants to see a 2 obviously or some low cards. He's hit an 8 but it won't be happy with that board. Mr. Simovic can take it away with a bet here. And I'm pretty sure Josh will just fold it. He's really got nothing to do with that flop. He'll posture a bit and fold. Yep. We have another hand being dealt. Mr. Yuha is enjoying himself, I think that would be the way. So we've got a fold there with an 8-8 King Queen double suited. Again, very solid stroke too tight in my book. That's a perfectly good raising hand. Okay, if you get re-raised you've got a problem, but I do like, I mean, a double suited hand with a pair in Omaha is as good a hand as you can ask for. Certainly want to be, you know, to win a tournament you need to be playing those kind of hands. To survive in a tournament, fair enough, you don't play them, but all, as we saw in the previous graphic, all the money's up the top. 20,000 for first place, and 11 and 7 and 5, and only 2,400 if you come 8th and make the money. So there are different ways of getting there, and Seat 8's approach is very much only to play premium hands, which is a perfectly valid approach, but you also need some flair in Omaha, I would say. And of course, I'm the person that got to 1 million chips at the weekend and then promptly lost them in an hour. So flair can take you a certain way, and flair can also take you right back. Blew 1 million chips in a big Omaha tournament in another casino that shall not be mentioned. Oh, we got a lovely hand here. Look at that. Ace, King, Queen, Jack double suited. One of the premium hands in Omaha. Mr. Dowling has made a full raise to 35,000. We know how solid the other players are, so we're not going to get much of a call from anyone. That's a beautiful hand. Rob is nodding. Yep, beautiful hand, he says. We like that hand. New hand being dealt out. Fold by Rob Harkins. Mr. Simovic. See, this is an interesting kind of hand. Ace 2, 4, 5. It's a hand I would like to raise with, but the problem is you get re-raised and you might have to fold it. Very solid folds happening here. I think people realise in any tournament as you get nearer the money that in general people tighten up. What that does offer, in my book, is an opportunity to get chips from people because they are playing so tight that there are opportunities to put pressure on the smaller stacks, the medium stacks, to pick up some nice pots. The problem is when it goes wrong, as I learned at the weekend. So we've got ace jack 5 7, but no suit to the ace, so I can't see him playing that. Very similar hand. Yeah, again an ace 9 5 3, but no suit to the ace. So we're back to the blinds. I doubt Mr. Dowling is going to do a lot with this hand. Might call and see if he can see a flop. If he does call, I could see Rob, if he has any kind of hand, raising to put the pressure on. And he has more than any hand. He has a double suited kings. Very nice hand. Certainly going to see a raise here. And Mr. Dowling will almost certainly have to fold. He's out of position with a poor hand. Yeah. I think that one went by the book. I don't know what book. It went by the book. Mr. Yuha, although he's out of position, he's quite early, has a playable hand in King King 9-8 with one suit. So he's, I think, raised it up a bit, yep, to 35. Buttons folded, small blinds folded. We're now on to Mr. Simovic in the big blind. What kind of holding does he have? Obviously one he wants to see a flop with. We can't see it at the moment. What flag is that? I don't know. So there's a made flush on board. 3 clubs. All Mr. Yuha has done is hit top pair. Will he follow through as the original aggressor, original raiser? Will he follow through? No, he's decided to take a more conservative approach and check. Queen doesn't really change anything. The kings could still be winning. Mr. Simovic doesn't seem that interested in it. There's no value now in Mr. Yuha betting. He can only get called or raised with a much better hand. Again, that's unfortunate almost because it's completed straights. There was already a flush there, and although he's hit a set of kings, he can't really bet it because exactly the same thinking applies. If he bets and gets raised, what will he do? He has to fold. So he will just show down a set of kings, I think. Although Mr. Simovic has shown no real interest in this board. But what's he going to get called by? I mean, if someone's got Jack 10, they're going to call. He's making a bet. I actually don't like a bet here because it makes, yeah, if he's got nothing, he's going to fold like he did. And if he's got a straight, he may well call because he'll feel that Mr. Yuha can't have a flush with the way the hand was played. So I don't think there's any value in betting there at all. You're not going to get paid, and if you get raised, what are you going to do? Probably a bit of a naive play there. Don't mind him betting earlier, kind of representing the flush and still having kings behind, but it's not particularly good play just because you've hit 3 kings on the end when other hands could be beating you. You're going to get called by a 6 high flush. So we're back to small blind, big blind action, or inaction. Not been a lot of play in this, and Mr. Simovic just gives the chips to Josh. Josh is now looking at his hand, hasn't seen it yet, and no idea what he's got, didn't see it. Graphics taking a little bit of time to catch up with the commentary. Someone had a decent hand there, flashed through. King Jack 10-8, it's alright. So again, there's been very little action to report on. We're back to a small big blind situation. Josh has got queens with a 2-4, and usually blind on blind that's going to be a fairly strong holding. There's only one player to get through. He's going to raise. He doesn't want to. He's going to find out whether his neighbour has a good hand. And he has a reasonable hand, but unfortunately they're all one suit. So King Queen 10-6. So he might well have a look, which he is, but it's not good to have 4 in one suit because you have 2 of your own outs that you might need to hit a flush. But he does have a rundown of King Queen 10. I think Josh will follow through, having been the original raiser. Dangerous board though, 5, 6, 9. There's hearts, there's straights, but by betting, Josh finds out where he is, so nothing wrong with that. Picks up a raised pot, adds another 40,000 to his stack. Sometimes you just have to be more disciplined, even in the big blind, and if you've got a small blind raising you, and you've got 4 clubs in your hand with a King Queen 10, so not even a big pair, I think you just have to suck it up and fold, because there will be better spots. I think we're going to see Texas Fold'em, or pot limit Fold'em, for a while. This is a double-suited kings though. Mr. Dowling is certainly going to raise with that. Thank goodness for that. 35k. Rob Harkins may well look him up with also a decent holding, 7-10 King Jack. So he's got more straight possibilities than Mr. Dowling, but is behind the kings at the moment. Can't see Josh calling with that. And we've got the big blind now. The tightest player on the table, Mr. Harold. 3-5, 10-10. Well, I don't think that's in his range to call, but of course I'm wrong. I mean, he's getting good odds to call, so mathematically he's correct to call. I just didn't think he would call. So now we've got King, Jack, 9. So the top set of kings Mr. Dowling has hit, but we've got 2 pairs on Rob. Oh, he's setting the trap. Rob has hit 2 pairs and may well bet to stop the flush hitting. I think Rob could be in trouble here. Mr. Harold will fold despite having block of 10s. And now we could get the bad news. Cannot see anything but a raise here. And even if he's up against Queen 10, or Queen 10 and a flush, even if he's up against a really strong holding. Okay, he's playing it cute. Playing it very carefully. Now he's massive. He's hit a full house. Rob has absolutely nothing, and even his draw isn't going to be any good. He's in a world of pain. Mr. Dowling is setting him up like a kipper. A kipper is a smoked mackerel for those fish lovers out there. And I think Rob is going to hang himself because he's going to represent the hand that Mr. Dowling has. He's representing a 9 or kings or king 9. It's made a small bet though. Quite a small bet, I think. 112 into 260, so that's about 40% bet. Is Mr. Dowling? Oh, look, he has. No, he now has pushed. I think he felt it was too suspicious just to call there, so he might as well get all his chips in. I can't see how Rob can call him. I mean, he's got nothing and no draw. It's not a good hand, nothing, no draw. He's just going to have to give this one up and play a much shorter stack. He's only got 140 behind, so he may feel he has to call because of the value. So it's 140 into 600, so he's getting more than 4 to 1. But I know him as a player, and I know he would. He's made a good stab at it, and he knows he's losing badly, which he was. Mr. Dowling played that hand very well. Well done, sir. And has gained a very big pot from a slow played top hand. Well done. Good stuff. This is the only action we've seen for about half an hour. It's all been small blind, big blind. And there's our payouts coming through. 20,000 per top, 12,000 per second, 7.5, 6, down to 2,400 for 8th. Now, as long as you only had one buy-in at 1,000, that's still a decent profit of 140% if you reach 8th, and 2,000% if you reach first place. But like I say, I'm pretty certain that if they get to 3 people, that they'll do some kind of deal. So Rob, having lost an awful lot of chips, has got aces, 5-4, so he's making a play. He's hoping someone's got a hand. We know that Mr. Harold needs the nuts to call. So has Mr. Dowling got a hand to call? Probably not. No. So blinds have gone up to 816, so there's 24,000 now in the pot. Josh has a double suited jacks, very playable hand. Fairly late position. He's got 2 behind to the button. I would think we'd see a raise coming here. 40,000, but Mr. Yuha, he's not slow playing this. Look at this. His chip's going faster than I breathe. And he's counting them, and he's working. He's got aces, double suited aces. Now you see a smart player would call here. I know it sounds odd, but if you get all your chips in, you're only he's got the best hand by far. What's he going to get called with? He needs to maximise his value of a premium hand like double suited aces. But he 3-bet to 115. Rob Harkins, has he got a hand he's considering seriously? Yeah, he has. I think this is going in as well. King 8-6. I could see. I could see it going in or folding, obviously. Those are the choices he's got. But he's short stacked. He's got suited king and an 8-6 which connects. It's not bad, but he doesn't feel it's good enough. And I wouldn't think that Josh will be calling either. He's checking how much he's got in total. Well, he's got 160 behind, the 115 he's put in, and Josh quite rightly folds. So although I want a break.
Right, guys, we're back with another recap. The second day is in the books of our beautiful festival here in Bratislava. 7 days total coming up. And yesterday we kicked the day off by going to the beautiful flagship restaurant. We brought our hospitality winners to go and enjoy some local food and beer. And we even got a historical lecture by Professor Frankie. The casino events started. In the casino we had the famous roulette tournament kicking off. Players battle it out at the Felts. Poker-wise, the main event started with day 1A, well over 100 players in that one, and we crowned the winner of the Sweet and Special event. Congratulations, Michael. Also, our charity event was held on our TV table, and finally, our own Mr. Bad Beat Stories, Maurits, got to win something, and donating all the winnings to charity might give him some good karma for future events too, who knows. More action with the hospitality crew and more today, so follow us for all the action here on our socials. we're back with another recap. The second day is in the books of our beautiful festival here in Bratislava. 7 days total coming up. And yesterday we kicked the day off by going to the beautiful flagship restaurant. We brought our hospitality winners to go and enjoy some local food and beer. And we even got a historical lecture by Professor Frankie. The casino events started. In the casino we had the famous roulette tournament kicking off. Players battle it out at the Felts. Poker-wise, the main event started with day 1A, well over 100 players in that one, and we crowned the winner of the Sweet and Special event. Congratulations, Michael. Also, our charity event was held on our TV table, and finally, our own Mr. Bad Beat Stories, Maurits, got to win something, and donating all the winnings to charity might give him some good karma for future events too, who knows. More action with the hospitality crew and more today, so follow us for all the action here on our socials. Right, guys, we're back with another recap. The second day is in the books of our beautiful festival here in Bratislava. 7 days total coming up. And yesterday we kicked the day off by going to the beautiful flagship restaurant. We brought our hospitality winners to go and enjoy some local food and beer. And we even got a historical lecture by Professor Frankie. The casino events started. In the casino we had the famous roulette tournament kicking off. Players battle it out at the Felts. Poker-wise, the main event started with day 1A, well over 100 players in that one, and we crowned the winner of the Sweet and Special event. Congratulations, Michael. Also, our charity event was held on our TV table, and finally, our own Mr. Bad Beat Stories, Maurits, got to win something, and donating all the winnings to charity might give him some good karma for future events too, who knows. More action with the hospitality crew and more today, so follow us for all the action here on our socials. Right guys, we're back with another recap. The second day is in the books of our beautiful festival here in Bratislava. 7 days total coming up. And yesterday we kicked the day off by going to the beautiful flagship restaurant. We brought our hospitality winners to go and enjoy some local food and beer. And we even got a historical lecture by Professor Frankie. The casino events started. In the casino we had the famous roulette tournament kicking off. Players battle it out at the Felts. Poker-wise, the main event started with day 1A, well over 100 players in that one, and we crowned the winner of the Sweet and Special event. Congratulations, Michael. Also, our charity event was held on our TV table, and finally, our own Mr. Bad Beat Stories, Maurits, got to win something, and donating all the winnings to charity might give him some good karma for future events too, who knows. More action with the hospitality crew and more today, so follow us for all the action here on our socials. Right guys, we're back with another recap. The second day is in the books of our beautiful festival here in Bratislava. 7 days total coming up. And yesterday we kicked the day off by going to the beautiful flagship restaurant. We brought our hospitality winners to go and enjoy some local food and beer. And we even got a historical lecture by Professor Frankie. The casino events started. In the casino we had the famous roulette tournament kicking off. Players battle it out at the Felts. Poker-wise, the main event started with day 1A, well over 100 players in that one, and we crowned the winner of the Sweet and Special event. Congratulations, Michael. Also, our charity event was held on our TV table, and finally, our own Mr. Bad Beat Stories, Maurits, got to win something, and donating all the winnings to charity might give him some good karma for future events too, who knows. More action with the hospitality crew and more today, so follow us for all the action here on our socials.
Good evening everyone, or good morning rather. We are now back at the PLO High Roller here in Bratislava. You can see the feature table, chip count, 830k down to 145. More importantly, 41 big blinds down to Rob Harkins with 7 big blinds, because the blinds have now gone up to 10-20. Pressure's on. big blinds value increases or decreases in terms of the players. So the people that did have lots of chips, like Mr. Stewart, Mr. Dowling, have only actually got 20 odd big blinds. So it starts to get a lot more considered on the hands you play and your raising ranges and that kind of thing. So here we are, we've got 6 left on the feature table and 6 left on the other table, so we're down to 12 players, and we're looking to get a final table of 8. There's Mr. Dowling, who played the last time we saw very, very well, got maximum value out of Mr. Harkins. So we have a suited ace with a rundown 6-8-9. Mr. Simovic is on the big blind. He's going to raise. Sorry, he's going to call the raise by Mr. Yuha. He's hit a nut flush, but Mr. Yuha has also hit a flush. So Mr. Simovic is going to slow play this one and see if Mr. Yuha will hang himself to some extent. So all he has is a flush draw. He doesn't actually even hit the flop. No one has a pair at the moment. This card is significant. Still no one has a pair. Technically the ace-9 is winning. Mr. Simovic may choose to have a stab at this. I don't think he possibly can think he's ahead. This is the kind of hand that whoever makes the first move, the aggressive move, will often take down the pot. And the pot's 90,000, but I mean, with Mr. Yuha, that's a third of his stack. So it's a significant sized pot. Well done, sir. I'm glad at least you're making a stab at it. However, we know Mr. Simovic has the nut flush draw and is very unlikely to fold on a very small bet of 35,000 into 95. So it's a small bet in relation to the pot. He may even choose to raise. I think he has. So he's raised to 100,000. He's asking the question, do you want to go all in? And Mr. Yuha, probably quite wisely, as he has nothing with not a very good flush draw, folds. But at least he made an attempt at it. It was a weak attempt, and I think that gave Mr. Simovic the opportunity to raise him because it was such a small bet. And if you make a small bet into a pot, you either have to have the nuts, and that's the reason you're making a small bet. You're inducing a raise from another player, or you're trying to build a pot to a size that is worth winning. So it was a good attempt, Mr. Yuha, but unfortunately didn't get through. Mr. Harold, oh, he's reaching for chips. He must have a premium hand. He doesn't reach for chips without something very special. He's a German player, Mr. Harold. Oh, I've got the flag now. Brilliant. Mr. Simovic is, I think that's a Slovakian flag. Should know that. He's got ace-jack 7-5, but Mr. Harold is the tightest player on the table. If you're ever not going to call someone, he is the player not to call. Unfortunately, Josh has got a very good hand, ace-king 9-8, but we can see that Mr. Harold has aces and sevens, and one of them is suited. As it turns out, no one has hit that board at all. Got top pair for Mr. Stewart, but the aces is still winning. The sevens block the straight, but no one has diamonds and no one has a straight. Both playing this very carefully. Josh is having a stab, attempting to, his story there is, I have got a flush, it's just not a very good one, so I'm going to bet it. So a nice little bet there. That's was a different size bet to Mr. Yuha's earlier. It was a stronger kind of bet. It was 55. So it's that's got through. So despite having aces there and Mr. Josh Stewart being well behind, he played that very well and a bet at the right time. I think the turn was the ideal time. You don't want to be betting that flop with nothing because you really can't go ahead if you get raised. But Mr. Harold showed weakness on the flop, and Mr. Stewart pounced. Mr. Harold's got another hand. Poor man. He had aces last time. He's got aces again. He's raised to 50. Mr. Dowling's made that's a strong pass. Good hand. Mr. Simovic is thinking about it, but folding. Although Mr. Harold hasn't got aces this time, it's a strong holding of ace, king, queen, 5, 1 suit. Mr. Stewart is now wondering whether he can put maximum pressure on him. He's got a suited ace as well, with 3 low cards, ace, 3, 4, and ace, jack, so he's got 2, but he's taking the more conservative approach and folding. So Rob Harkins is our short stack. He's down to 6-7 big blinds. He's at risk. If he plays a hand, he'll almost certainly be all in. Mr. Dowling, who took most of his chips, is raising it up. 40k, so it's a min raise. I don't think Rob will be playing this hand. Rob's issue here is with his chip stack. He can't make anyone fold. Oh, he is playing it. Okay. He's decided to take a stand. He's got a run down 3, 5, 6. He does have a flush draw to the king, but it's a fairly desperate move. Mr. Dowling will definitely call him. So Mr. Yuha had a very good hand there. So he is fairly live, Rob. And you can see by the stats, he actually is 45% of the equity. So it's fairly even. It's like the Brexit vote, 55-45. So if he hits a 2 low cards, any 2 low cards really, he's either straight drawing or 2 pairs. There's one of them, but the Queen 10 doesn't help. The Queen 10 has given Mr. Dowling some straight outs, but he has hit a 6, so a low card again. 5 here, see, 2 pairs, but it's given a flush draw to Mr. Dowling. So Mr. Dowling actually has more outs, although his equity has gone down. There's only 1 card left, and there it is. So Rob is out in 12th, I think, or 11th. Not flush draw for Mr. Dowling. Played that hand very well again. I think Mr. Dowling was Rob Harkins' nemesis on that table. So we're now down to 5 on the feature table, and I think 5 on the side table, so I think we're down to 10 players now. Blinds are 10-20, and like I said earlier, the blinds are really at quite a high level now in terms of making it very hard for players to... There's not a lot of play without very good hands. Mr. Simovic has made a raise to 45k. And they're going fold. Mr. Dowling has got a good hand. Ace 3, King 10. We're now 5-handed, so the value of hands increase. So a hand you might not call on a 9-handed or 8-handed Omaha table, you 5-handed, the relative value of your hand increases. And we don't know Mr. Simovic's hand, but he did make the raise, so we're going to assume he's got a reasonable high-ish hand. Mr. Dowling's in a bit of a difficult spot here. He's only actually hit the 10 and has a gut shot with the ace-queen. Mr. Simovic was the aggressor, will almost certainly be following through whatever he has in his hand, and I would think we'll see a fold here. Wrong again. I love being wrong. Okay, interesting. So he's either not believing him or he thinks he can outplay him at a certain point. That 6 has not helped Mr. Dowling at all. If Mr. Simovic bets anything like half the pot, plus he should go get it through, unless Mr. Dowling has a very good read on him and doesn't believe he has anything to do with this flop and puts massive pressure on him by either betting now, which he can't because he's checked, or by check raising him. So I think half pot bet here will probably be enough to take it down. It's a pot bet. It's massive. It's interesting. It's either got nothing or got a lot. Either way, it's certainly getting through. Mr. Yuha's been up and down like a jack in the box. I think it's the first time he sat down. He's been on his phone and very busy. He may well have been checking this broadcast to see what hands people had half an hour ago. We were of course half an hour delayed from the live action to stop any collusion or people watching and passing on information. But of course that doesn't prevent any of the players going back to look at the stream and see previous hands and get information either on other players or on confirming suspicions of players having certain hands and whether they made the right fold or the right raise or whatever. So this is a nice hand. 4, 5, 7, 8. It's connected. It's double suited. This is a lovely Omaha hand. And only someone with big aces or a rundown ace, king, queen, 10, ace, king, jack, 10, that kind of hand is going to kind of be that interested. Mr. Dowling does look interested. And he's got kings, so I think that's fair enough. King, king, jack, 6. Josh will know that Mr. Dowling will have bigger cards. I mean, he's not going to get called by anything else. Mr. Simovic, is he seeing value in calling or not? Or is he in the middle? He does. Haven't seen his hand, but oh, here we are. And he has a good hand. Ace, king, jack 3, but we have a kind of weird flop of queen 9, 4. Doesn't really help anyone. Kings is an overpair. Mr. Simovic has missed it completely. And Josh is in position and was the original raiser, so he really should be following through. I don't think there's any value in checking here. Well, okay. I mean, this is the problem. Then another high card comes. It's going to have hit someone. It's hit Mr. Dowling squarely in the face. He's got top set. His question is, does someone have jack 10? So he's playing it very, very safely. Mr. Simovic has now hit top pair. He may feel that it's worth having a stab. Yeah, he is. And I think Josh missed his opportunity to bet the river there. I think a half pot bet might have got it through. But now, Mr. Dowling, who seems to be a specialist at slow playing, and Josh could be in big trouble here if he raises and Mr. Dowling puts him all in, who covers him. He's got top set, he's very unlikely, and he's got a jack to block the straight. A bit of posturing maybe from Josh. He was the original raiser. He's looking here at representing the jack 10. He's looking at, if he does get his chips in, he's saying, well, you know, I've got the nuts at the moment. I mean, even if he did have it, Mr. Downing's set of kings could crack it. In the main, most of his options have been on the more conservative side, so I think he will fold, and he does. Now, what does Mr. Dowling do here? Really interesting. Does he just call and hope that he hasn't got Jack 10? Does he make the raise thinking there's no way he's got Jack 10? Looks like just a call. Very considered play by this Irishman. Very impressed with him. I know some of his friends, some of his Irish friends are around the room. I'll find out more about him a little bit later and report back to you. So he's checking. He's certainly going to check call. I don't think Mr. Simovic, if he's wise, you've seen him slow play big hands already, so if he's wise, I think it's wow, okay. I think this is dangerous. He's representing. I mean, it's a good size bet. He's representing. He got called. Immediate call. Snap call. Mr. Dowling slow plays like a slow playing genius. Played his hands very well. And now he's up to over 1 million, and more importantly 53 big blinds. And Mr. Harold and Mr. Juha, the two Germans in 7 and 8, are starting to smell those fumes, going towards that 10 big blind mark. One raise, you know, takes it up to 3 big blinds, and then you really have a decision for your whole stack in one hand. So very nice play by Mr. Dowling. He deserves to be on top. He's certainly been the best player on the table since he joined it. Here's our payouts again. So we're down to 10 players. 2 will not be in the money, and 8 will be. And that's when we get to our final table of 8. There'll be a short break when we get to 8 while the chips are counted, the players are allocated different seats. There'll be a redraw for the seats, and then there'll be a chip count. So that usually takes about 10-15 minutes. Staff are brilliant here at Casino Banco. I mean, at any one time there's 4 or 5 tournaments on, and each tournament has to have a tournament director and dealers and, you know, staffing shifts and all the rest of it, and waitresses covering food and beverage. So it's quite an operation. They do it very, very well here. It's actually arguably one of the best casinos in Europe. There are bigger ones with bigger names and reputations, but they do everything well here. They're very friendly as well. They're really hospitable and look after us very well, that are working here in any capacity or playing here. And very happy to have found this place. It's like a kind of second home to me now. And Mr. Dowling has a premium hand in terms of only 5 players on the table. He's got suited ace with a queen jack also suited. A very good hand to be raising with. Plus he's got the stack, so people have to have a very good hand to either call or re-raise. And I think Mr. Simovic is fairly unlucky here. He's got a good hand. He's got double suited as well. Won't need to raise, just call. He's got a good hand, but he's dominated by Mr. Dowling again. Seems to specialise in dominating hands. Mr. Stewart, young Josh, has also got a very playable hand. Ace, Queen, 10-3. But against these two, I think that's a wise fold. It does fold very well. I wish I need to learn. I need to talk to this young man and learn how to fold better. So we've got King 8-3 on board. We've got 2 spades. No one's actually got spades. Mr. Dowling has only hit the 3. Mr. Simovic has hit the king and may well feel he needs to be betting this. But of course he then checks. It's a dangerous board though. There's 2 spades. We've now got 3-4. So again, Mr. Simovic just has a king. And Mr. Dowling just a 3, and there's no real draw there. This could be checked down all the way, and Mr. Simovic will take the pot unless an ace pops in, or another 3, or possibly even a jack. Be unlucky for him if a queen pops in, because he'll think he's ahead. I think this is good play. He's seen weakness, and he's bet. And that's a nice play by Mr. Simovic. Good time to start putting pressure on players, other players, even if they're the chip leader at the table. You can't just fold to the chip leader every time you have a hand or you've hit a flop, because you'll never win. Chip leader has chips which you can get hold of. Here we are, blinds are now 10-20, they really are quite strong. Just making a move. I'm getting a little pizza coming in, guys. That's need a bit of sustenance to keep the energy up. Mr. Simovic, Queen, 8-3, decides to fold that. They're going to be playing a lot more solid, a lot tighter now as we get very close. We're on the bubble, we're very near the final table and the money. This is a good hand though for young Josh. King Jack 9-5. It's connected and suited, and he's also got the button, so he's in position. He's putting pressure on the smaller stacks. We know that 1 is a bit of a live wire. Mr. Yuhei, who's now counting out, may well go all in here. Ace Jack 10-5. He's got a suited ace and a rundown Ace Jack 10. In fact, he has Josh absolutely dominated. And if he goes all in, I don't think Josh will call him. It's the right play. He's putting maximum pressure on. I'm going to munch a bit of pizza as we go. Apologies, guys. And he has 3-bet, and Josh, quite rightly, gives that one up. I'll tell you what, I'll turn this mic off while I eat and then come back on. We have a new hand. Mr. Simovic, Queen 10-9-3. In normal circumstances, may want to raise with that. But like I said, all these players will be a lot more considered, will play a lot more solid poker. Although Mr. Stewart is now looking down at the shorter stacks. He just had an attack that failed. He had to fold on a 3-bet by Mr. Yuhei. Very good bet with the right hand to do it. And we know at seat 8, the other German, Mr. Harold, only plays with the nuts. Don't know what he'll do with King, King, Jack 10. I might fold it. We have a fold there, H9, 6, 4, 1 suit. Mr. Yuhei is double suited King, Queen there. And again, it's taking the conservative option, so people really have tightened up. There's a tightening of all body parts. 5, 7, 8, 8. Mr. Harold folded. And now Mr. Dowling is calling from the small blind, just a call. King, Queen, 9, 5. Mr. Simovic, again, ordinarily may raise because he's thinking the small blind is weak, but hasn't really got the hand to do it, and also just there's no incentive really to create big pots where you could lose the opportunity to get in the cash. So just a reminder, for 8th place is 2,400. That's the first payout, going right up to 20,000 for the winner of this PLO high roller here at the festival in lovely Bratislava. Both players playing very coy, very risk-free poker. So we now have a flush made. We know the sixes are good of Mr. Simovic. Will Mr. Dowling bet at this pot? Going on what we've seen so far, Mr. Simovic definitely won't, but he will be happy to pick up this pot with sixes. 2 pairs.
No full house.
Yeah, I was like...
It's because of the bubble. I misread the hand because the hand passed.
I see.
Back to the action, or inaction. Not been a lot of action. So you have folded a double suited hand there. I mean, again, normal circumstances, that's a raising hand. Mr. Harold. Oh, Mr. Yuha's very helpful on the technical side, making sure his cards can be seen. And Mr. Harold going to make a move here with a substandard hand. No, I didn't think so. He was posturing. Just making sure everyone knows how solid a poker player he is. Mr. Dowling is on the button, and it looks like he is raising. Oh, so we actually have some poker being played. He's raised, small blind folds, and does Mr. Stewart have a hand he would consider calling? It's a very similar hand to Mr. Dowling, but does dominate him. And you see both the Irish flags there. So young Josh actually lives in London, but hails from Ireland, and so does Mr. Dowling. I'm not sure if they know each other. I don't think they do. Not everyone knows everyone in Ireland. I know most people in Ireland. I go there quite a lot. Irish Open, great event. It's in March or April. So, there's our chip count. Only one player with over 1 million, but even that is only 42 big blinds. It's not a huge amount, certainly big compared to the 28, 18, and then the 2 players on 11 big blinds. So relatively speaking, it's a lot on this tournament. But the blinds are now 10.25, so even to call is 10% of our 2 smaller stack players in 7 and 8 on this table, our German friends. This is, if you remember, about half an hour ago I did comment on this is a great opportunity to pick up pots and pick up chips, because people play so tight that they don't want to risk losing big pots when they're so close to the money. So this kind of period in any poker tournament, if a player is alive to it and can recognize it. So here's a kind of hand that, yeah, well done Josh, you should be raising with. Did he just call? Just called. Okay. Both got very similar hands. King Queen 7-3, King Queen 10-4. They both hit their king. King 3, Mr. Yuha's actually hit 2 pairs, and probably, don't know whether Josh may well bet this because he has hit his king. Mr. Yuha has hit 2 pairs and is short enough to raise, but he may just call one more street and reel in Josh. Hasn't really changed anything, but Josh is now, his antenna will be up. He will worry that Mr. Yuha has a better hand than him, which we know he does, and so unless he makes a very strong bet into the pot, something like 75,000, the more likely approach was exactly what he did, which was the check. Will Mr. Yuha now bet behind, believing he really is ahead? See, if he bet 50 or 75, that will get through as well, and we know he is ahead. He's actually bet 60,000, so yeah, that's what I said. Oh wow, Josh has, what a game, what a play this is. So Josh looks like he's set him up, looks like he absolutely knows or believes he's winning. And now Mr. Yuhei has a really tough decision, Mr. Yuha. Really tough. Josh is putting maximum pressure on his opponent here. We know his opponent, the opponent is winning. We know, because we can see the cards, that King 3 is winning. But there's so many combinations of hands that is beating King 3 that Mr. Yuhei has to consider. We've got to remember that Josh called in the first place, so there's minimum King, or the 8-5 may have hit the 2 pairs, which of course King 3 is beating. If he actually thinks this through, there's not a lot of hands he's losing to. Very unlikely to have kings when he's got a king in his hand. He's got 2 pairs, so aces is not winning. Josh keeping very still, trying to not give any information or help away. Oh, it's a very good call. Now, great call. Is he going to get unlucky? Is he going to get unlucky? Is Josh going to hit some magic card like Queen would split the pot, a 10 or a 4, and he'd win the pot? So the King 3 is ahead, and he's 3-1 favourite, 75% favourite. So really Josh is drawing Queen to split, 10 or 4 to win the pot. He's playing with his. Here we go. What have we got? Oh wow! We now have a split pot situation. They both have kings and eights with a queen kicker. That was another one I hadn't actually mentioned of a split pot. And of course, any other pair apart from the 3 would have been a split pot. So that was one of the options there that we hadn't analysed or looked at. They both played that pretty well actually. That was a proper bit of poker. Well done, guys.
It was the, how you said it yourself, a nice gift. Like, you know. He didn't raise on the river, he pushed on with like 50 knots or something.
Right, back in the action. Our chip leader, Mr. Downing, has folded, so it gives someone else an opportunity to make a play. This is a very nice hand. 8-9 Queen Jack. Can't see anything but a raise here. And we go raise to 50. So that's a min raise there from Josh. And we know that Mr. Harold only calls or plays premium hands, so that makes the 8-9 Queen Jack that much stronger. Picks up the blinds, which is significant. I mean, the blinds are 1025, so it's 35,000. 10% of his stack just picked up in one easy move. Where's everyone gone? I think we have action on the other table. There might be someone all in or at risk, so we might be one place away from the final table.
Right, guys, we're back with another recap. The second day is in the books of our beautiful festival here in Bratislava. 7 days total coming up. And yesterday we kicked the day off by going to the beautiful flagship restaurant. We brought our hospitality winners to go and enjoy some local food and beer. And we even got a historical lecture by Professor Frankie. The casino event started. In the casino we had the famous roulette tournament kicking off. Players battle it out at the Felts. Poker-wise, the main event started with day 1A, well over 100 players in that one, and we crowned the winner of the Sweden Special event. Congratulations, Michael. Also, our charity event was held on our TV table, and finally, our own Mr. Bad Beat Stories, Maurits, got to win something, and donating all the winnings to charity might give him some good karma for future events too, who knows. More action with the hospitality crew and more today, so follow us for all the action here on our socials. guys, we're back with another recap. The second day is in the books of our beautiful festival here in Bratislava. 7 days total coming up. And yesterday we kicked the day off by going to the beautiful flagship restaurant. We brought our hospitality winners to go and enjoy some local food and beer. And we even got a historical lecture by Professor Frankie. The casino events started. In the casino we had the famous roulette tournament kicking off. Players battle it out at the Felts. Poker-wise, the main event started with day 1A, well over 100 players in that one, and we crowned the winner of the Sweet and Special event. Congratulations, Michael. Also, our charity event was held on our TV table, and finally, our own Mr. Bad Beat Stories, Maurits, got to win something, and donating all the winnings to charity might give him some good karma for future events too, who knows. More action with the hospitality crew and more today, so follow us for all the action here on our socials.
Yeah, you're a good man. You're a good guy once. Here's a good heart. Literally charity. Got so much press on that. Oh, you want the cash?
Now everybody's in the money. Nobody has to be now sad. Only the 10 Oh yeah.
I've got one. You didn't take mine?
I have 800.
Yeah, but there's 9 of us.
Oh,
Good maths.
Games begin.
Now it's a training table.
Okay, no bubble day. No bubble day. No last 8 players will take a longer break. We just counting the
Cancel the
kids
bubble
and we'll continue on the stream, yeah? Hey guys, blind stand 25. Show the best of luck. Go shut up and
Good luck, guys. One shot.
I will leave it, thank you.
What a hustler.
He's hustling.
That's right.
Yeah.
No.
You could have done a 10-handed actually.
10-handed PLO.
How many cards are in the deck? Maybe 11-handed. Cancel bubble do. Cancel everything. Interesting. I have the button. Who's on more than 3? Anyone? What? Anyone more than 3 votes?
You're winning. You're ahead.
Okay, who's got 2 at least?
Now I'm in for 3,400. That means I need to get 6 for 100 euro profit.
No, that's no profit. You already give 100 away.
Yeah, no, 3,400.
Yeah, but you give 100. Oh, that's okay. No, I'm right.
Exactly. Yeah, that makes only 3,400, not 3,300.
Okay. So 20k out of 1k. Last time we
3.5.
so close to break even and 70 run up.
If I do it, I had a nice tramp, 6 rings, TV show, 17 viewers, cash game challenge, 2.
I like saying hello to any of your
Top
viewers
3,
and your fans.
We already had 2 cash game players coming over, asking to play 2 with us.
I know, with 3 beers in hand.
Playing high rollers.
Either you can or
Good luck. I think they are manually putting the cards into the system, like King of Spades. Imagine. No, for the all-in, I think they do. Pretty safe.
normally not.
Oh.
Why would you say such a thing?
7
All the heights.
7 always coming.
7 coming.
Sorry about that gap in broadcast. You've been seeing the pictures, but I was called away. So
As if it was his destiny, Seat 9.
looks like we're just breaking before the final table. I think we must be down to 8 players now. There's a break. We're down to 9 players.
Right, guys, we're back with another recap. The second day is in the books of our beautiful festival here in Bratislava. 7 days total coming up. And yesterday we kicked the day off by going to the beautiful flagship restaurant. We brought our hospitality winners to go and enjoy some local food and beer. And we even got a historical lecture by Professor Frankie. The casino events started. In the casino we had the famous roulette tournament kicking off. Players battle it out at the Felts. Poker-wise, the main event started with day 1A, well over 100 players in that one, and we crowned the winner of the Sweden special event. Congratulations, Michael. Also, our charity event was held on our TV table, and finally, our own Mr. Bad Beat Stories, Maurits, got to win something, and donating all the winnings to charity might give him some good karma for future events too, who knows. More action with the hospitality crew and more today, so follow us for all the action here on our socials. Right, guys, we're back with another recap. The second day is in the books of our beautiful festival here in Bratislava. 7 days total coming up. And yesterday we kicked the day off by going to the beautiful flagship restaurant. We brought our hospitality winners to go and enjoy some local food and beer. And we even got a historical lecture by Professor Frankie. The casino events started. In the casino we had the famous roulette tournament kicking off. Players battle it out at the Felts. Poker-wise, the main event started with day 1A, well over 100 players in that one, and we crowned the winner of the Sweet and Special event. Congratulations, Michael. Also, our charity event was held on our TV table, and finally, our own Mr. Badbeat Stories, Maurits, got to win something, and donating all the winnings to charity might give him some good karma for future events too, who knows. More action with the hospitality crew and more today, so follow us for all the action here on our socials. Right, guys, we're back with another recap. The second day is in the books of our beautiful festival here in Bratislava. 7 days total coming up. And yesterday we kicked the day off by going to the beautiful flagship restaurant. We brought our hospitality winners to go and enjoy some local food and beer. And we even got a historical lecture by Professor Frankie. The casino events started. In the casino we had the famous roulette tournament kicking off. Players battle it out at the Felts. Poker-wise, the main event started with day 1A, well over 100 players in that one, and we crowned the winner of the Sweet and Special event. Congratulations, Michael. Also, our charity event was held on our TV table, and finally, our own Mr. Badbeat Stories, Maurits, got to win something, and donating all the winnings to charity might give him some good karma for future events too, who knows. More action with the hospitality crew and more today, so follow us for all the action here on our socials. Right, guys, we're back with another recap. The second day is in the books of our beautiful festival here in Bratislava. 7 days total coming up. And yesterday we kicked the day off by going to the beautiful flagship restaurant. We brought our hospitality winners to go and enjoy some local food and beer. And we even got a historical lecture by Professor Frankie. The casino events started. In the casino we had the famous roulette tournament kicking off. Players battle it out at the Felts. Poker-wise, the main event started with day 1A, well over 100 players in that one, and we crowned the winner of the Sweet and Special event. Congratulations, Michael. Also, our charity event was held on our TV table, and finally, our own Mr. Bad Beat Stories, Maurits, got to win something, and donating all the winnings to charity might give him some good karma for future events too, who knows. More action with the hospitality crew and more today, so follow us for all the action here on our socials. Right, guys, we're back with
And we are back to the PLO High Roller final stages. We have 8 players here at maybe the final table. I'm not 100% sure. I thought we were down to 9, but we may already have a final table of 8, so everyone's in the money. We have a short stack with 5 big blinds, a couple with 10, who have had 10-11 for quite a long time. Our German friends, Mr. Juha and Mr. Harold, that were in seats 7 or 8. Had a redistribution of seats, a redraw for the seats. And we have one far and away chip leader who was on the other table, Mr. Stranek, a local Slovakian player. 96 big blinds, that's fantastic at this point. So he's in a great position to move forward and take this title down, or at least make some kind of deal with the top 2 or 3. There's our payouts. So minimum our top 8 players will get is 2,400, and first place, as mentioned before a few times, is 20,000. Now just sorting out the final table setup, making sure everyone's in place, got the right chips in front of them, new seat for some of them, and we are joined by the 4 players from the second table that have not been on the feature table yet. So we've got some new faces, new names, new countries. Mr. Simovic, who was in the middle, seat 4 before, is now in seat 1. Josh Stewart was in seat 5 before, has now moved out to seat 7. So we know those two. And Mr. Dowling, our Irish player, has moved into seat 5. Don't know where seat 6 is, or who seat 6 is. Josh is very kindly calling him in. Oh, he's had his cards taken away. Last card. So, blinds are now 10.25, which is what they were before we started the final table. So they will continue. The clock continues, or has gone back to 10.25. Mr. Dowling has made a min raise to 50 with a suited ace, ace 7-7-4. Mr. Stewart has folded. Mr. Merritt, I don't know what flag that is. Is that Estonian, maybe? Might be Estonian. This is a nice hand. Mr. Simovic in seat 1 has got 6-9 Jack King, so it's connected and suited. If it hits, it's very unlikely to have hit our raiser, Mr. Dowling. However, it hasn't. So neither player has hit the flop. This will come down to the aggressor. The first aggressor was Mr. Dowling. He'll probably follow through. So bet of 50, an immediate fold for Mr. Simovic. So again, we're seeing some tight play despite being on the final table and all 8 now being in the money. Usually things loosen up a little bit at this point. Everyone can breathe a sigh of relief that they've played for many hours, something like 9 hours now, and have reached the money. So even the profit for 8th place at 1,400 is a lot of money for a day's work. I think most of us would be very happy to earn that in a day. And the champion will win 20,000, which is 19,000 profit for a day's work. That's not to be sneezed at. Rather good. So we have seat Botian, Mr. Botian. What flag is that? I don't know. Need to know my flags more. I'll have to look it up. I'll look it up while we discuss the hands. So Josh Stewart, again, that's an interesting hand. Our short stack has moved in. The 5 big blinds he had. Will he get looked up? Mr. Simovic is looking interested. So Mr. Merritt, our Estonian, has moved in with a good hand. Double suited ace king, but Mr. Simovic has kings. He's not folding that. So we're looking at Mr. Merritt's having to hit a flush of one of the diamonds or clubs, or hit an ace to survive. Well, certainly has hit an ace or 2, so he's very hard for him to lose from here. He's got the nut flush with the king 4 of diamonds, has hit his ace, so he can only lose to a king, which would be pretty unlucky. No. So our short stack has doubled up. He had 5 big blinds. He's now moved to 10 big blinds, a bit more actually, because the blinds would have been included as well. Here comes our final player that didn't realise what time we were starting. Now we'll still have 8 players. We've been joined by our player. That's Mr. Botvian. And seat 4 folded. Just trying to find out his flag. Might be Hungary. I need to check that again. Didn't see it long enough. Sounds like a Hungarian name, doesn't it? Mr. Uya, who's just deigned to join us when he's not on his phone. And Mr. Simovic, one of our local players.
30 minutes. 30, I think. It's behind. I think 30 minutes, yes.
Folds on the button. Mr. Stranak, who is also a Slovakian player. He's our massive chip leader. Mr. Harold is interested in this. He has like 10 big blinds. Looks like he's just calling. So we have a small blind, big blind situation. I can't see their hands at the moment. Mr. Harold only has 200,000, which is 2 times the pot. So any kind of bet here will commit Mr. Harold unless he folds. And we are seeing strongish bet, 75,000 I think. Yep. So Mr. Harold has a decision. He's either going all in, as he'll almost certainly be called, or he needs to fold. One of the two. Not really many other options, unless he's got absolute premium hand of a top set of jacks, but he doesn't. So he opted to fold, which he has done most of the feature table earlier, unless he has a really premium hand. A lot of folding going on. Josh Stewart, folding hand definitely, and our short stack who just doubled up also folds. Our Estonian Mr. Merits, Mr. Simovic, folding. So you can see he's on about 20 big blinds. Here's our chip leader, Mr. Stranak, who's using his stack to raise on the button. Doesn't have a great hand, it's ace 3-3-8. He may not know because he hasn't played with the players that we've been watching as to how tight or loose they may play. Although, like I said, at this point most players are playing very solid. So this is Mr. Botyan. Just trying to check on the flag. Yep, I was right. Hungarian. Very good. Got everyone's country sorted now. They not have their pronunciation of their names right, but got their country sorted. Still pretty tense. People, no one's really grabbing this final table yet and looking to move up the ladder. No one wants to risk too much. A lot of very careful play. The only move so far really has been from our chip leader on the button with a medium hand, but he's got the chips to be able to do that, and he really should be using his stack to put pressure on the other players. No one wants to get the bottom payment. They want to move up a few places in the ladder. Here he goes again. What kind of holding has he got? So it's a late position raise to 75 with, love that, 2-3-4-4. That's the kind of hand that I think you should be raising with when you have the chips. However, will Mr. Bocsian, our Hungarian friend, who has a good hand, he's just going to call. Got an ace, he's got a blocker ace, he's got queens, and he's got a flush draw to the queen. Mr. Downing also has a playable hand. He has 25 in already. Cost him 50 into 175, so he's getting more than 3 to 1 on his money. And he has a good connected hand, Jack, Jack, 9, 6. 6 is a little bit out. Would like to see that being an 8 or a 7 minimum. And he has no suits. So diamonds have been hit. No one has diamonds. Mr. Dowling has the Jack of diamonds, so could use that to represent diamonds. Again, this is about who's brave, who's gonna try and win as many pots as they can with whatever position they're in. And our chip leader, of course, made the original raise. He's even hit 3 4s, so he's hit a set. Don't really think either of the other players can call here. Oh, again, I'm wrong. So, oh, we've got top set of queens as well. I missed that one. I'm so focused on the diamonds. We've got a set of 4s against a set of queens. If this board pairs up and they both get full houses, it's going to be chaos. So Mr. Bocsian is slow playing his set of queens. Of course, he is worried that potentially our chip leader has diamonds. Equally, our chip leader may slow down a bit, yeah, because he's worried that his opponent has diamonds. Oh, there's an 8. That's a fairly innocuous card. This may well check down, although a straight is made as well as the flush. They both have 3 of a kind. One of them has top set of queens and the other bottom set of 4s. But I think this will check down. Yeah. So Mr. Bocsian showing his top set, and we get to see our chip leader's bottom set. But he didn't. Interestingly, he kept hidden the 2-3. Didn't want really to show his whole hand there. Just showed that he'd hit the set and had a good holding with that flop. Quite like that, because I like the play in the first place. The raise with that kind of hand. He then hit a flop. It was fairly unlucky that his opposition had the top set. But he then pot control, didn't lose too much. Mr. Bocsian equally had top set but could have been behind and did a lot of pot control on that. I think they both played that hand pretty well. Simovic wants to get in with kings. And we have a call from our chip leader, a 7-7-8 Jack, 1 suit. And anyone else? Any more for any more? Mr. Uyar folds his double suited hand. Mr. Dowling has 6-10-10 queen and calls to see a flop. 6-7-8. So we have a set of 7s for Mr. Stranak. That's the second set in a row he's hit. Mr. Dowling is betting. I haven't really hit much of this. Mr. Simovic folds his kings, but Mr. Stranak is probably going nowhere. Our chip leader, having hit another set. Hit a set of 4s before. He's now hit the middle set. He's moving up one at a time. Bottom set, now middle set. He won't go mad. He doesn't need to. He's got the chips. Just needs to see what happens. Mr. Dowling may well slow down here, having been called. He can be knocked out. He's only got 940,000 compared to 2 million, but he's a tough player. He's making strong play here. 250,000 into 375. It's a very strong bet. He's saying, I have the best hand at the moment. So he's representing a straight. Kind of 9-10. Now he does have 2 10s, so he's representing some of which that he has, but I don't think Mr. Stranak is going to fold his set of 7s here. He does have one of his own outs. He has an 8, so that doesn't help him get a full house. But I can't see him folding it. He may just call. Now, will that slow Mr. Dowling down, or will it encourage him? You know, if a 9 comes, he's got the nut straight. It didn't. So set of 7s is winning. Whether or not they can work out who's got what and who's winning is a separate question. Mr. Dowling is barreling again. Wow. 3 barrels, 3 complete barrels. He's bet 1 million. Sorry, no, he hasn't. He's bet 500,000. Half. 500,000. He's saying, I have a straight. He is saying, I have a straight. What are you going to do about it? And Mr. Stranak, it's a difficult position here. Basically, if he doesn't believe he's got a straight, his set of 7s is definitely winning. So it's all about whether he believes the story or not. A lot of poker is about that. Is the story make sense? Mr. Dowling has bet every street. He called, he bet the flop, he bet the turn, and bet even bigger on the river. And he's committed most of his stack. Looking very strong, very confident, not moving. Nice strong pose with the arm. Holding the face like Rodin. Rodin's sculpture. The thinker. Can Mr. Stranak work through the story, the pose, the strength emanating from Mr. Dowling? Can he work through and go, well, I don't think you've got that straight. I've got a set of 7s and I think I'm winning. It's a big old chunk, 500. He's got 1.9 million and he folds. That is power poker. Well done, Mr. Dowling. That is power poker. The reason he could do that was he had 2 10s, so he knew there weren't other 10s out there. He knew he wasn't up against the straight he was representing, so that gave him extra confidence. And that was fantastic poker. Really, really good. Nice to see that kind of play on the final table. And of course, he's increased he's almost doubled his stack, I think, from that play. Very, very nice. Good to see. There's a few small stacks out there. Is Mr. Dowling going to try and put pressure on? He certainly is. It's min raised to 50,000, but unless these players have got something they can fight back with. 5, 6, 6, 10. Not really a hand you're going to get into war with. So Josh folds. And more blinds get put in. So this is The advantage, Mr. Dowling's just won a big hand, he's got more chips now, and he can now start to bully, in a nice way, bully the shorter stacks on his left if no one has raised on his right, and if he's in late position. Position's so important in all poker, but especially in Omaha. The ability to know how many folds you have in front of you, how many people are behind you, how what the risk is, and the later the position, the less risk of raising a pot. If someone has a very large hand and re-raises you, you can choose to fold and on to the next hand. This is a very nice starting hand for our chip leader. I think he's still our chip leader. Lost a lot on the other one. 9, Jack, Queen, Queen. So perfectly valid raise to 75. So we're now seeing a 3x raise. And we have an all-in on the button. Looks like that's about 150. Oh no, 230. I'm assuming he's beating Queen, Queen, Jack 9. I can't see his hand at the moment. Now our chip leader has another difficult decision. He folded the last one with the best hand. We don't know that he's got the best hand, but it's a good... He's called. It's a good hand. So what are we going to see from Mr. Uyar? We've got Queen, Queen, Jack 9, diamonds, 1 suit for our chip leader, and our short stack, who's covered obviously, has, can't see it, aces, ace, 7, 6, so pretty strong position, but because the Queen, Queen, Jack 9 is so connected, you're only seeing 58-42 in favour of Mr. Uyar. So it's a pretty good board. He's hit a 9, but Mr. Uyar has also hit with a 7. The aces are still ahead at this point. The problem with Mr. Stranak's hand here is he has 2 queens, but he's hit another 9. Oh wow, he's now miles ahead, 95% or so favourite, Mr. Uyar. Can't believe it. He's taking it very well though. He's a nice young man. Yeah, and Mr. Uyar goes in 8th place. Well played. He did his best and played in a friendly and competitive way when he wasn't checking his phone. He's got his tea. He's off. And we are down to 7 players. 7 players now, so each one of those players has moved up the ladder. So our Estonian friend, who only had 5 big blinds, might have been expecting to get 8th. He's getting at least 7th, so he's moved up a fair bit. And in fact, he has more big blinds and more chips than Mr. Herald. So he's moved up a couple of spots, or laddered a couple of spots. Mr. Stranak is still a big chip leader, but Mr. Dowling has doubled up since and is now a serious threat to the chip leader. And we've got a wider opening range with the chip leader here, so he's not got a great hand at all. 4-7 King Jack. Problem is that if a shorter stack wakes up with a big hand and pushes, he may have to fold that particular hand. It really doesn't play well. Mr. Dowling, however, just calls. I'm sure he has a better hand than King Jack 4. Significantly better. King, Queen, Jack 8, 1 suit. So he dominates Mr. Stranak a lot. And I like the fact he just called there. He didn't want to risk too much. And we have a third entrant, again with a pretty good folding, ace queen queen 7 with nut hearts as opposed to Mr. Dowling's second nut hearts. And of course the flop is 2 hearts, it would be, wouldn't it? 4 5 10. So Mr. Stranak has hit a little bit. Interesting. Mr. Dowling has the second nut flush. Mr. Simovic will probably be coming out firing, as when he has hit he's normally bet it. The question here is, will Mr. Dowling get involved with his second nut flush? Draw. Doesn't really have much else of a draw. He'd need that something to join the 10, and it's going to cost too much to find out. So well played, Mr. Simovic. He's winning by top with the over pair and the nut flush draw, so he's going nowhere anyway. Might as well be betting it. No one else was going to bet that. So our next place prize is 2,900, and then we move up to 3,500. So that's our next person out. That will receive a good amount, 2,900. Very nice profit of nearly 2,000 euros, which again, let me remind you, is just one night's work. Good work if you can get it. A raise of 75 from a pretty premium hand. Ace King Queen 10 suited. Very nice hand. People are unlikely to have a better hand, and I think most people will be folding unless our chip leader wants to have a look. Not sure what he's got yet. He does, and he's got kings. King 9-3, so he's definitely going to be wary of an ace on the flop. He will be putting Mr. Botman on an ace. Mr. Botman has actually hit 3 queens, which is pretty impressive. Can he get value out of it against kings? It's a tricky one, this. Do you bet it? Do you slow play it? You can't really, because there's the flush there. So I think you have to bet this. Will our chip leader believe him, or will he think his over pair is ahead? I think he may well call it, possibly not raise. If he does, he could get in trouble. It's called the 75, putting lots of blue chips in. It's not improved his hand at all. Our Austrian friend is still well ahead with 3 queens. Pretty sure he'll be betting this something like 175, maybe 200. $140, so slightly less than I thought he would, but we're all different, and to be honest it probably doesn't matter. Anywhere between 120 and 175 is going to take it down. I think Mr. Stranak quite rightly has to believe he has a queen, and we of course know he did have a queen with an ace kicker, so he's in pretty good shape. The blinds have now gone up to 1530. So that means everyone's big blind position will be reduced. One of our more active players on the final table, Mr. Dowling, who's played very well so far, has chosen to raise to 60,000. That's a min raise. However, Josh Stewart has a very, very good hand. I love this. 9, 10, Queen, Jack, 1 suit. It's a very playable hand. What? Sorry. Whoa. That fold was strange. That was I mean, it's a really good hand. I can't fold that there. Wow. Okay. Right. Well, that'll be interesting. Our chip leader here has got a really interesting hand. 3, 3, 4, 5. I think he raised with a similar hand earlier on, and he understands the value that if he hits that kind of flop with 2 raisers that are likely to have high card holdings, he'll be in a very good position. So it's certainly worth a call. I think you need to have a look at flops with this kind of hand. It's similar to the 4-6 suited in Hold'em, or 3-5 suited, that kind of hand where you know your opposition's got ace queen or ace jack, and you kind of tend to know where you are. I think it's a similar one in Omaha. Of course he's hit 3 3s, so he's hit bottom set, but he's only losing to 9s or aces. And the way the hand's been played, it doesn't feel like anyone had aces. If someone's got 9s, you kind of just got to go good luck. So he checked that because he's out of position. He's going to check call whatever people do. Well, our Irish Mr. Dowling make an attempt on this. Mr. Simovic may also feel that his ace queen has got a lot of equity in terms of winning the pot. We're going to see a bet for value here. I don't know, 60, 70,000. Just to hope someone has caught 2 pairs and we'll call him. So I think that will be a good bet for me. We do have a bet. I'm not going to get a call anyway, but I like the bet. 115, so more. It was a bigger bet than was necessary, but could have got more value there, I think, on the turn. I think a bet on the turn may have got a call. It's much harder to call on the river when you know where you are, whereas on the turn there are some draws still available, even to people that haven't kind of hit a flop particularly well. So I think he didn't get the maximum value there. You know, you hit your sets, unless you're unlucky with the one when he had a set of 4s against top set of queens, unless you're he had the top set of queens, unless you're unlucky in that kind of situation, you need to get value from hitting things like sets. So I favour betting. Excuse me, it's getting late. It's well past my bedtime. We have a raise with a pretty good hand, ace jack 10 10 with 1 suit. Are we going to see any opposition? King queen jack 8, again normally a good hand but doesn't want to get involved, probably quite rightly at this point. With that kind of holding, it's quite variable. And this is a different decision because he's already got big blind in. He's only going to cost him 30, and he's got ace king queen 7 with a suit, so I can't see a fold here. Possibly could raise, but he doesn't. These two haven't played together yet, I don't think, in this tournament. They played very early on. We're going for the cover the face move. King 8-2, so Mr. Bottomman has hit the king, and will be check calling, I think, if there's any bet. We know that Mr. Dowling likes to follow through and bet, but I think Mr. Bottivan will probably call this. He's not losing to many hands on that board. He's got top pair, top kicker. That's just a call, and there's no real value in raising here because you're only going to get called by a worse hand. Will Mr. Dowling's aggression work against Mr. Bottivan like it did work against our chip leader, Mr. Stranak? And we know he's a very aggressive player, Mr. Dowling. Irish love their PLO. I played quite a lot PLO tournaments in Dublin at the Irish Open. Came final table 1, but the Irish definitely hold their own in Omaha. Very good players. So the ace-king is holding. I don't think he needs to bet it. He'll probably just check call if there is a bet. But I've got a feeling they'll both check. Mr. Dowling has now hit a jack, so he's got some equity. There's certainly no point in him betting. He's announced he's got a king. He's going to show it, and Mr. Dowling probably will muck his hand. Yeah, he doesn't want to show his hand. Josh Stewart's just calling with a king, queen, queen, 9. Very conservative. Well, Mr. Simovic either call. No, he won't be. He'll be raising. So Josh may well have saved a few chips here. Mr. Simovic is certainly raising. Fairly pot-sized bet. Is anyone else going to wake up with a big hand? Mr. Stranak just folds, sir. Fold. No Hollywood here, please. This is Bratislava, not Los Angeles. Ooh, king, queen, 7-4. Nope. Mr. Dowling will fold as well, and has. The original raiser is up against a significant raise. Oh, wow. Could be in bad shape here. Well, he is in bad shape. And has called. It's quite a large proportion of his stack. Does have a good hand, but Mr. Simovic has the aces and one of them suited. And he's now hit the nut flush draw. He has to bet this. Got the nut flush draw with the over pair aces. He doesn't want Josh to see many more cards. He's even got the gut shot with the ace 3. And there it is. Substantial bet. Near a pot size bet. Stewart has in front of him. Just about. He's got 325 in front, and I think he's just about bet the pot. So it's basically all in or fold. I think that would probably a fold. Didn't actually see it, but the chips are going Mr. Simovic's way. So that's getting a bit of appreciation from the chip leader there. His fellow Slovakian. I guess they know each other and play on a regular basis together, either here in Casino Banco or elsewhere. They certainly seem quite friendly. Thumbs up for that one for sure. So just Stewart made a call in the first place. That's certainly questionable with his hand, and then made the right decision to fold. But took quite a risk, quite a large part of his stack went in. You're going to have to find a spot to rebuild, otherwise he'll be one of the shorter stacks. It's a good hand, except it's got 3 queens in it. You could split that and call it ace queen suited, queen queen, but it diminishes the hand tremendously to have 3 of a kind in it. Sometimes people say, well, what if you've got 4 aces or 4 tens or something like that? All 4 of them. And that's actually worth playing because you're blocking. Say you have 4 tens, no one can get a straight. No one can get Broadway or Queen Jack 10 9 8 because you've got all the tens. So it's quite an interesting hand to play. Don't know the stats of it. Even 4 aces means no one can get an ace, so you know where you are. I have had 4 aces online. A nice picture on my phone. So I think the pressure will be coming on from Josh Stewart here. He's got kings. There's been a raise. Yeah, maximum pressure. If you've got bigger than kings, call me, he's saying. He's getting called as well. Snap call. Snap call with 5, 6, 9, 10 double suited. Hearts are no good, clubs are okay, and you've got fairly connected cards. So you've got 5, 6, and 2 spaces, the 7, 8, and you've got your 9, 10. So it's if it hits, it's dangerous. Josh is ahead at the moment, but he's only 60, 40 ahead. Very dependent now on what the flop is. He's standing up, he's getting his coat. That's the old one. I'll get my coat, and then you win the pot and sit down again. At the moment he's holding. A 4 would give Mr. Stranak a straight. That would be very hard to beat. So the king's improved to a king high flush, and we have a double up for Josh Stewart. I think that's a perfectly logical move. He's got a good hand, he's got kings, he's only losing to aces at that point, and it's an opportunity to double up, which he has done. So the chip leader started, I think, with 2.5 million, is now down to 1.3 million. So he's lost half of his stack since we started the final table. Oh no, sorry, that's Mr. Stranak, 1.7. So he's lost nearly 1 million chips, which is still significant. Mr. Merritt's has doubled up, Mr. Stewart has doubled up, Mr. Simovic has won quite a bit, Mr. Downing has won a lot. So there's now 3 big stacks, 2 medium and 2 small. That's the dynamic of the table. You always need to know who's got what stack so you can work out what your best strategy is. Should you be attacking? How much buy? If you attack and they raise, what's it going to cost you? So you have to think through all these things before making your first move. If you can, you need to think through what your next few moves will be, or what response you're likely to be met with. And even if it's a surprise that you haven't really thought about, you then got to make decisions based on that surprise. Eight, 9, Jack, Jack. Nice middle hand here. Connected, suited, definitely worth a raise. If he ever does get a call from his German neighbour, we all know from watching him for a few hours that he will definitely have a good hand. And he's got one now. Might be worth it. I think he's all in. Yep. He's got the kings this time, which another player had last time. Are we going to lose another player? Oh, we have a question. Interesting. Oh my goodness me. Mr. Dowling has ace, ace, queen 10. Our Irish person on this definitely re-raising. That will take out Mr. Stranak. He will fold. And Mr. Herald is in trouble unless he hits. Can only hit a king really. Can't even hit a flush. I think Mr. Stranak has to fold here. Great timing to have a premium hand of ace, ace, queen 10. Mr. Herald is drawing pretty dead to a king, but yet still has 33% equity. Funny game, poker. Sometimes you just don't understand how he could possibly have so much equity when he's so dominated. And now he literally is drawing to 2 kings in the pack, 10%, 5 each, 5% per king. And we find our 8th place. He did very well to ladder up to 8th from when we were down to about 15. He was pretty short the whole way through. Found a couple of spots to stay in and double up. Lots of fist bumps. I think he can be proud of his finish. And we are down to 6. Estonian has moved up 2 spots. Now he's very happy. Having a beer to celebrate. Cheers. So we're now looking at 6th place, 3,500 euros. Estonian is looking very pleased with himself. He did double up though, to be fair. So he put himself in that position. Moving around in my chair's moving around. Now we have a new hand. We have some interesting hands out there. Mr. Stranak, our chip leader still, just 6, 7, 10 jack. Quite a nice playable hand. He's raising with it, he's using his stack. Josh Stewart, who recently doubled up, is in with the aces. Ace, ace, jack, 6. I think we will see a return of fire and a re-raise. Oh, he's coming out 4, 5. It's probably going to be about 200 coming in, 250. And he's just counting out his stack, working out how much to bet. Certainly be a raise, probably another 200, I think. Yep. There we go. As expected, another 210, I think, on top. So significant raise. I don't think Mr. Stranak will call. I'm sure he'll respect that. He's been very, very solid. He's not got out of place at all with his 3 or 4 bets. If Mr. Stranak does call and doesn't hit, he will have committed an awful lot of chips into this pot. It's not good poker to be calling here. If you think he's at it, fair enough, you can raise. We know he isn't, but also just on the play so far, Mr. Stranak should be realising that he's a very solid player and only raising with a better hand. And duly folds. Well done.
Party assist? Party assist?
What, me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll let you off there. It's pretty close.
It's always close. Hey.
So there we can see the chip counts. We now have 3 players with the chip lead, fairly even. 2 medium players, and Mr. Merritt has gone back to 5 big blinds because the blinds have gone up to 15-30. So he's now sitting back from 10 big blinds. He got to at one point to 5 big blinds. He's only played 1 hand really in this final table, but he has moved up 2 spots, 2 places up the ladder. Looks like we have a raise from one of our chip leaders. Or is that just the big blind? No, I think it's just the big blind. Comes down very quick when you've got such few players on a table. Something in the... Oh, I'm in the big blind again. So we're now down to the small and big blind. Our 2 Slovakian players. Mr. Simovic does have a good hand, but he's just choosing to call. That's interesting. Ace Queen Jack 9. Definitely a raising hand. Is he doing this to induce a raise? I don't think he is. He's got his chips in before the raiser. Very nice. So he knew the raise was coming. He must know this player quite well. $9.97. Well, Mr. Simovic has smacked this one with the top set of 9s, but Mr. Stranak has the 5, 6, 8, so he's up and down. They've both got quite a big piece of this. Betting could go quite small and slow and considered, or could skyrocket. It really could go so many different directions, this hand. Depends on the dynamic of the two players. And because it is a connected board, the 7-9, Mr. Simovic, I think, has to raise to try and get value from any draw. And it's a small raise, 200. So, bet was 80, raised to 200. So, it's a nicely weighted raise. It's almost like he wants the call, but at the moment he's confident of being ahead, which he is. But again, you've got that up and down straight draw. The only hand he's absolutely losing to is 9-7. So we have a call for the 200. So the pot's now 640. Big pot already. And that 5 makes the straight, the 6-8 straight for Mr. Stranac. A 9's gone in. He's increased his draw to a diamond. He's got diamond draws and a 9 and any ace, queen or jack, which is why he's still remarkably 50%, even though Mr. Stranac has actually hit a straight. It's remarkable how he can still be 50% equity, but he's at risk and he's in danger of finishing in 6th spot, having been one of the chip leaders throughout the tournament, really, and playing pretty well. Hasn't done a lot wrong. Not really done a lot wrong here. He's got a 9. He's got diamonds. A lot of cards to hit. Like an ace. 9 ace gives him a full house. Mr. Stranac hit his straight and then had the nuts on the turn. It was taken away, and he had so many cards to hit, Mr. Simovic, which is why he had 50% equity. Wow. Very dramatic hand, that one. Mr. Stranac has definitely gone from hero to 0, or not far off 0, in this final table. He hasn't really done a lot wrong. He's just come out on the wrong end of a lot of hands, been rivered a lot. He's been dominated by hands where he has hit flops and pre-flop, so it's had a pretty bad run, really. And somehow you have to clear that from your head and almost start again. How can I build a stack, etc., and not sit there bemoaning the fact that you had over about 2.5 million chips 1 minute and an awful lot less now. How many has he got now? I guess about 800. I've probably swapped over with his opponent there. Mr. Downing has got fed up with not being involved in a pot, and he's raising. Suited and connected hand. Mr. Merritt has got kings. I think he'll push here. Every time someone's had kings, they've made a move. No, he's, oh, look at that. He's giving too much respect to Mr. Dowling. And Mr. Stranac with now 800,000, so he's lost 2/3 of his starting stack on the final table. Spread it around to about 3 players, so it's not just one. Mr. Bottivan calls with a suited ace, an ace king with a low draw. And all he's done is hit a small 2. Mr. Dowling's hit that pretty well. He's got an up and down with the 8-9 with the, to the 7-10, so I expect he'll look at taking this down. It's another 10. No one's got a 10, so it might be check. And at the moment, technically, the ace is winning. The ace king is actually winning. And although, oh, the 2 is winning, sorry, the 2 pairs, the 2s and 10s. So although he is winning, he's not betting because he thinks he's winning, he's betting to try and get a fold from Mr. Dowling, which he has achieved. Nice play there. Good aggression wins the pot. We've got kings here for Mr. Simovic, who now has more chips to play around with, having doubled up since the start of this final table. Mr. Stranac has a nice hand here, and the kind of hand he would normally play, but he's now in a much different position. The blinds are 20-40 and he has 800, so he is down to 20 big blinds from scaling the heights at 70, 50 big blinds, etc. Have a new hand. Mr. Merritt's folds as usual. Mr. Simovic has 2 pairs here, 9s and 5s. I think he's going to make a raise. See what happens. Might be a big raise. Is that 80? It's 85. No, 90,000. Mr. Stranac does have a hand that he can defend with, or even re-raise. Got Queen Jack 9-5. It's interesting that he has 2 outs of Mr. Simovic, but because he has a much lower stack than he had, he can't consider playing it. Double suited hand for Mr. Botivan, but not strong enough. Mr. Dowling didn't like his hand. Mr. Stewart not going to hold this hand, surely. 6-9, Jack 10, double suited, got a blocker 9. I think he's lining up a raise. Sorry, I need a coffee. I'm falling asleep here, man. I was in bed at 8. Oh, sorry, people. Falling asleep is very late. So, we have the same hand still. We're going to see a flop. That's a very good flop for Josh. He's got the straight flush draw. And not actually, Mr. Simovic has hit nothing. He's going to play this cute. He's going to look for Mr. Simovic to hang himself a bit. Might well check as well. Josh has got the straight draw and the nut flush draw. He's got the straight flush draw with the Jack 10 of spades. So Mr. Simovic is allowing him to bet. He's certainly going to call or raise. I don't know what his plan is here. He's flexing. He has a system. He always goes back, double checks the cards, puts them back, stays still, thinks about it, thinks about exactly how he's going to play, what amount, and so already decided he's going to just call. But still goes through that routine, through that process, helps him decide. Now a very different situation. He's hit his flush, he's looking to trap, but Mr. Simovic has now actually hit a set of fives. This is a really interesting hand. Depending on the action here, if the board pairs, Mr. Simovic has a full house. Unless, no, he has a full house. And any other hand, Josh will know he's ahead. But because Mr. Simovic has a set of fives, he may well call any bet here. I think we're going to see a bet. He's got the jack flush, it's the second nut flush. Only a king is better. Oh, he's checking as well. It's really interesting. Is he checking to induce a bet? What's he going to get bet with? I think he's missed massive value here.
Famous, you know. It's famous in the poker world. What's the name? Froggy. Of course. Froggy, yeah. I expected 17 for, you know. Famous, yeah. Been around the world, done a lot of things. It looks quite exhausted. Tired. Yeah. So here we have a very interesting hand. We've got 2-3 jack. We've got two spades on board. We've got up and down for Mr. Merritts, who is already all in, our Estonian friend. We've got Josh, who's checked a second nut flush draw. And not expecting too much, but Mr. Dowling, our Irish player, is deciding to bet into a cold deck. There is no value necessarily. I can't see Josh folding here at all. He's got the kings and a second nut flush. So Mr. Dowling is betting into a side pot. Side pot's probably bigger than the main pot at the moment. And the reason he did that was he had the ace of spades, so he's got the kind of blocker to the nut flush. And Mr. Merritts will be sitting down again because he's hit the nuts. He's got 4-5. He's won the main pot. And Josh Stewart has won the side pot. I think there is a side pot here. It's a great flop for... And I don't know if you remember, but an hour or two ago I was talking about the kind of value of the low connected hand at 2-4-5-5. 3, 4, 6 kind of hand. And that proves it. So Mr. Merritt's has more than doubled up. He's trebled up. And he's in the heady heights of 12 big blinds. Good hand here. Double suited, ace 7, jack 9. It's connected and double suited. Definitely going to be a raise here. Plus, he now needs to actually win some pots rather than give his chips away. So, just a call. I don't like this. He's got a good hand. He has to. It's like he's still remembering the hands he lost and he's a bit worried about betting too much. Got a raising hand there for sure, 6-handed. It's a strong hand. Now Josh either has a stronger hand or he's smelling weakness and pouncing. He's got ace, king, jack 3, which is only just, it's not even better actually, it's just about the same. You've got double suited in Stranak's favour, and Stuart's got the ace, king with a nut hearts against nut clubs. So it's very similar, just depends on who hits the flop. Well, they're both fairly even in chips now, because our chip leader at the start of this, Mr. Stranak, has done 2/3 of his stack. Little stretch for Mr. Simovic. Know the feeling. So, pressure's on. He showed weakness by just calling. And Josh Stewart, quite rightly, is re-raising him with a very similar hand, but I think he may well get this through. Mr. Stranach literally, no, he's calling. He's not re-raising though. This is now a significant pot. The pot value is pretty not far off both of their stack values. So we've got a 2, 5, 8 board. We have a gut shot for Stranach. In fact, Josh has also got a gut shot with the ace 3, but a lower one. Neither of them have hit this flop at all, so this is going to be about who's got the biggest cojones, as they say in Mexico. Who is going to be the stronger player here? Josh looks very determined, very focused on winning this event. And he knows Mr. Stranak has lost so many chips that he really is feeling the pressure. I think both players are probably assuming quite rightly that neither of the opposition has hit this flop in any real sense, and they'll both be right because they both got good hands, and this flop is a pretty awful flop. So unless someone happens to have lucked out with a pair of 8s, both are going to be thinking, yeah, you haven't hit, so you know I will be the aggressor here. Both decided to check. 2 checks. Queen again, unfortunately neither is hit, but Mr. Stranak now has a much stronger holding. He has a gut shot to the Queen 8 and he has a diamond flush, so that's a very good card for him. Now, you know, you've got to win this pot. It's a huge pot compared to your stack. It's 2/3 of your stack. You have to bet at this, and if Josh Stewart puts you under pressure and puts you all in because of the pressure, that's fine. I like that. That's absolutely fine. Use your stack, put the pressure on, make the other player make the decision. We know Josh is going to fold this. He's got nothing. He cannot call this. He has no draw, no nothing. So it's a great play by Mr. Stranak. He's back from outer space. There's nothing Josh can do. He can't raise him off the pot. He's all committed already, and he has nothing, so he just has to fold. And that's good poker. And all the players should be making those kind of moves. They need to sense what the other player has, and he increased his equity massively with that turn. It gave him so many outs. And even if Josh was slow playing a set, slow playing 2 pairs, and wanting Stranak to put all his chips in so he could call, Stranak had outs. So I like that play. Well done, sir. We have quite a few of you watching on Twitch, I've been informed. Late night. What time are we now? Central European time is 4 AM. 4 AM Central European time, and we still have 6 at the final table of the high roller PLO. 62 runners we had. Well, 62 buy-ins. Franca, who runs the festival, was responsible for about 60 of them. So contributed very generously to the prize pool would be the politic description. So there are people that have had more than one bullet, for sure. I did hear a whisper that 3 or 4 months ago, Franca set a Slovakian record for the number of buy-ins to a major tournament. So there you go. That's a little fact for you, non-PLO related. So Mr. Stranak is back in action again, having secured the last pot. He's up to 1.3 million from 800, so he won a nice pot of 420,000. He's hit a queen. Not much else though. He has hit top pair. Mr. Simovic, that is. But Mr. Stranak will probably call and look to raise either at the turn, the next card, or the river, depending. Looking to represent. That's actually improved Mr. Simovic's hand. He's now up and down and flush drawing, so he's improved his hand a lot, but decided to check it, which is interesting. I think he just doesn't want to have to either check raise or have a decision to make. He's drawing very well, so in many ways he's pot controlling, doesn't want the problem. We have a jack of diamonds, so a flush is made. The queen is still holding, but he may not know it. Mr. Stranak's now hit the jack as well, and it's been a very passive pot. May feel that that's enough, so I can't see a bet coming from either player really, and Mr. Simovic should just take down the 180k pot. Not really, unless Mr. Stranak makes a move representing the diamonds or the straight, and Mr. Simovic, he's giving it a go. No, I don't think that's enough. I don't think that's a big enough bet. 75, I think, yeah. It's kind of smells of weakness, but oh, it was enough. So sometimes a smaller bet can feel stronger to your opponent than a bigger bet, because it's saying, I want you to call me, please call this 75. You look, it's into 180, it's a small bet, call it, because I have you dominated. So that's what the advantage of a smaller bet. Plus, of course, you're committing less chips to the pot should you be called or raised. So I think that was strategically a pretty good bet. I was just expecting him to bet a little more because he was so far behind. But bravo, good bet. And a nice double-suited hand here, King Queen 9-3, 2 suits and connected, perfectly good hand, but a very similar hand, Mr. Botti Van, Queen Jack 10-8, more connected than the first hand, but his clubs are dominated, which is why he's only got 45% by his name. However, someone has smacked that in the face, Mr. Botivan. I have a made straight and the top two. Yes, please, thank you very much. However, Mr. Simovic was the initial aggressor, so our Hungarian friend has checked to induce a bet, and it is working. It's not a big bet though. May just choose to call and let him bet again on the turn. I think we're just going to see a call. Yeah, I like that. It's yeah, I'm just calling. We'll see where we go. Even though he's got the nut, as we call it, and he's increased his nut because that does make a smaller straight to his opposition. Now we know he hasn't got it, but if Mr. Simovic is clever enough to smell the trap, he may well check behind, and then we'll see a bet on the river by Mr. Botivan, unless something goes strange. Yeah, I think he knows he's in a bit of trouble, but the 10 hits, so now Simovic has gone from 0 to hero, and if this does check down, he will win the pot that Mr. Botivan should have won, but due to him slow playing it all the way through, well, whatever happens, Mr. Simovic is going to win this. He hasn't got a flush, so I don't think he's going to bet it, but he's got the made straight, the second nut straight, King 10, King 9, sorry. So he hasn't got the ace king. Is he going to be betting for value? Wow. This is not a clever bet. It really isn't. Because if Botivan has the nut flush or the ace king, he's minimum going to call or raise. Now, it just so happens he has a lower straight, so he may get paid off. But I don't think Simovic knows this. It's a very hard one to know. So this is quite a very interesting hand, actually. I like it. It's put... You could analyse this hand for about an hour and get a lot from it. I like it. If I had an analyst with me, apart from myself, yeah, he knows he let him get there, basically. That would be my analysis, that Mr. Botivan slow played that too much. I think on the turn he should have been betting, because there was flush draws and larger draws.
Right, guys, we're back with another recap. The second day is in the books of our beautiful festival here in Bratislava. 7 days total coming up. And yesterday we kicked the day off by going to the beautiful flagship restaurant. We brought our hospitality winners to go and enjoy some local food and beer. And we even got a historical lecture by Professor Frankie. The casino events started. In the casino we had the famous roulette tournament kicking off. Players battle it out at the Felts. Poker-wise, the main event started with day 1A, well over 100 players in that one, and we crowned the winner of the Sweden special event. Congratulations, Michael. Also, our charity event was held on our TV table, and finally, our own Mr. Bad Beat Stories, Maurits, got to win something, and donating all the winnings to charity might give him some good karma for future events too, who knows. More action with the hospitality crew and more today, so follow us for all the action here on our socials. Right, guys, we're back with another recap. The second day is in the books of our beautiful festival here in Bratislava. 7 days total coming up. And yesterday we kicked the day off by going to the beautiful flagship restaurant. We brought our hospitality winners to go and enjoy some local food and beer. And we even got a historical lecture by Professor Frankie. The casino events started. In the casino we had the famous roulette tournament kicking off. Players battle it out at the Felts. Poker-wise, the main event started with Day 1A, well over 100 players in that one, and we crowned the winner of the Sweet and Special event. Congratulations, Michael. Also, our charity event was held on our TV table, and finally, our own Mr. Bad Beat Stories, Maurits, got to win something, and donating all the winnings to charity might give him some good karma for future events too, who knows. More action with the hospitality crew and more today, so follow us for all the action here on our socials. Right, guys, we're back with another recap. The second day is in the books of our beautiful festival here in Bratislava. 7 days total coming up. And yesterday we kicked the day off by going to the beautiful flagship restaurant. We brought our hospitality winners to go and enjoy some local food and beer. And we even got a historical lecture by Professor Frankie. The casino events started. In the casino we had the famous roulette tournament kicking off. Players battle it out at the Felts. Poker-wise, the main event started with Day 1A, well over 100 players in that one, and we crowned the winner of the Sweet and Special event. Congratulations, Michael. Also, our charity event was held on our TV table, and finally, our own Mr. Bad Beat Stories, Maurits, got to win something, and donating all the winnings to charity might give him some good karma for future events too, who knows. More action with the hospitality crew and more today, so follow us for all the action here on our socials. Right, guys, we're back with another recap. The second day is in the books of our beautiful festival here in Bratislava. 7 days total coming up. And yesterday we kicked the day off by going to the beautiful flagship restaurant. We brought our hospitality winners to go and enjoy some local food and beer. And we even got a historical lecture by Professor Frankie. The casino events started. In the casino we had the famous roulette tournament kicking off. Players battle it out at the Felts. Poker-wise, the main event started with day 1A, well over 100 players in that one, and we crowned the winner of the Sweet and Special event. Congratulations, Michael. Also, our charity event was held on our TV table, and finally, our own Mr. Bad Beat Stories, Maurits, got to win something, and donating all the winnings to charity might give him some good karma for future events too, who knows. More action with the hospitality crew and more today, so follow us for all the action here on our socials.
And we're back from a short break at the final of the PLO High Roller here at the festival in Bratislava. We can see the chip counts. We have 3 chip leaders, and Mr. Stranak, who was the runaway chip leader, just behind them. We have Mr. Stewart on 12 big blinds, and our Estonian survivor, Mr. Meritz, who's been down to 5 big blinds about 5 times. And has doubled, and in his last hand tripled up. So he's climbing that ladder. He's a great example of a lot of patience, getting it in good, and finding a way through. So we have our first hand back from the break. We have 6 players left. Next prize is €3,500. Oh, we've increased. We've got a Kermit by the look of it, as well as a Miss Piggy. We now have a Kermit, adding to Josh Stewart's Animal Kingdom. In a very nice starting hand, totally connected 8-9 Jack 10, although he doesn't have a suit, but it's still a lovely rundown hand. Not a lot of hands better than that because it's crossing both the high straight and the mid straight. So the Ace King Queen has got nuts, and then all the other combinations down to the 6. So I like that very much. What are we considering here? So one of our 2 Slovakian friends has called, and we also have a call from our Irish player, Mr. Dowling. I don't know what they've got yet. Okay, so Mr. Dowling's got Ace King 3-2 with 1 suit, and a very similar hand, Mr. Bochin, the Queen Jack 8-6, but look how dominated it is by the Jack 10-9-8, and look at this flop. This is fantastic. Apart from the clubs, he's got the complete wrap around the 7-9, so it's a beautiful hand for Josh Stewart. Exactly the kind of flop you want to see when you've raised with his hand. And now he's got to work out how to get maximum value. I think we're going to see something like a 2. I don't think he'll pot bet it because there is clubs against him, but I think we'll see about 200 to 225. I think a half size bet would be good. Now of course Mr. Bochin has hit this, but not nearly in the same way, and that not having the 10 is crucial. No, he's just going for it. He's going, right, it's all in. I have a pot size bet left. I'm putting maximum pressure on everyone. Now the only person that can call here is Mr. Dowling with the nut flush draw. Whether he feels it's worth it or not, I don't know. Bochin likes his hand, but he just hasn't hit it well enough. Although, he's got clubs as well, so I didn't see that. So he's got Jack-8 of clubs as well as the straight draw. Wow. And he's got the bottom straight. He's got a double belly buster, as it's called. So he's a 5 will give him a straight, a 10 will give him a straight, clubs will give him a club. If he comes in, it's a very difficult decision for our Irish friend Mr. Dowling, because all he has is a nut flush draw, and he's got to assume he's losing to both players, which technically he is. What is our Hungarian friend going to do here? Really interesting. I think he's folded. Wow. Wow. He calls a raise with his hand and hits. Mr. Dowling is not scared of much. It's half his stack though. 500,000. Yeah, it's half his stack. He's put 100 in already. He's going for it. He is not afraid to gamble. So we've got the wrap against the flush draw, but of course right now the 9 is actually winning, so if there are raggy cards come out or no high cards, Josh could win just with a 9 or 2 pairs or something like that. But it's such a good hand with the 7-9, and there it is, bang, he's already hit his straight with the Jack-8, and of course the other player that was in the pot also had Jack-8 with clubs. And there it goes, so lovely double up from Josh there. That is the perfect flop for his hand. I mean, it's just, you couldn't ask for more, unless it was literally a made hand. And also someone has to have a draw for you to get your money in and get paid, and of course Mr. Dowling had the nut flush draw. Had a Hungarian player played, he would have chopped that with Josh. We don't know whether Mr. Dowling would have actually called had the Hungarian player in seat 3 called. Someone's brought some laughter at the table. Someone's brought some energy into the room. That's good. That's all he needed. So now Josh has moved up to be one of those chip leaders. He's equal chip leader now with Simovic, who's also moved up since we started this final table. Bochan has doubled up since we started, and Stranak, as we know, has trebled down. So dynamic is constantly changing. Probably be a while till we lose one of these players. It's very considered, conservative play in the main. We're not seeing an awful lot of exciting poker, I'm afraid, at this point. But there's, each step up the ladder is now worth 1,000 to 2,000 more. So people are going to be careful. It's a nice hand here, 6, 7, 8, 9, very similar to Josh's last Jack 10, 9, 8 hand, just slightly underneath, but it's suited. 4 connected cards, very powerful in Omaha. When I coach in Omaha, it's one of the things I really drum home is 6, 7, 8, 9 is a better hand than ace, 7, 3 or whatever. And although the aces can hold, you want a hand that has a much wider range of boards to hit, and 4 connected cards do. But Josh has got an equally good hand, double suited, with a suited ace, connected in the middle, the top and the bottom. So again, a lot of boards that he can be hitting here. Got a queen 7-2. He hasn't hit much of it, it's hit a queen, but the 7 has also hit the middle, and Simovic was the original raiser. Will he continue his aggression, or will he check behind? Hasn't been particularly active, Simovic. Yeah, checking. Doesn't surprise me. That's a good card for Josh because it makes his queen much stronger. Plus, he's got the ace kicker, but it has given the flush draw to Simovic. So he's got a 7 with a flush draw. He won't fold for a small bet. Or at least he shouldn't fold for a small bet. Is he going to raise? That's interesting. Okay, wow. We have some poker people. Look at this. Very strong play. And Josh folds like a... Wow. Beautiful play by Simovic there. Really made the most of his position and his stack. Very, very good poker. Excellent. Josh had no doubt he was behind, even though we know he was ahead. Simovic had the flush draw as well, and may have ended up in front. So Josh playing the percentages there and feeling that a fold was the better option once he was raised. And it was a very strong raise and quickly put in like he was planning to do it, like he had the hand to raise. I'm sorry I'm at an angle to everyone. The camera's over there. Hello, camera. But the screen I've got's over here. So because of the background here of the branding and all that, that's why the camera's there. But for me to report, I have to see the hands, and I've got this big screen in front of me over here, which you can't really see. So it does look a bit odd with me slouching down on the side, but it's the only way I can see what's going on. So we have Stranac now with a decent hand. Nothing to write home about, but he's making a move. He's 125, it's a big raise. That's a 2.5 raise. If anyone else has got a hand, they might well come back. Oh, Josh is getting some chips out. He's got a decent hand. I don't know whether he's going to raise or not. He's got Queen, Queen, Jack 7 with a suit. He's certainly upped his aggression rate since the start of this final table. He's looking for spots to be more aggressive. So what he's doing there is he's getting his chips and showing Stranac that he's not messing about. He's got lots of chips. Show of strength, shall we say. 4, 5, 10. Not a good flop for Stranac. Can't see the overpair of queens folding, but he'll certainly slow play this. Depends how strong Stranac. He made a very strong raise, 2.5 raise. So he's repping, he's representing a big pair, kings, aces. So if he follows through, he may well take this down. Looks like he is. I think 225 would be a very strong looking bet. Just a 200, sir. Thank you very much. Nice even round number. Now, can Josh work this one out? Can he... He's taking his time again, going through the same process. Back in the box. Think about it. Again, he can be calling, he can be raising. He's got all the options open to him here. He's going big. And Stranac has to fold. Great play. So just like was done to him last hand, he has dealt it straight back to another player, and his fans are going wild in the well, there's 3 of them anyway, in the seats. But we do have a kind of an audience, and they're dwindling as people get knocked out, but you know, it's like a small audience cheering on their favourite player. This obviously is only a side event, but it is a high roller. It's a lot of money to enter, €1,000. There were 62 entries. We're down to the final 6. The top 10%, all of whom are going to earn €3,500 or more. Oh, that's sick. Let me have a look. Yep, 3,500. So that's our next pay jump, and then we get quite a big jump up to 4,700 for the next place. I really couldn't tell you who the next one out will be. Very hard to know. Merritt's is playing a hand, but he just called, which is interesting. Got a good hand. 7, 9, 10 ace, although it would help if the ace was suited. He's just called on the small blind in the hope that Simovic hasn't got a raising hand, which he certainly hasn't. So King, Queen, 6 clubs. Neither of them have hit this, so I don't expect it to get 2. Yeah, now Merritt's has hit his ace. May well bet this. He's got ace with a gut shot. Doesn't need to. He's going to win this anyway. Simovic doesn't want to get involved. Merritt's has actually won every hand he's been in. Mostly been all in, and doubled up and tripled up. And has risen in the ladder. Done very well. Strong, very strong short stack play. It's a skill, especially in Omaha, where you can have a short stack for a long, long period. And I talked about a tournament I won in England where I had 2 to 6 big blinds for literally 2 hours, and it was one of the hardest 2 hours in poker I've had. Talk about grinding. And I think our Estonian friend here is definitely of the same grindability. Done very well, and he's still he's in with a chance of winning this tournament now. I mean, that's the thing you've got to remember. If you are still in, and there are 6, and then there are 5, and then there are 4, you have a chance of winning. And he's given himself that opportunity with very patient play and strong play when he's got the right hand. So he's done very well, I think. Had a good laugh as well with some of his friends. So yeah, that's the discipline there. He's got the button, still didn't raise. With a not a very good hand. So Simovic has a raising hand, an ace, king, jack, 6. When it's blind on blind, there's only one other player, so he's doing a full raise. There's a bit of posturing from Stranac. Now he's got an interesting hand. 3, 3, 4, 4 with a suit. If it hits, he's massive. Does he want to gamble? It's going to cost him another 100,000. I think I'd be calling here. I like this. You know, it's cost him 100,000 more. He'll know exactly where he is on the flop. He's either got it or he hasn't. He's hit 3 4s, and what's rather good is that Simovic has hit ace jack, so he may well double up here. No one's got clubs. He'll probably just call. I don't think he'll raise because of the clubs. The problem is if the board pairs, it's going to pair an ace or a jack, which will give a bigger house to Simovic. Yeah, I was pretty sure it was just going to be a call. Again, there's no real plus side to raising there. That has made a straight to a kind of run-down hand. Hasn't dramatically changed it for Simovic. He still probably feels his top 2 are good at this point, but he's got a careful player. He's checking. And now Stranac, having just been re-raised off a pot by Josh Stewart, doesn't want to fall into the same mistake. And I can see this being checked down with both of them thinking they may well have a chance of winning the pot, with the ace jack in Simovic's case and the set, bottom set in, yeah, this will check down. Simovic sees the bad news. He's now wondering how he could possibly be called with 3-3-4-4, but I like the call. Again, you know where you are. If you hit, you're going to be in good shape, and that's exactly what's happened. So that's been long awaited, because it's been a while since our original chip leader has won a pot. He's mainly been shipping chips to all the other players, or being raised off pots with good aggressive raises by some of his opposing players, with Josh Stewart being the main culprit there. So now a few players, the blinds have gone up to 25.50, so you've now got players with very close to the kind of 10-12 big blind mark. So Merritt's has raised a hand, it's got a good hand, ace, king, queen, 7, perfectly good hand to raise. As Botian, who has got him well covered. This is not a hand to, I don't like this call. It's just not strong enough. Ace 3, 5, 8. You've got to hit diamonds. You've got to hit minimum 2 pairs. You know, he's hit the 3. What's he going to do? Whatever Merritt's had, he's going to follow through on that flop. He's hit top pair, top kicker. He's not going anywhere for the moment. Unless Botian can find a way of representing the clubs and the king, he's just going to fold, which he has done. I didn't like that call, it was unnecessary, it's not good discipline. That's the kind of call Merritt's, so that's the kind of fold Merritt's has been making to stay alive. And Josh has made some very good folds. And that's the kind of discipline you need at this point to make sure you are laddering and putting yourself in a position to win the 20,000 first prize for this high roller PLO side event at the festival in Bratislava, Casino Banco. And Josh Stewart has a hand that he could raise with, but he's more likely to fold at this point. It's out of position, it's not suited ace, etc. So there's good discipline. And Merritt's is off again. Look, he's on 100,000 with a queen, queen, 10-5. He's definitely going to get respect from the rest of the table unless they have a very good hand. They're most likely to fold against him. Hungarian has got a good hand, double suited, connected, 4-7 connected, ace-10 connected, 7-10 connected, so can hit a lot of flops, so nothing wrong with that call. What's our Irish friend going to do here? It's looking like raising. Nope, just call. And again, he's double suited, king 3, queen 8, further apart, not such a strong hand, in fact dominated on the diamonds. King, queen, 4, so Dowling's hit 2 pairs. We've got a bad flush draw for Bottiman, but he's also got a gut shot, so we've got 2 draws there, and 3 queens for Merritt, so they've all got something. I think if this is a strong bet, which it really could be, he's got top 2. I think Merritt's is definitely going in. This could be trouble for Dowling. It really could. I think Merritt's is pushing. Yep, there he goes. He has to. He's got top set. Sorry, second set. And I think Bottivin will get out the way. Even though he's got 2 draws. I'm pretty sure his flush draw won't be any good. So that's been called. So I think it's Dowling that's at... Is it Dowling at risk, or is it... I think they're both fairly even. Not sure who has got more chips. The dealer will sort that out. I think, might be wrong that Dowling is 35,000 behind, so he's actually covers, and that's all over. Full house, queens over 4s. Merits has doubled through again. Fantastic. Is it? Now got 1.3 million. Is that the end? Is he covered? The system says he's got 35,000, but great patience there from the Estonian player. An Estonian won the main event last year in Tallinn. The festival in Tallinn was won by an Estonian player, so he's got a strong heritage. I think there's a tiny amount left for poor Mr. Dowling, who it's almost like an insult when you're left with such few chips. Yeah, he's left with 35,000, I think it is. And he's in the blind. Marvellous, as they say. So 25 of it is in the small blind. And he's got 10 behind, which pretty well he has to put in whatever hand he's got. So he's committed to this. An interesting strategy here is, what do the other players do? Do they all call without raising, so that one of them knocks him out and they all move up a ladder? That's one strategy that I've certainly seen before and is perfectly reasonable. You know, everyone wants the short stack out because they all move up a place. So if they've got a playable hand, it may not actually be worth raising, because there's also only 35,000 to win from the short stack. So wouldn't necessarily, yep, I like that. Just flat calling the 50. So I think any playable hand here should just call and not risk too many chips. I think if you raise, it's not necessarily the best play. I like Merritt's hand here, 5, 6, 7, 7. But Stranak does have a very strong hand. But again, choosing just to call, this is good. This is good. Not from Mr. Dowling's point of view, I'm afraid. Bottivan's got a very good hand. Ace, King, Jack, 9. Now, he could elect to raise. But I think we're going to see just a call as well. I think Mr. Dowling is feeling a little bit like a fish surrounded by sharks. Those sharks are circling. And even Josh Stewart, did he fold? Did he call with cards? Yeah, he's got cards. So even he was in the big blind, so he didn't raise. No, he's not got a raising hand, but so basically this is going to go down, assuming Mr. Dowling does not win. I don't know what hand he's got, but this will small pot will stay small and go to whoever has hit best. So we've got a wrap for Mr. Stranach. We've got top pair, ace, Mr. Bottivan. I just don't see any betting here. It's not really in anyone's interest to bet. Oh, we've got the face cover again. Either that or he's got some serious facial issues that he wants to cover. What are you betting? Wow. How is he calling? I think it's calling now. I think Stranach betted. And he has got the wrap. And now he's got the nuts. He's got the nuts straight. He wants to get value out of that from Bottivan, who has 2 pairs and a straight draw. I can see a bet happening now. And I think Mr. Dowling will be out. At the moment, Mr. Stranach in seat 2 has the nuts. I'm definitely going to see a bet. About 200, I reckon. Oh, small bet. Little tickle, 100. Oh, again, I don't like that. It might... He's perceiving it as trying to get value, but there are draws there. There's hearts, there's straights, there's two pairs. It's a sneaky bet. Small bet, 100,000 into over 400. And Botty Van may well read that as a very strong bet and elect to fold. But of course he's giving up a massive side pot. The main pot is only 35 times 5, 175,000. The rest of it, yeah, is the side pot. And he's showing the nuts. Mr. Dowling is showing... Has he got any outs? Has he got hearts? No, I guess not. Handshakes going around. And I guess that is it. No, he had 9982. So he had no outs at all on the turn. And as gracefully left, we are down to 5.
Seat open.
We have to stay in the same box. We have to stay in the same box.
Yeah. Nice folding. I did too much.
So we're down to our final 5 out of 62 starters in the PLO High Roller. It's very, very late in the morning. It'll actually be breakfast time soon. It's 5 AM and I think breakfast starts at 6:30, so I'll be going straight from here to breakfast by the look of it. We've got some PLO coaching sessions. There's one starting at 11 this morning, and we have 5 or 6 participants. And anyone that wants to know more about PLO and wants to join, I think we've got one place available at 11 AM in the main casino by the cage if you want to turn up. It's €50 for a 2-hour masterclass, and you get, if you then enter a PLO tournament, the festival will give you your feedback, which is pretty generous. So if it costs you €250, you will get €25 back from me in cash on production of your proof that you've bought into a PLO tournament. So we're doing it to help people understand this particular game better, and also to encourage people to play the PLO tournaments. We do have quite a few. We have 4 spaces left on Saturday prior to Saturday's PLO. So if any of you Hold'em players or people that are watching PLO that really want to kind of learn a bit more and then to apply it to an actual tournament, whether they know and have played a bit or are new to it, it's an open session to all. It's a very collaborative approach, and we look at strategy and different options through playing some practical hands as well as we can. 2-hour class, and you'll learn an awful lot from it. So now we have a different smaller stack. So Mr. Botian, who's been involved but just been bullied or pushed off pots. The only one I was surprised about was when he had the straight draw and flush draw around the Queen 10-9, and he would have hit the same straight as Josh did and would have won a fair bit, but apart from that, he's been pretty solid. But it's the first time that our Estonian player has not been bottom of the big blinds chart. He's now moved into 4th and moving upwards, so he definitely can win tournaments from being a short stack more easily in Omaha than in Hold'em. It is actually, if you're disciplined like he is and play your hands strongly when you have them, then it's more than possible to move up the ladder. We've got a flop of 10-2-7, we've got 2 spades. No one's really hit this board in any meaningful way, so this may well go down to... We've now got spades made, but again no one's got spades. Got 2 pairs by Simovic. We've got over pair and a draw with Stranac, who's definitely folding that, and I don't think Merits will get involved, so Simovic deserved to win that one. I think whoever really bet first was going to take that pot down. Josh Stewart going through his usual routine, very considered. We've now got, I think that's just a call, 60. Yeah, blinds are up to 30-60, so we just have a call on the button. Merits has been very careful, doesn't like to raise really, unless he's got a very good hand. Stranac could raise back here. I think he may well do. And that raise was enough for Merits to fold. And he did have the better hand, so it was a perfectly good raise. Problem with just flat calling in Omaha is it usually says that you're not strong enough to be raising, and then you'll get picked off. So it's not, unless I've got a very good hand and I want someone to raise me so I can raise them back, it's not a play that works very well. You just waste a big blind. If you're going to play a hand in Omaha, you should be raising. Or don't play it. Just fold. With no antes, you can fold an awful lot of hands. I've got a playable hand on the button, so he's raising, using his position. King Jack 9-5 one suit. Stranac was not happy with his hand, which was Queen 8-8-3, and he's folding, and Botivan even less happy with his. He's got very little there. Got an ace, but not even suited. Big difference between an unsuited ace and a suited ace in Omaha. You can hit the nuts with a suited ace. You can't hit much with an unsuited one. Maybe straights and things, but big difference. Next hand, still 5 left. Merits folds. And we've got another raise. He's certainly been one of the more active players on the table, and that's in general a good thing. Usually pays off in Omaha to be more on the aggressive side than less. He has a good hand. Suited ace, ace king, 8-7, 2 connected hands. However, Stranach, this is actually a stronger hand, slightly, but it is a stronger hand because it's so well connected. I could see a raise coming here, and I would certainly be re-raising with king, queen, jack, 9. It's a very playable hand. But he may just call due to he's on the button, so he's in position. He will be able to control the table from there, depending on what happens. Now folding the 4 low cards there again, definitely an option to call if you can afford to and if you're brave enough to, because if you hit that flop no one else has. Simple. It's a great way of picking up pots. You just know where you are. And Josh is considering that, not because of the 9 but because of the 2-3-5. He's a good enough player to do that, plus he was already in the big blind. To have a stretch. Oh, get to see my full shirt here. Hello. Oh, in fact Josh would have hit 2 pairs there, I think, or up and down with a 9. Would have been a good flop for him. So obviously I haven't seen these hands before they happen, and I said I quite like his hand because he's already invested half the money. He'd be getting about 5-1 on his money. Would have been worth it. Obviously the dynamics now change. The 9-10 starts to make Stranach's hand look pretty good. He's got the wrap, the upper wrap, got the jack, queen, king, any high card bar an ace, and he's got the made straight. Simovic has the bottom end, the 7-8, but a jack would give a higher straight to Stranach. He should be betting this. If Simovic, which he has done, is checking, it's a sign of strength, and he does have a very good draw. I think about 200 is fine. I wouldn't go too much more. Looks like he's going a little more, 225 maybe. Yeah, immediate fold, and quite, you know, it's a great play. It's the right play rather. Nothing great about that, but it's the right play. He's hit a card that gives him a really good draw. Let's just take it down now in case you missed that draw. So Stranach coming back from starting off with 2.5 million, went right down to 750,000 I think at one point, and he's now clawing his way back with some good aggressive poker. There's not a lot to choose between all of these players. They all have their strengths and weaknesses. Some are Josh Stewart and Merritt's very good folding. Simovic, I think, has used his aggression factor well. Stranach did very well to start this final table with 2.5 million, so obviously played very well to get to that point. He wasn't on the feature table earlier, so I didn't get to see his play, but you can't get 2.5 million chips early on in a tournament without being a pretty good player. And he's shown signs of it, just hasn't run particularly well over the whole of the final table. So he's now making a raise with a very dubious double-suited hand. Admittedly it's double-suited, but it's really not strong. Now we also have a double-suited hand, but a stronger one. Will Josh either call or raise with this? So it's not a bad hand at all. Oh, he's folded. Okay. He is not to know, but he actually had Stranach totally dominated with that hand. Had him dominated on the flush and all the numbers, etc., and the connections. But he's playing solid poker. He doesn't want to get involved without what he considers to be a stronger hand when someone else has raised. So that also means that raise from Stanage is getting respect. So although he's lost a lot of chips, he's still getting respect from the other players on the table, which is good from his point of view. You won't get respect for that hand though. Put it away, son. 4, 6, 8, queen. No, no. Don't push it. Seriously, take my advice. Don't play this hand. Just fold. Oh, look at this. I actually knew that was going to happen. I just felt he was going to raise because I was saying don't. If anyone has got a big hand here and re-raises. See that 5, 5, 6, 7? It's a good hand. It's double suited, completely connected. I like that hand. I'd be raising with it and go fine. If you've got a big hand, or if you've got big cards like aces and kings and that kind of thing, I'm happy to go with this. I really like the raise here if he's got the cojones to do it. It commits him. He's just calling. Okay. See, the thing about raising there is gives him 2 opportunities to win. 1, the other players fold. 2, he hits his flop. What he's done by calling is he's just relying on hitting a flop. It's going to bring in other people. So here's Josh. Now he may make the raise because he's double suited, a very good hand, double suited and connected, and he's smelling weakness. He's very good at spotting opportunities. It's definitely one of his major strengths. I love this. Look at this. And this is, if Stanage had done this, Josh would be folding. Josh would have nothing to do with this flop if Stanage had made the same raise, regardless of him having full low connected cards. And now Botian, if Botian had raised, and both Stanage and Botian are going to have to fold this hand. There's no way they can continue. Stanage made a very dodgy raise in the first place to try and make something happen, and he's going to have to fold. He's got no choice. He knows that Josh has not gone out, and unless Botian was setting up the raise and knowing he wanted to get all his chips in with his hand, he's also going to have to fold. Had he raised in the first place, he probably would have got it through because others would have folded. So he's missed an opportunity to pick up a lovely pot due to playing that too passively. And Josh picked up an even bigger pot because we had Botivan's money in as well. He's picked up an even bigger pot by aggression with the right hand. Double suited ace high hand. Nice play, Josh. Very good. I think maybe you would invite Josh to the PLO Masterclass and let him run it. Might be better. He can come as a consultant. I think that'd be a good term. Probably cost me too much though. Some players, because they've spread out a bit, are not putting their cards in the reader boxes so that we can see what they are. Simovic there, it's interesting. Again, it's just called without raising. If you want to play a hand like that, which I really like his hand. Look, he's smacked that flop. He's got the long straight draw and the flush draw. I'd be raising pre-flop with that hand. It's now opened up the opportunity for Stanage to hit a gut shot draw. And technically, Stanage is winning with a king high, would you believe? That's all that's winning this pot at the moment. And by Simovic is checking, he's allowing Stanage to make this bet. So unless he was setting him up, and is either going to check raise now, I don't know, he's just calling. He's feeling very strong, I think, just by check calling. He's feeling his hand is too big, and he's now hit a straight. It's the low end of the straight, so that Won't be too comfortable about that, and probably will check it. Yeah. Now Stranic has an interesting decision. The only way he can win the pot is by betting, because he's hit absolutely nothing. He'd be representing 10 Jack or 10 Queen, but then he'd have had that on the turn. He's playing it very, very strong. Will Simovic call him with the low end of the straight? Really interesting hand, this. Very aggressive play by Stranic. Certainly like the move. Can Simovic work through it? He's called him. Excellent. Stranic looking down to see what hand is beating him, and he's seeing a call with a low straight. So Simovic worked that out very quickly and very effectively, that it just didn't make sense to bet. The only hand that would have made sense in the bet there is Queen 10. So a made straight on the turn, and you feign weakness by checking it and then bet the river. So he was basically up against one hand if Stranic had it, which he didn't. A bluff catcher. Low straight bluff catcher. Bottigan now on 10 big blinds, both Merritts and Stranic. So look how far Merritts has got. Fantastic. 15 bigs. Josh 28, and Simovic is our chip leader with that excellent call with 33 big blinds. It looks like Simovic has just called on the button with an ace, queen, 10, 10. So he's starting to kind of slow play his bigger hands rather than raise with them. It's an interesting strategy at this point. So he seems to be dialing in the aggression. Neither player has hit this flop. No kings, no hearts, no straights. Simovic back to his aggression. If you're going to attack anyone on this table, Bottigan is the one to attack. He doesn't like the pressure, to be honest, and unless he's got the absolute, he tends to fold. So I would be looking to get chips off him if I was on his right and on the button, etc., when he has a big blind in. It's 10, blinds are still at 30-60. We've got Simovic with a double suited hand, King, Jack 9-5 connected as well. This time he is raising, didn't raise the last one, so he's varying up his play, which is nice. Anyone has a big hand is going to certainly tell him about it. But he's chipping up very nicely, he's now on 2 million chips. I think he started at about 500,000, if I remember rightly, back in the beginning of the final table. Sorry about my face, I'm just having to have a stretch of the old legs. So Botivan is double suited and connected. You've got King, Queen, H7. It's a good hand, and he is favourite pre-flop. And if I was him, I'd be raising here, putting maximum pressure back on Simovic. Yep, I think he's potting it. It's 120 plus 330, so it's about 600. I'm not even sure he got 600. Immediate fold from Josh. Simovic is probably going to be folding his hand as well. I don't think he's going to feel, and he isn't, I don't think he's going to feel that he could possibly be ahead here. He's dominated by an awful lot of hands that are likely to raise him. The fact that he can afford it is not a reason to do it. I think he's just going to have to bite the bullet and fold here. Wow. I'm so wrong, but I don't think it's the right play. He's got hearts to hit and straights. His diamonds are no good. Botivan is favourite because he has the better hand. It's a gamble by Simovic, but it's not a well thought out play, I don't think. He may get lucky and win it, but I don't think it's because he's played the hand well. Nothing wrong with the raise. Botivan has hit this flop, but Simovic is also up and down with the Jack 9. However, the Queen is no good on the Jack 9 because it gives a bigger straight to Botivan. Have the nut straight. Sorry, the Jack, I mean. So he's now 80% favourite. Yep. So I think my comments are fair there. I think Simovic made a poor decision on calling such a large raise. He didn't need to. He'd put in 150 or whatever thousand. It's costing him a lot more to call, and he's calling with a hand that almost certainly will be dominated by a raiser. So showing a bit of inexperience there. He probably is inexperienced, so maybe perfectly fair, but I think that's just doubled up Botivan, was the short stack and has now probably moved up to third in the charts, something like that. Big smile on the Hungarian's face, love that. Even Simovic is smiling. Yep, he's moved up to third, and just behind Simovic and our new chip leader Josh Stewart, who's certainly used his stack very effectively and maximised returns by putting the maximum pressure on his opposition throughout this final. He's chipping up very nicely and has varied his strategy to suit the different levels and different moments that are happening on this final table. Stranac isn't going anywhere with an ace king queen 4 suited. Certainly going to be raising it here. It's a good hand. There's only, the key thing here is there's only 5 players, so this kind of hand is a much stronger hand with only 5 players as opposed to 8. Makes a big difference in PLO, how many players are on the table. Now he's made a full raise. So one of these two need to have a pretty big hand to call. Josh knows that his Queen Jack 7-6 will be dominated by a raise, so I'm sure we're going to see that put in the muck. Very surprised if he does anything else. He's got one suit, but his Queen Jack is most likely and is dominated. If he thinks he can get it through, he might raise all in, but I think those are his only moves, is fold or raise. And I don't know whether Stranac would fold. An ace king queen 4 at this point of the proceedings. Not sure he can afford to. So here we've got an interesting hand, just calling though. 7, 8, 10, 10. It's definitely a raising hand with 5-handed. Not sure people have quite adjusted to the fact that there are only 5 players on the table, because you just need to open up your range a bit, and hands like 7, 8, 10, 10 are actually a lot stronger. In fact, Josh has got a very nice hand. He should be raising here with 8, 9, King, Queen, and he's a very good player. So I'm pretty sure he will be. There it goes. Oh my, okay, wow. That actually does surprise me. I think 5-handed, that's a strong hand. That either tells me that he's got a certain policy in place to get through to the final stages of this tournament, or he's made a decision of what kind of range he wants to play. We've got a flop of 3, 4, 5. Neither of them have hit it, but Stranach aggression wins that pot. Now we're unfolding round to the blinds. Simovic has a playable hand, 6, 9, 9 Jack. He'll probably just call rather than raise. And Stranach also checks his big blind. No, he's got a slightly deceptive hand, ace 10, 10, 3. And he's hit his 10. And this could be trouble. We've got Simovic has hit his set of 9s and is betting, and Stranach has hit his top set of 10s. If this board pairs, if the 8 pairs or another card pairs, it could be trouble. I wonder if, and Simovic also has the Jack for a straight, so both very strong here. Be interesting to see how they play it. Very small board at the moment, just a min bet and a call. That's not changed anything dramatically. I think we'll see another bet from Simovic, probably about the 150 up, something like that. It's a much stronger bet. He feels he's winning because he would have been raised. We know that Stranach has a very strong hand. Whether he raises here or not could determine the outcome of this hand. He's certainly calling, but he may well raise. Just a call by the look of it. He's in position. He's milking Simovic, but Simovic thinks he's the one ahead. Oh my god, he's got quads. Simovic has hit quad 9s, and Stranach will totally believe he is ahead with his full house. He cannot put him on 9s. This could be goodbye. Simovic is going to bet it like he's got the straight, and I think Stranach is going to raise all in with the house. It's a big, big bet. I really like this bet. He hasn't bet it like he's got quads, he's not playing it cute, he's just going, I'm getting it in. I think my straight's good. I can't. It would be an incredible fold if he actually does fold, but he can't. He's hit a full house. I mean, I can't see anything but all in. It's just a car crash. Simovic is in the enviable position of knowing he has the nuts. There is no hand that can beat him. He has quad nines. That's it. No other hand can win. It looks like Stranahan's just called there. No, he pushed all in, and Simovic has cleaned him out with 4 nines, a poker of nines. Very unlucky, very, very unlucky for the young man. He's played very well, and unfortunately he has to leave us in 5th spot. We're now down to 4, and our Estonian friend has gone from min cashing 2,400 at 8th to I think it's something like 5,000 4th place. Let's have a look. 5,900, so it's nearly 6,000, so he's done very, very well. There it is on the screen. Next prize, 5,900. I don't know whether they're going to be talking any kind of deal either now or in the final few. Often does happen, but it usually takes someone like me to instigate it, because I think doing deals is in everyone's favour, to be honest, and some people don't know enough about doing deals and ICM deals and what's in whose interest. I've done a lot of deals in my time. I should be like a deal advisor, to be honest. If I was on a small percentage, I might do quite well. Look at this, Simovic, top of the charts now, 2.5 million, knocked out his Slovakian compatriot. That's our shorter stack, Botivun and Merritt are still in. Josh has now just dropped down a little bit to be second out of the 4, but playing very well. Great aggression when required. Again, we're down to 4 now, so our ranges should be wider. Our ace, queen, 10, 8, double suited, but it starts to become quite a good hand, and we need to adjust accordingly, not just wait for premium hands, because they're very hard to get anyway. A queen, jack, 10, 9, priceless. Get it in. Simovic is now really starting to put the pressure on the other players. 4, 7, jack 9, nothing to do with his hand, he's just on the button and raising, putting pressure on Botivun especially. And you've got to remember, there's far more hands that people are going to have that they'll fold than the kind of hand you need to call or re-raise with. Much harder to get those kind of hands, so definitely at this level with 4 players left, the raise on the button when you have the chip lead is a very effective tool, and 9 times out of 10 you will take down the blinds. Here we got Botivan, got a very good double-suited hand, got to be raising here on the small blind. Please do not just call. Now, the mask is up, so we know he's going to do something. That's his tell. I'm going to play this hand because I'm covering my face. It's a pretty simple tell, to be fair. I don't feel much of a genius for communicating that. There's raised 200, and the big blind in this case, Josh will have to have a very good hand to fight back against that kind of raise. So I like that, that's fine. Small blind, just take down a small pot, but take it down without sweat or fighting too hard. Much better to be smart than work hard. Just work smart, whatever that means in your industry. In poker, that's what it meant. So, it will fold from Simovic, who's moved up even higher in the chip lead. King 994. Doubt he's going to play that. Nope. So we're now blind on blind again. Been a few of these. Josh has got a good starting hand. I think he'll be raising with ace king queen 8. Let's not point him flat calling. Yeah, he's raising. Oh, and that's an immediate call by our Estonian player. Fascinating. What's he got? Oh, he's got the old 2255 double suited. Hearts don't help him because Josh has got bigger hearts, but I love this. This is the kind of, I mean, the snap call, just like, yep, I've got this kind of hand, I'm calling you. I know you've got big cards, which is true. And he's hit a set. He's hit a set of fives, but Josh has hit top pair. Oh dear, Josh. I think that's a bit too quick. It's not your usual methodical way of working things out. So, tells you something, doesn't it? Go against your normal procedures and practices, and make what I would say is a mistake. And he's got a gut shot basically in top pair. So if you know, hasn't really got much to do with that flop. And if a jack or a 10 came, it would make our house. There you go. Alright, we've got a full house there with the fives. Another big double up. So Merritt's has gone from 8th in chips to 2nd, I think. Well, it's a big pot. That's because he was brave enough to play the 2255. In fact, he snapped Josh off with it and then hit. And I said before he hit, I like this play. I think there was one other player earlier that did a similar thing and one that didn't, and then got in trouble, which I think is interesting. Very good. Oh, Stimovic still our chip leader, but like I said, moving into second is Merritt's. Botivan gone down, and Josh gone from chip leader to just 8 big blinds. He's lost 2 or 3 crucial pots. One certainly he didn't think enough about, didn't do his usual procedure. That would be the only criticism really there. He's played a great game apart from that. But this game can be very cruel. You can play 50 good hands and 1 bad hand and it can knock you out. So it can be a cruel mistress, especially Omaha. I do talk from bitter experience, even last week's experience, let alone before that. I think Botti going to be raising here with an ace king king 8. It's a pretty big hand 4 up. Even if someone's got aces, it's very unlikely. Or a rundown, he's still got the kings which block a rundown and play in their own right well. And so it's interesting because Josh has got, the way he's been playing, he may well raise him back. Ace king queen 3, 1 suit. He's going to like his hand. No, wow, that's disciplined. Wow, that surprised me. Are we lining up a move here? Merits. Double suited and connected. If he does this and makes the play, he's doing it to get the fold, I think. Another 4 6s hit, up and down for merits, and no diamonds for either player. Botti has the kings up top, so that's all he has on a fairly coordinated flushing board. I can't see him putting that much in if he has, and that has met some of the flush draws. And we've also got merits with the straight at the moment. So he's got the nuts, not straight at the moment. He's certainly bet it. Botti is showing kings, but knowing he's behind. So very well played, merits. Look at this. Comeback king.
Have you got on that wall? Actually, it looks more like a
I think.
There by 4?
Huh?
There by 4?
Yeah.
So we're on to our next hand. Merits is doing a Roman Legion approach to stacking his chips in hundreds. 20 hundreds. I think that makes 2 million. Yep, 2 million chips. He's got his 20 hundreds lined up in battlefield formation, a la Romans. And that's a fold. A big blind wins the blinds there because small blind folded and there were no raises from the other two. I think what merits has shown in this final table is you don't need to play many hands, you just need to win the hands you play, and that's pretty well what he's done. I'm trying to remember if he actually lost a pot. I don't think he's lost a pot that he was seriously involved in. He certainly doubled up on all the pots where he was quite a short stack. He's down to 5 big blinds, as mentioned, quite a few times, and came back to the 2 million mark now. Fantastic run. Definitely in the ascendancy. And he's getting hands now as well. King, king, jack 3. He's going to raise with that and he'll get respect. Simovic passes. Botti-Van's got a playable hand, still passes. So Botti-Van could have played the 6, 7, 9, 10. It's a good hand. Is Josh gonna call because he's already invested some 4, 5, 7 king? and he counts out like that. You don't know where it's going. So it'll be another look at the cards. Yeah, it's folding. I think he does that mainly to get reaction of the opposition. Will he, won't he? Will he put it in, won't he? So I want him to. So he's trying to pick up tells whilst he kind of gets his chips ready. I'm sure he's looking and listening to whatever opposition is actually already got chips over the line. So next hand, blinds are now 40-80. They really are zooming up, putting pressure on the shorter stacks. So Josh Stewart now back to a shorter stack, but he's got a very playable hand. He'll be raising here, definitely raising the pot. Snap called by Merritts with Ace King Queen 5. You can understand why he snap called it. Very little in this one. Both got one suit. Just depends on hitting what. Well, Josh has smacked this one by hitting the nut flush. I'll probably check it. Yeah, he's going to let Merritts bet. There's another 200 that Josh has earned, and he's probably going to check the turn. Doesn't want the board to pair, but it's really not too many dangers there. Josh was short stacked once the initial bet, once he called the initial bet, so it makes sense to just shove it in and try and hope that someone has hit something like two pairs or straight draw, up or down. So we now have Simovic in the lead with 30 big blinds. So even though he's got 2.4 million, which sounds like a lot of chips, it is only 30 big blinds. So I suspect we're going to be getting towards the end of the tournament now. It is very, very late. It is 6 o'clock in the morning. Like I said, breakfast starts at 6:30. It's very, very late. And I would think that there might be a deal made at some point if we get down to 3 maybe. We'll see. We have a raise with the ace 10, 8, 7, one suit, and a perfectly sensible defense with king, jack, jack 3 double suited. Doesn't need to re-raise, just needs to hit. Well, he hasn't. Ace king 5. So Simovic was the original raiser. He's going to follow up with a 250 bet, 250, 50% bet. Merritts hasn't got a lot here. He's got backdoor hearts and a pair of jacks, so he quite sensibly just passes. there's not a lot he can do. He didn't really hit, and very good play again by the main aggressor on the table, I would say. Most aggressive pre-flop player, and although he can be very careful on some hands post-flop where he's often checking a better hand and gets other players into trouble. So he's had a very good final table, I think. Deserving of one of the top 2 or 3. Excuse me, I am yawning because it is very, very late. It's well past. It's not even bedtime, is it? Bedtime's been and gone. I've got a coaching session at 11 AM. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to get to do that. And I was meant to play the horse at 1. I think what I will be doing is sleeping. I will have a sleep and play the 456 Omaha at 8 PM. And for those that are not sure, that's a round or a level of each. Play with 4 cards, then 5 cards, then 6 cards. Like I mentioned earlier, we play a lot of 456 in Britain. I've won 3 456 trophies at the Grosvenor UK Poker Tour in PLO. And the advantage from my point of view is that quite a few of the Europeans have not actually played that many 5-6 card PLO tournaments. They may have played a bit of cash in a kind of lively, drunken nighttime session, but the tournament is different. And these players have all shown some very, very good skills, some great aggression, some great inducing bets with checks and small bets, some very good folds, some excellent folds actually, and that's as important part of the game as the aggression and the betting, being able to fold the right hand at the right time. Here we've got an aggressive move with a good hand, ace queen 10-2. Now this is a very good example. Simovic has totally understood that four-handed, that hand, which is not normally a raising hand, in fact it's a folding hand, it has that much more value with only 3 other players, because the chances of them having a good ace or a big ace, and he's got a big ace with a 10, so he's got 3 high cards, it's actually very small. So it may not, it may well get through unopposed, and that one did. And it doesn't surprise me at all. So he's doing very well on understanding the dynamics of hand strength. So again, the aggressor here with a much stronger holding. He's got double suited hand with an ace king and a pair of 7s, so very nice hands. Very hard to have a better hand four-handed, and of course they haven't. Folding, and Merritt, who's obviously a very good folder, is folded his way to 4th place at the moment. Well, certainly folded his way to 6th place, and then started getting some hands and played them very well. So I think all these 4 deserve to be in the last 4. They've all done well. I think the Irish player earlier probably played the best first half of the final table. Beautiful check calling with the nuts to maximise a very big hand early on, but then faded away a bit at the wrong time, unfortunately, from his point of view. And this guy, this Hungarian player, is like one of those mollusks that sit on the wood underneath the sea and just cling on for dear life. He just seems to be surviving his way through this tournament. I don't think he's ever been chip leader. I think he's the only one that hasn't, because Josh was a big chip leader early on. Merritt's is on his way to be chip leader, although he's in second at the moment with 1.3 million. Similar, just under Josh's amount. So I think we're just getting a call here. Call to the 80,000, but Simovic is not having any of it, especially with ace jack 10. He's going, you want to play? It's going to cost. Love it. And immediate call from Merritt's. Now, this could get him into a lot of trouble. Now, his immediate calls he's made have been very good calls up until this point. And this is the first one where perhaps a bit more of the Josh approach on thinking it through, seeing where he's at, might have served him better. Merritt's has not hit this flop, but nor has Simovic. Simovic has the 8s, and now both of them have still got draws. Maybe the first one to win is the aggressor. No, the aces are going to hold. I don't think he'll bet. There's no value in him betting. Just if they all hold, if they win, they win. And Merritt's lost nearly $250,000 chips there, 250,000, by making a very, very quick call without thinking it through. I think would be fair. I think they're getting up for a little wander, little break, 10-minute break.
Right, guys, we're back with another recap. The second day is in the books of our beautiful festival here in Bratislava. 7 days total coming up. And yesterday we kicked the day off by going to the beautiful flagship restaurant. We brought our hospitality winners to go and enjoy some local food and beer. And we even got a historical lecture by Professor Frankie. The casino events started. In the casino we had the famous roulette tournament kicking off. Players battle it out at the Felts. Poker-wise, the main event started with day 1A, well over 100 players in that one, and we crowned the winner of the Sweden special event. Congratulations, Michael. Also, our charity event was held on our TV table, and finally, our own Mr. Bad Beat Stories, Maurits, got to win something, and donating all the winnings to charity might give him some good karma for future events too, who knows. More action with the hospitality crew and more today, so follow us for all the action here on our socials. Right, guys, we're back with another recap. The second day is in the books of our beautiful festival here in Bratislava. 7 days total coming up. And yesterday we kicked the day off by going to the beautiful flagship restaurant. We brought our hospitality winners to go and enjoy some local food and beer. And we even got a historical lecture by Professor Frankie. The casino events started. In the casino we had the famous roulette tournament kicking off. Players battle it out at the Felts. Poker-wise, the main event started with Day 1A, well over 100 players in that one, and we crowned the winner of the Sweet and Special event. Congratulations, Michael. Also, our charity event was held on our TV table, and finally, our own Mr. Bad Beat Stories, Maurits, got to win something, and donating all the winnings to charity might give him some good karma for future events too, who knows. More action with the hospitality crew and more today, so follow us for all the action here on our socials. Right, guys, we're back with another recap. The second day is in the books of our beautiful festival here in Bratislava. 7 days total coming up. And yesterday we kicked the day off by going to the beautiful flagship restaurant. We brought our hospitality winners to go and enjoy some local food and beer. And we even got a historical lecture by Professor Frankie. The casino events started. In the casino we had the famous roulette tournament kicking off. Players battle it out at the Felts. Poker-wise, the main event started with Day 1A, well over 100 players in that one, and we crowned the winner of the Sweet and Special event. Congratulations, Michael. Also, our charity event was held on our TV table, and finally, our own Mr. Bad Beat Stories, Maurits, got to win something, and donating all the winnings to charity might give him some good karma for future events too, who knows. More action with the hospitality crew and more today, so follow us for all the action here on our socials. Right, guys, we're back with another recap. The second day is in the books of our beautiful festival here in Bratislava. 7 days total coming up. And yesterday we kicked the day off by going to the beautiful flagship restaurant. We brought our hospitality winners to go and enjoy some local food and beer. And we even got a historical lecture by Professor Frankie. The casino events started. In the casino we had the famous roulette tournament kicking off.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the final stages of our wonderful PLO high roller. And where's my glasses? I've got them somewhere. Oh, they're over there. Right, we are 6 o'clock in the morning, very early in the morning. Our most aggressive player, Simovic, is on 3.1 million, and then pretty well the other three are all relatively short stacked with $1 million each. Merits has done fantastically well to get up to 4th. Josh was chip leader at one point and dropped right down to 4th, 5th, and has come up a bit, but I think it's been under pressure. And the truth is that the one player to actually have adjusted his range properly and raised with the kind of hand you would not raise on a full table of 8 players has definitely been Seat 1, our chip leader. And at the moment, Mr. Simovic, so there's another great example. So he's coming into a pot with 4, 6, 9, 10, 2 connected hands. He's hit 10-4. He's almost certainly going to be ahead. It's very hard for someone to have ace 10 that didn't raise you. So it's more likely that his 10-4 is ahead. And in American truck terminology, 10-4 big buddy. So how will he get paid though? That's the key. The pot's already big, 325, because the blinds are 50, 100. It's really, really large. They've all got 10 big blinds apart from Simovic. Depending on how people play, I can only see one winner here. I think Simovic will roll over this table probably within 20 minutes or so. I think the way he's playing, he's absolutely on the right trajectory. And Mr. Botivan is... The reason he's doing this, he's hit the 4 and he's got a gut shot with the 2-5. But he's not really playing that. He's representing a bigger hand. Now, unfortunately for him, he's hit 2 pairs, 2-4. But as we can see, Simovic has a bigger 2 pairs. So Mr. Botivan is going to be going all in. I cannot see any other option. So it looks like a 200,000 bet. It's a lovely sizing of that bet. Mr. Botivan may well stick it all in here, thinking his 2 pairs are good. And he will get snap called by bigger 2 pairs, and he may well be out. I can't really see, you know, at this point, when you've got 4 players left. Oh, he's folded. Wow. Okay. Happy to be wrong there. That was well played, Mr. Botivan. But another big pot goes the way of Simovic. So, although Botivan folded and was well behind, Simovic's aggression and pressure on the shorter stacks has won him another sizable pot. So those blinds are killing the table now. We really are. There's very little play in the main apart from Botivan's last hand. In the main, it's going to be very hard to call a raise or make a raise and then fold, because it's going to be half of everyone's stack. With blinds at 50, 100. Merits folding for Estonia. I always used to say folding for Britain, but he's Estonian. Simovic again. Nice hand to raise with. 8, 10, queen, all connected. So instead of the 4 cards all being connected, we really only need 3 cards to connect to put the pressure on the short stacks. They need big hands to come back. Now, Botivan folded a good hand there. So did Josh. Neither of them have quite got hold of the widening of ranges needed when you're down to 4 players. Both of them have better hands than the aggressor, and either of them could have got it in with those hands when you are down to such few players. So the only one that has adjusted is the chip leader. He's really done well. and understanding the dynamics of ranges of Omaha hands when you're down to a very few players. An ace is absolutely crucial. Really plays like aces almost, because if you hit it you're going to be winning, or if you hit 2 pairs you're likely to be winning. Again, he's got ace jack 8-4, 9-4. I can see a raise coming in. Let's see if anyone will fight back. I'll try and predict it on the hand. Well, no, Josh can't. Merits can't either. And again, picks up the blinds. But he's picking up 150,000 every time. 150,000 is 15% of all of those, the other 3 players. 36 big blinds is massive compared to 9, 8 and 7. And like I predicted when we restarted, Simovic is rolling over this table. And I don't really expect any different. Unless someone like Merits, as he did earlier, doubles up and is able to fight fire with fire. Or Josh uses his chips to good effect and winning big pots without opposition. Botivan has been far too passive for my liking in terms of the going for to actually win this tournament. He's just played very passively during this. Here's an interesting one. I mean, he's got an absolute premium hand. Ace, king, king, jack when 4-handed. But because he's been so passive, when he raises, it's completely transparent. It's completely obvious he has a really big hand. And every player will fold unless they have an equally big hand. It's a lovely hand, 6, 7, 8, 10. I mean, Josh may well call here. It's a beautiful hand. Double suited, connected. But he knows he's up against bigger cards. That's the only thing he will know. Because Botivan has been so passive that he must have a big hand to be raising. In all other circumstances, I think Josh would be shipping there. But he probably quite rightly has to fold. It's such a shame. It's a beautiful hand. Simovic can afford to call, but it's probably not a great call. See, I was praising him up a minute ago, but I don't actually like this call because just because he can afford it. Botivan has been so passive. What is he raising with? Has to be a big hand. Having said that, Simovic has a very playable hand. He's got diamonds. He's got 2 pairs on the flop. And he's going in because he's ahead. He knows he's ahead. He's going to get called by an overpair, but, you know. So, I think we're just about to lose Mr. Botivan. It'll be very hard to come back. He's 30%, but needs a very specific card. Needs a draw, a 9, for instance, or a queen, or to hit the king. That's a good card, but he now needs to pair the 10, or hit a queen, or a king, or a jack. So he's gone slightly up in the odds. No good. So full house for Simovic. Botivan finishes in 4th place. I'm probably going to put up the amount. I'll just check on my phone. 5,900 for the Hungarian player, and we're down to 3 with a guarantee of 7-7. I haven't heard any discussion of deals. I know that if I was playing now, I would absolutely be looking to make a deal, but our chip leader will, if he was any sense, would just say no. He doesn't need to do a deal. He's so far ahead and 1 hand away from knocking the next player out, and he's playing all the poker. No, 9 big blinds now for Merits. He was sitting on 5 big blinds for an awful long time, so it's not new to him. But instead of getting 2,400, he's in for 3 times that at 7,700. Simovic raising with king, king, queen 5. Josh has got the aces. They're going in. Josh's favourite in this hand. But Simovic has been rolling over the table, so nothing would surprise me. He's got diamonds, he's got king, queen, he's got kings. I kind of I'm expecting him to hit a king, basically. I'm expecting him to hit a straight. Josh will hit 3 aces, and that will give a straight to Simovic, which is how I've been out of PLO tournaments many a time. You almost don't want to hit your set. Oh my god, look. He's hit a set of kings. Josh actually does have the nut flush, but it can't pair the board. So it can't be the 4 of spades. So he does have outs. Here's an ace, a spade. Oh, what's happened there? Jack is no good. So he's still down to the same outs. Needs a spade or an ace. That's it. And full house. And Josh finishes in 3rd, despite having the best hand when he got his chips in. But Simovic is just running so well and just running over this table. Somehow, on the side of Josh being knocked out in 3rd, our friend from Estonia is now going to get 11,800 guaranteed in 2nd. That's absolutely amazing, from 5 big blinds for most of the beginning of this final table. And he's got so many chips. Simovic does not need to talk any kind of deal with Merritt. I don't think they've even considered it. 52 big blinds against 9. If Merritt has a hand, he'll put his chips in. He's not shy to put his chips in at all. Any kind of hand that he knows he needs to double up and double up quickly. So there's been a raise, a lovely hand, ace, queen, jack, jack. Aces, well, Simovic, by any rights, Merritt should win this hand. He's got a superb hand. Ace, ace, king, 4 suited against ace, queen, jack, jack. But Simovic has been running like a god. So again, I'm fully expecting made straight or just a jack on the flop, end of. Let's move on. Tournament finished. Simovic not looking quite as confident as I am. I just got a horror. Oh my! I should be a clairvoyant. Look at this set of jacks. Oh my goodness me! He has a very embarrassed smile, but he knows full well he has run like a god in the last hour or so. He has played very well as well, but my goodness me, the boy cannot lose. Doesn't matter what he's got. Been up against aces twice, maybe 3 times, won every one. Oh my goodness. Final card coming in. Only drawing to an ace, that's it. And 1 ace Simovic has got in his hand. So he's drawing to 1 ace in the pack. And then we have finished. What a great final for Simovic. A local winner, which is fabulous for Banco Casino. I don't know if he's a regular of this casino, but he's a Slovakian player. It is time for us to get some sleep. My name is JJ Hazan, and thank you to the rest of the team for covering this event. It's been a long, long night, and well done, young man. Good night, all.
Pojďme na to. Ace queen jack je rainbow, poprosím.
Co to bylo? Tak se to bylo, že? Ace jack, semi jack, queen, tak to se to má, že? Sebastian.
Asi hej. On som videl, že rainbow nosná.
Ze srdcovi došel tam.
No, od srdca.
Ze srdečka došel. Najskôr queen, potom jack. Kde? Ako to je robiť?
Ještě si to vypíte.
Dobre, urobíme pyramidu na jednotke. Na jednotke.
Then I just run to it. No, I'm by car, so. See ya.
Welcome to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, by the border of Austria and Hungary. surrounded by vineyards, crisscrossed with forested hiking,